Jameson to bring me the link. We'll work it from there.
Right, I am checking notifications, and I got the stream. I am copying the link, and here we go.
Thank you so much. All right. And
all right, folks.
What is April. Okay, did you just? It's the weirdest. I had the weirdest visual effect come up on the Skype screen just now. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the whole Skype screen turned like a sky blue.
Sky blue.
Wait, which is the normal blank when you're like starting with the Skype, but it like had this lighter tone to it. It was just like they were trying a new graphic or something. And then it just basically it was like what came up on the link came up on the screen. In terms of what would normally go in the text box. It was like an announcement that it was entering text. It might be something new that they're doing. At any rate, let me get the share of the link here. And the first thing I'll do is actually test to see if we can hear ourselves on the baseline. With the Skype, but there we are. Okay, so now let me grab the share, and then I'll take that and install that in the promotional banner and everywhere else. In the interim, I guess the first thing I'll do before I do even that is, as always, test it. This is the most unpleasant part of the process, is this asinine process of testing the links, making certain that we're...
Conspiracy Kitty says she hears us just fine.
Okay, so now... Wonderful. Thank you, Conspiracy Kitty. Love you dearly. I believe that's Shauna Bando, as a matter of fact. Shout out unto she. And so let's get this in all of our... promotional banners. In the interim, both of you gentlemen do me a favor and start talking trivia. Take us to the top of the hour.
All right, so I've had the joy of getting more into this graphic novel, which is
Wonderful.
Quite enjoyable. I am not quite at the point where I can call myself professional yet, but I'm starting to feel more comfortable with inking. I'm starting to feel more comfortable with because I always had a problem with trying to ink figures in and trying to do stuff like that. So this is all new to me. I recently got Grand Theft Auto 5.
Great.
And I realized when trying to play it, they always, because Windows has this thing with Xbox, because Windows makes Xbox, they always assume you're going to have an Xbox controller. Xbox controllers are too freaking big. They're like just for like these big bulky cucumber hands. I mean, I'm used to PlayStation 2 control pads, so I got a PlayStation 4 control pad, which I have interfaced with my laptop. And so now, I'm trying to play this game, and I realize that one button does like 4 or 5 things, and I'm like, what the freak happened to this game? I remember playing it to PlayStation 2 when it was like Grand Theft Auto 2 and Grand Theft Auto 3, and it's like, what the hell? There are too many buttons that do too many things, and then there's a first-person shooting mode, and it's like, my goodness, this is dizzying. This is worse than learning how to drive a car.
Oh my God! I'm glad that you
That's
survived.
what I did all this. And Grand, not the last one, but the one before the last one, Grand Theft Auto 5, or I think it's Grand Theft Auto 4, the funny one with all the funny commercials on it.
I think it was 4. Yeah.
Yeah, I would play that video game all day, and I wouldn't complete the missions. I would just drive and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Driving is literally the funnest part of the game. What do you call it? Rockstar made this series that I used to love called Midnight Club. Midnight Club 2 to PlayStation 2.
Yeah, I heard that one. Yeah, that's back when I was into all the car games and stuff.
Dude,
the racing.
I loved it.
Yeah. Building your cars, putting the 22s on it. You know what I'm saying?
Customize it. You could get and what I loved was using the motorcycle, and I would just I would put the TV on mute. I put on like my headphones and listen to some like nice techno music. I would just zone out while like doing the races. Like it was just incredible. But you know, it's like I'm sad to say that Rockstar doesn't seem to have that game in their lineup yet for PC, but hopefully they do come out with something like that in the future, because at least that might be doable, unless they have like 50 million things to one button.
Rockstar isn't the same people who like put out the soft drink. I mean, the energy drink. Rockstar, is it?
No, I don't think so. I am not sure.
Yeah, Derek, speak up because I can hear Jameson clearly, but not yourself.
So Rockstar is the game software people.
Okay, so they're different from the energy drink. Okay, good. I'm glad to know that.
I think the energy drink is owned by Coca-Cola, Rockstar.
Well, they might have been purchased by
Pepsi,
Coca-Cola.
one of those.
Yeah, they might have been purchased by Coca-Cola. But originally Rockstar, the energy drink, was the son of Michael Savage, and he lived right next door to me. I mean, like a few doors fucking down. Like so he was we would see his Rockstar car that was parked in area all the time, and
that's why I would never drink that, because I remember Michael Savage saying his son I remember him giving him the story of his grandfather saying vitamin B helps out you know people who are homeless, because it helps them with their mental. So when his son created Rockstar, he remembered his grandfather, Michael Savage, his father, said that, so he made sure he pumped it up full of vitamin B to help out
homeless people.
Well, to be honest, everyone pretty much every energy drink company pumps these things up with vitamin B. The problem is that there are some energy drinks. If you're looking for sugar-free energy drinks, unfortunately, there's a company called Bang. And Bang, of course, I stopped drinking because they have a freaking conservative, because the guy who runs Bang is a conservative asshole who kisses the ground that Trump walks on. So screw Bang. And they claim to have they claim to have super creatine in their drinks, which there is no such thing as super creatine. It's just,
hey, is he as bad as the My Pillow guy?
Creatine.
Is he as bad? Is he as bad as the My Pillow?
Just about. And then there's another company called Rain, which I used to drink energy drinks from, which were sugar free. I stopped. But I stopped doing that because I found out that they had sodium in their energy drinks. And what I also found out was that of all the energy drinks, the ones that have the most niacin is probably Monster, even though they have sugar-free. Even though they have the sugar-free ones, they still put sodium in them. Why the hell are you going to put sodium in an energy drink and claim that it helps with dehydration? Now, I have here a can of C4, which has no sodium, no sugar, no carbohydrates, 190% niacin, which is still concerning, vitamin P12, which is water soluble, meaning that you just piss it out if you drink a lot of water, is 250%. You don't have to worry about getting toxic on any of the vitamin Bs except for niacin. Because of course niacin will accelerate your heart rate, and it will cause you to start twitching. And if you're an unlucky turd like myself, who happens to have myoadenylate deaminase deficiency, your muscles will start to twitch to the point where they start to die. And that will cause rhabdomyolysis, which means I will have to drink a gallon of water and piss all that stuff out so that I don't start hallucinating and twitching uncontrollably, which did happen at one point. But oddly enough, the substance that did that to me was marijuana.
Well, there you
So
go.
go figure.
Yeah. Yes. No, marijuana is horrible. Um, Honestly, it's really overrated, and I won't even go there. There's no point. All the militant
It's it,
potheads will just
it's like the flat Earth.
yeah,
You know, it's like the flat Earth theory of conspiracy theories.
yeah,
It's like where everything goes to die.
yeah.
It's like what once I had a life, then I started smoking pot, man.
Yes,
It's
yes,
like I'm looking forward to smoking pot tomorrow. So
yes,
so what
yes.
else do you have to say?
That's it.
Dude,
Yes, that's it.
dude, the sky is so
But you
blue
know
right
what? I
now,
can't
man.
believe uh,
What's that, Derek?
Trevor Noah had on a guy who was actually promoting drug use, and he was promoting it to the point to where uh, he was saying, "I tried heroin, and there was nothing wrong with it."
Wait a second. Who was this? Who had him on?
Trevor Noah.
Trevor Noah. Barely remember that name. But
Well, normally I like him and like his show, but yeah, he didn't do good with this one. He was, he was really kissing this guy's butt, and wow. So this guy was saying, well, 90% of the people who try cocaine never get addicted, but it's the government who is wants you to think that cocaine is bad, but you need to try it for yourself because 90. I'm like, what the hell kind of message is this? I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
I can see if the guy was pushing shrooms or DMT like Joe Rogan and the rest of those space cases. But I mean, cocaine, heroin, seriously? Those are like rock bottom drugs, man.
Oh, well, cocaine is.
All right, see, this is somebody who, if you were to tell him those were rock bottom drugs, he would tell him that, oh, that's because Hollywood has an agenda to make you think drugs are bad. But from what I see, Hollywood has an agenda to make you think drugs are good.
Yes, thank
I
you.
mean,
Yes, thank you. That's true.
I've been in rehab with people who have abused heroin. I've been in rehab with people who have abused cocaine. The stories are horrific. Most of the people who have abused cocaine at some point have had heart attacks and shit
Yes.
like that.
Yes.
Most of the people who abused heroin started doing all types of things and have at least HIV or some other STD, or maybe half a dozen STDs at this point because of, I don't know, it's just that, or they're just like slow processing because opiates are destructive as all hell. Opiates are the worst, honestly. And it's any wonder that the medical community still uses them. I think they should actually use salvia divinorum.
Let me communicate to Salon Shake here, and we will have to call you to bring you on. I will tell him that
Okay. I'm gonna what I'm gonna do
yeah,
is
10 minutes for him, 5 to 10 minutes for him.
5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, he'll tell us when. We will have to call you to bring you on. Just tell us when you are ready. See, this is where people need to contact me. Like George Knight, this is a hint to George Knight that when somebody tries to tell you something about Skype, then for God's sake, contact them on Skype. It's like George Knight was contacting me on the Facebook Messenger to tell me that, and I didn't even see it because I'm concentrating on the Skype. So Salman will tell us when he's ready, and then I can tell him about the disaster that happened with Zoom. The repercussions I knew were going to be bad, but I'll wait till he's on to talk about that. And aside from all of that, I do want to let people know we're officially starting the program now. It is the top of the hour. This is, of course, Critical Omissions. I'm the host, Douglas Dietrich. I'm with two gentlemen, both Derek Talley and Jameson Reese have been with me for quite some time now. We're bringing on a few other people tonight, at least. and they will be Salon Shake and Peter Moon, respectively. We will have some other people who we will bring up and have prayer requests for, such as our man Pac-1 Morales. Amanda Yu is with us, so I'm going to ask her to say hello, and this will help immensely. So, Amanda, I'm going to ask you to come off mute and come on stage, please. Say hello. Let's see if this works. She says she's on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank goodness. So, Amanda, yes, so there we are, honey. And by all means, when you are on the call, make yourself known while we're just talking trivia to carry us to the top of the hour when I'm working with all the links. That helps to burn bandwidth, which is very important at that time. And I want you to, since we're officially starting the show, I want you to catch us up as much as you're willing to on the fact that you've been going through a lot of stress lately, or stressors have been introduced into the environment. Share what you're willing to share, and then we'll have Derek Talley kind of do that as well. When Salon Shake is ready, we'll bring him on, etc. Let's just work this organically, but by all means, honey, tell us a little bit about what's going on with you.
I don't know all to share. I guess just like you said, there's been some new stressors added, a few setbacks and whatnot, but had a family friend who their best friend was killed. They were riding a motorcycle and they ran into a car. And their mother also went into the hospital, so I've been dealing with that as well. I guess what I would share was I am having to move my peacocks to my friend's farm. It's just not looking like it's going to be safe for them here.
Right.
So I guess that kind of stuff is going down.
Right.
And I did have a, not a warning or a threat, but a recommendation from somebody who I trust their intuition and whatnot. But they shared that for right now, I definitely shouldn't share too much and kind of keep my cards close to my chest at the moment. So that's kind of where I'm sticking at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate what you do share, and everyone maintain Amanda and her family and their thoughts and prayers. Peter Moon says, I will be with you, but I will be delayed in arriving, probably for an hour at least, but I will be there. Sorry for any inconvenience. Now, in terms of originally what he said was that he would be here at around 9-ish, but so I don't know whether that means that the same or whether he's coming on at 10-ish, but I just told him, just tell us when you're ready to be brought on. I mean, really. So honestly, that's really the most convenient thing for people to do. As for Brendan Zoge, who now has a bizarre name on his Facebook timeline, Costa Zo Brendan. I have no idea what that is. Presumably some Vedic title or some kind of vegan thing. I will ask him about it whenever he's able to come on at some point in the future, but he can't come on tonight. He's just consumed with his work shifts, and honestly, one has to confront the reality of what kind of life they're leading. If first off, the man he's not just vegetarian, he's vegan. He's working in a store where he's catering to people in a deli with all kinds of meats and cheeses, which he himself does not eat, which is to him pretty much the equivalent of shoveling shit, or just kind of dealing, shoveling shit into the open gaping maw of various carrion feeders or something is what this world is like to him. He's in a kind of vegan hell. And so if you're doing some job like that, you really have to seriously consider this is your life, and you're going to be spending your life doing something you hate, or something. Then is your life worth living? there is a point where robbing banks is better than this. Knocking off gas stations is better than this. So just something to bear in mind. There's only so much life you have, really. The one thing that I will disagree with most Westerners on is they have a concept that sleeping is somehow a waste of time. That somehow when you're sleeping, this is stolen time or something. People really need to learn to appreciate sleep. I wouldn't take it nearly as far as Peter Moon, where whether this is something he got out of Scientology or whatnot, where you concentrate on the dreams very heavily as something beyond what they are. There's no need to search or seek significance in your dreams. But obviously, sleep is not a waste of time. It's an integral, dynamic part of your life. But honestly, it's if you're sleeping well, sleeping right, it's going to be a lot more time out of your life than, or as part of your life than what most of you have, because most of you are getting along on, well, you're not getting along at all. You're really, you're really zombie walking all your lives and sleep deprived. Such being said, however, when you take the sleep into account, and then you take the time spent at work, well, that's all you're doing. So when you at least make certain that whatever you're doing to earn money for a living is something you enjoy. So important lesson to be had there. Derek Talley, of course, enjoys his work. I'll bring him on now to tell us a bit about his situation and how things are going with him. Derek, if you'd be so kind.
Yeah, so today I just went and I get something to eat. Usually I'm starting to cook at home more, but I said, you know what, today I'm going to treat myself, get something to eat. And then I said, you know what, let me go to the pool. So I went by the pool and I didn't go inside. I was just hanging out with some of the girls that worked there. And they took me to this cat cafe to where people go to adopt cats. I never heard of it, but it's an actual cafe. Anything you buy in the cafe is there to support their cats. Now they were full when we went. They were full when we went there. So I guess like on the weekends they want you to make an appointment if you can make one. But what it is, but I thought it was just like the neatest concept. So people go in and there's a bunch of cats that need to get adopted. So you go in there and you can buy coffee, you can buy tea, you can buy snacks, and then you go in this, this cafe, which is real small, so they only have a limited amount of people that can get in there, and you just pet cats. The cats just come around and you pet the cats and stuff. So I was kind of just looking for, I got one cat. I'm not trying to adopt anymore, but I figured if I bought a coffee or a tea or something, it'll help with it. Well, and then one of the ladies from the pool, her cat has diabetes. And so the cat food is very expensive. So what people do is whenever their doctor prescribes a very expensive cat food diet to them, he refers them to this place. And then they can go and people donate, and people can go who can't afford, if they got a cat and they can afford regular cat food, but they can't afford the cat food that they need to feed their cat with. If their cat has diabetes or any special problems, they can go to this place and pick it up for free, because when people buy stuff and, plus people can donate, so she went and picked up a bag of this very expensive cat food to feed to her cat, which has diabetes, which is going to help it out. So I stopped by, I looked inside, and I thought it was a neat little concept. And it was like a real long wait to get in there, so we didn't stay. But I'll check them out. When I get a chance to check them out, I'll give you guys a full report. Maybe I'll take some videos or something next time. I figured Jameson really appreciate that. I know he likes cats. But other than that, the wife is officially gone, and then the son has decided to stay, and his girlfriend that works out in Nashville, she's gonna see what she could do to transfer because she works for Kroger. She's going to see if she could transfer to work at the pharmacy at Kroger out here, and hopefully they could do that, and that'll work out, and that'll be that problem solved. The only problem I have lingering over myself now is that stupid Dodge Dart that's at the dealership. Yeah, so they just now getting around to where they're looking at that. So, we'll see what happens with that. I'm reading all. If you put in the search engine car shield and then you put scam, it's gonna shut your computer down. It's gonna shut it down. Your computer might turn off. Yeah, I'm waiting to see what's gonna happen with this. If it turns out that they're not gonna pay for it or they're not gonna cover it, well then I'm just gonna abandon that sucker. But I'm definitely put in a complaint and go to the Better Business Bureau and all that other stuff. All these car people trying to robocall you to death and saying, well, do you still have this car and do you still have that car? Well, I got good news. We can have an extended warranty for you. Just give us, even when I called Car Shield, I called them because they were, of all the different companies that were out there, they were name brand and they had Ice-T as on their commercial. I said, okay, Ice-T wouldn't leave me wrong. I've been listening to him since the fucking 80s, So, but Ice-T says Car Shield is the shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me use them. So, but it's going to turn out that when they checked out the transmission, it cost $198 to check out the transmission for them to tell me I need to do transmission. And if the Car Shield wasn't going to cover it, I would have owed the $198, and that's that. But see, Car Shield said no. We want that transmission taken apart to see why it failed. And so now that $198 for the diagnostic jumps up to $1,600. And so now if Car Shield says, no, we're not going to pay for it, now I'm stuck with $1,600 and no transmission, in which case I am paying for that. But then I feel like that's a cruel joke. I feel like if they were to do something like that, I thought, well, if you knew you were going to say no in the first place, why not just say no when the bill was at $198? Why say no, take the whole transmission apart and then charge the dealership? I mean, it's not the dealership's fault. I mean, they said that they have a guy who does that, a transmission guy. And when he came around and took my transmission apart, he wants to get paid for his labor, $1,600. And if Car Shield says no, well, then I'm stuck with paying that, which is going to be a pain in the ass. I wouldn't have too much of a vendetta to pick with them if they just left it at $198 and said no, because I would just cancel them and go on about my business, pay the $198, and I have a pile of shit sitting in my driveway till I got enough money to fucking get it fixed. But see now, if they say no, then they're leaving me with a $1,600 bill, and then leaving a mechanic unpaid, that did the work that he was asked to do, which I think is also bogus. So, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. If they do good by me, I'll let you know. But if they do bad by me, I'm gonna fuck them up every week.
Yeah. You're welcome to do so. And so I want to thank you for sharing that. If you have anything else to share at any time, just interject yourself. Believe me, I want you to do that, and I want you to be aggressive about it. Don't be passive. And I'm speaking to both Amanda, you, and Derek Talley here. In the meantime, assalamu alaikum. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. It's been years. When I started back into that pattern with Salon Shake, it was actually pretty difficult. I hadn't mouthed those words in years. I'm usually pretty good with my Arabic, but simple greetings have really just disintegrated. And even just the thought of what it was that I was supposed to say in response. Just so people understand, of course, when you're greeting a Muslim, especially a woman, which Salon Shake is not, of course, but just so people understand, no hugs, no shaking of hands. That is violating a woman's physical space in Islam. Salon Shake will tell us a bit more about that, and he'll tell us a bit more about proper greetings, and of course when what a person is saying when they say that is peace be upon you or peace be unto you, and it is or peace be with you would be a more westernized kind of transliteration, more of a translation than a transliteration, because it's more like a blessing actually. So it's more like peace be unto you or upon you, as opposed to peace be with you, which is just a more Western way of saying that. But when it comes to Salon Shake, of course, tell us a bit about yourself, introduce yourself, and tell us how we got into the interview yesterday, and exactly why these greetings are important and make all the difference.
Assalamu alaikum, and love to my brother Douglas. Love and greetings to brother Derek Talley, Jameson Reese, and Amanda Yu, and all the great brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. It's an honor and privilege and pleasure to be on this platform. I've been listening to brother Dietrich since 2015, when he started talking about the grooming gangs in England. And as time went on, I've just been faithfully listening to him, because I realized that he's speaking the truth that nobody else is. And in terms of the greeting, the aspect of Assalamu alaikum is, we realize that in this short life, we're walking each other home, and no tomorrow is promised to any of us. And this is the same greeting that Christ in the Bible also used to greet whoever he used to see, was peace be unto you or peace be upon you. And the aspect of respecting the divine feminine, most people don't realize that Islam is a matriarchal religion, and the women have more rights than men. And the unfortunate thing that we see in a lot of those countries is that they're following their tribes and customs and cultures before the existence of Islam. So they mix in Islam to confirm their own biases that they were already following. So what we do is, you respect the divine feminine, because everything in Islam is on Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which is in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. We believe that everything in this life is an illusion, and Allah is the only reality. So basically, an example could be that you have somebody that's holding puppets in both of his hands, and that's basically the divine creator. So myself, brother Douglas, Derek, J-Mo, we're all extensions of that creator trying to understand itself in this short life in these different physical avatars that we manifested as. So Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, you have Rahman, which is a feminine name, and you have Rahim, which is a masculine. And Allah has 99 names, and he says in the Holy Quran that besides Allah, you can call me Rahman, which is a feminine name. And basically, a man cannot be whole without a woman cannot be whole without a man. It's basically that aspect of becoming one with that androgynous God being within yourself, and mastering the masculine and feminine within you. So a true Muslim, one who really is following the true Islam, will respect a woman and not violate her in any way or lust for her, and respect each woman as basically his mother, his sister, because the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that heaven lies at the feet of your mother. And same he applied to his wife, Khadija, the first woman who basically chose to marry him. So in Islam, women also have the right to choose their husband and own property, as contrary to what many in the West have been taught. And also with me, I'm somebody that comes from a Sufi Muslim background. Sufism is basically the mystical side of Islam, which is actually the people of the bench that were taught by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, into the inner mysteries of Islam. And it's relevant to what Christ says in Mark 4:11, that there will be those of you that will be taught in the esoteric studies, and those that will not get it, which will be the majority, you will be taught in parables. So the same concept is in Islam, where you have Sufism, because it doesn't tell you in the Quran to be Sunni or Shia. Those are man-made divisions that came after the time of the Prophet, where, you know, we have that today too, where most people pervert scripture or teachings of any leader after they're passing for their own perversion or benefit. So we must be in mind to educate ourselves about these different things. And besides being a Sufi Muslim, I'm also a Freemason. And I speak for myself on this platform as a free man under free speech. I do not represent any Masonic organization or Grand Lodge while I'm speaking and representing myself as a Mason. And, you know, my point in making my YouTube channel and making my lectures about religion, about connecting and sharing the oneness of it all, is to teach that every single thing is teaching you the same thing. It's a good code of conduct. It's about life. It's about happiness. And it's about doing the right thing. And as a Freemason, I've made my own difference in the Masonic world for humanity. And I'm just trying to find my place in life. I'll be 29 next month. And I'm just trying to find my purpose in life. And I realize that you're always where you're meant to be, what you're meant to be doing, whatever difficulty that you go through in life. That's also by design. In terms of Brother Derek's situation, I would tell him that it's our difficulties and our struggles. It's who we are today. Every day is not going to be a good day in life. That's the inevitable fact, that some days it'll be good, some days it'll be bad, some days will be for you, some days will be against you. But that's the reality, that once we know who we are, what we stand for, then no force of doubt, suspicion, or anger, hate, forces of darkness, gang stalkers, those people cannot have any effect on you. It's like what Brother Daniel Arola does with his memes. Everything is psychological. You just kind of flip it and program yourself to be happy and know what this reality is. And to know that we're all one. That's what I'm teaching in my Masonic path and my Sufi path, where one of the names of Allah is Allahad, means all is one. So that doesn't matter if you're a man, a woman, animal, vampire, jinn, angel. Everything is one. We all come from that same source. But it's unfortunate humanity is still playing crayon games about race and religion, or whose religion is right, even though in my lectures and presentations and understanding, I came to the conclusion that it's all basically different paths to one mountaintop. So if I'm here in Philadelphia, there's 5 ways to get to New York City. And no matter which way I take, it's going to take me to the same destination. So it's about respecting one another, living in peace, and just being a good human being with this life that we have, and to just leave a better world behind. And that's the approach that I had when I approached Brother Dietrich about him doing an interview with me, because I know he has been targeted by the forces of darkness due to his background, origins, and just the fact that some people, they know who you are before even you know who you are. And those elements from your childhood up until adulthood program you in a certain way, or they try to derail you. And even these people know that light is destined to win over darkness. They're just kind of enjoying themselves before God wraps up the scroll. So that's what motivated me to get Brother Dietrich's message out there. And what I do is I make sure that I promoted him. And there's so many people, even people from my own circles, that reached out to me that had never heard of Douglas Dietrich. And I'm glad that, you know, God gave me the opportunity to promote him and just share his light with the world. Because if I'm helping him, I'm helping myself. If we're all an extension of the Creator, most people in America get lost in the aspect of individualism, or just me, and worry about yourself, or they just want to be happy with their alcohol, ball games, and their money, or trying to find ways to make money off of people. But that's not the only life. That's basically the lower nature. You gotta look above and beyond that, about what good did you do for yourself and others with the time that you were given in this life. God's not gonna ask me, Salman, how much money did you make, or how many degrees or women did you have? I never cared for any of that stuff. I never cared. I know I'm here to help humanity, help other species of this planet, because it's not always about the humans at the end of the day either. And that's my purpose. I'm just here to help and leave this world in a better condition than I found it in. in terms of reforming the Masonic Brotherhood, defending Islam, and defending humanity and all beings who have a right to exist on this world. And realize that there are some beings that have their own respective role. They have a role of destruction, while I have a role of creation and peace. But that's the universal law, that we're here to respect one another and work with each other when we have to. So I realized the fact that Smith cannot exist without Neo, and vice versa, and Joker and Batman cannot exist without each other, because then what would be their purpose? So in this balance of light and darkness, we must master that and balance that within ourselves as well. And I'm glad that myself and Brother Dietrich and all the members of his team, we all share that common goal together of love and respect and just doing the right thing.
Yes, that was beautiful. Really appreciate that so much, Salman. And I want to bring up something that this young lady, Shauna Bandow, says in the chat room, and she's in there as Conspiracy Kitty. And one of the things that she brought up was, she asks, wasn't Idris Shah a Sufi master? And she says that she had in possession his rare version of the Lesser Key of Solomon. It was, she lent it to her brother who lost it. It was over $1,000 online. She can't even find it now. Honestly, honey, maybe that's for the best. I noticed that people who are in pursuit of occult grimoires, usually they get nothing of it but grief. Rose Dio had a dedication to the occult, and obviously the occult hasn't produced much for many of its practitioners, and even Jameson Reese can tell you that. So it may be for the best that happened. You might consider that a blessing, but I'll let Salman kind of take it from there for a few moments before I address some of the other people in the chat room as well with some of what they're saying, and just answer their greetings, because that's important. But yes, Salman, your impression on that, perhaps? Idris Shah, was he indeed a Sufi?
Yes, he was. And the reason why the event of Miss Shauna Bradshaw losing that book was by design, because it says in the Holy Quran that Allah guides from light to darkness whom he wills. So not everything is for everybody. And that's basically because it's like what King Solomon said, that he who increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. And it's, what happens is, like, when you tap into those things, I've seen people who have dwelled deeper into, like, very deeply into Sufi teachings or memorized portions of the Quran, and some of them have went insane because of just how much power is behind those things. And you really got to be about it. So basically, you were protected, and when the time is right, my dear sister, everything will be revealed to you, because we're always where we're meant to be and what we're meant to be doing. And when something is taken from us, sometimes it's for our own good, but we might not realize it until down the road.
Right. Thank you. Very important. Sammy Romero says, "Hi, Doug. Sounding loud and clear." By the way, were you finished there, Salman, with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good. And so, just wanted to answer some of the other people in live streaming, because this is important. Amor Fadi says, "Such a beautiful message, my Muslim Sufi mystic brother. Wholeheartedly appreciate your message." And that is Amor Fadi. And with that, Spartan O Negative says, "Hello, brother," with the flame. So hello, Spartan O Negative. Deeply appreciative of your being here, as we are of Marcus Grix, who's in Australia, and says, "Hey guys, the Chappelle Show says cocaine is a hell of a drug," and he says, I am on an opiate cocktail for chronic pain. Can vouch it does not work long term." Now, so Salman, just any thoughts you have on people who are dependent on painkillers?
I would tell him is basically you have to program your mind. You have to program your mind, because I've been in situations where I worked night jobs and I had to program myself to stay awake in the day. I've been in situations where I had to, like back in like 2016, 2017, where my weight was like 300, and I set up a plan. I said, okay, and within a year, I'm going to fix my sleeping routine. I'm going to fix my finances. I'm going to lose this weight. So nothing happens overnight. But When you look yourself in the mirror, because you create your reality in many ways, and it says that God will not help you unless you help yourself. So basically, you have to help yourself. And when you look in the mirror, you realize, okay, I admit there's a problem I need to deal with. Then you tackle it step by step. Okay, day 1, day 2, day 3, and sooner or later you're gonna rewire your whole life around. And it's basically, you have to make the effort and try your best, and know that in this life there are people and beings that love you so much that will never let anything happen to you. In this human life, we kind of get superficial and we only perceive what we can see with our 3D eyes, which is our naked eye. But once you know what's around you and what's actually taking place, you would not take your life for granted. And you would tell the people that are in your life while they're still alive that you love them and that you appreciate them and that tomorrow is not promised to any of us. So for the sake of the people that love you, my brother, please try to improve your life and know that we're all here praying for you and rooting for you. That if anyone can get out of their difficulty because of how powerful the human being is, then you have the potential to do the same once you admit that there's a problem, and then you set up a plan to tackle it day by day with patience.
Thank you. And I did refer to Mr. Salon Shake as our Islamo chaplain because certainly he has that air about him and that ability to convey himself in that regard, bringing a sense of peace, as did our Christian brother, Mr. Keith Kaw, who I hope to have on again as soon as I can. His schedule is very different. And with Salon Shake, what I'll ask of him tonight is how long he can stay with us, because Peter Moon may not be able to come on for a while, but he definitely wanted to speak to you. I will certainly, he was able to review our entire interview, and most hopefully he caught all the nuances. And so, but he wanted to speak to you about more academic topics, of course, because many of the people that he deals with have a claim to Muslim faith. Some of these are fairly exotic, Moorish kinds of organizations, but he may be asking something from that direction, but that seemed to be the direction he was coming from. If you're, anytime you need to take a break is fine, but if you like, because he may not be coming on till 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or between 9 and 10, I would suspect, then, hopefully you'll be available at that time to come on for at least a few minutes. And tonight, the one other person in the chat room, I don't want to make it seem as if I'm ignoring her, and that is Christine Joanna Hart. And now I will ask Mr. Jameson Reese, so long as she behaves herself, she's fine to be in there. But it's a very, very strange approach. And so she's coming in and she says, "Stop speaking about my child on your show. It's disturbed. I'm watching you, Douglas." Now, obviously, your child was the last thing on my mind. This is very similar to somebody coming in and saying, "Don't think of pink elephants," or "Don't think of green monkeys," at which point this is all the recipient of that message can think of. When you tell people, say for instance, in sports, this is what's called jinxing in sports, where you say, "Don't miss the ball," don't, whatever you tell someone to do, it predisposes the mind towards a kind of programming towards failure in that direction. This is very bizarre.
Yeah, it's literally a non-issue until they bring it up. So they're trying to draw attention to it to
bring it up.
Attention.
This is obviously an attempt to bring it up.
So what I'll tell her is this: we don't care, Christine. Just whatever.
Yes.
If you say anything more to disrupt the chat, you're out of here.
She's free to say things so long as they're not disruptive, and that is, it's just, so shall we say, that particular statement, we'll just let that slide. It's
like saying a blue pebble floats in the sky.
yes, thank you. It is very bizarre, but I have nothing personally against Christine Joanna Hart to any large degree, but
all right. Well, look. If you People who you respect from your past, I'm going to be very respectful towards, because I understand that you have your reason to hold them in regard, and I respect that.
Thank you. Yeah, and deeply appreciate it. Of course, Christine's kind of like, how would we say it? Kind of like a unpredictable factor. So, just keep an eye on her, and bear in mind that, we are also watching you, Christine. So if something comes up where it just seems odd in some negative way, we'll just block you at that point. But for now, you're welcome to come on. And of course, she has her own show, which I forget what it is. But just one of the things to correct, when she was knocked off of her own show by Laura Lee Solomon, the person who was 100% on board with us at that time was not Mike Ringley, who just doesn't matter. Mike Ringley's a non-issue. Mike Ringley is basically a tool of Michael Aquino. He was simply controlled opposition, and that was something he admitted himself multiple times, certainly to myself, if to no one else. But when it comes to the person who was 100% on board with us, it was John Miranda. You see, what was going on in terms of Christine Joanna Hart the day she was knocked off of her own show was Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. And I was invited onto her program to talk about Pearl Harbor. She wanted to stop all of that and start talking about, quote unquote, the Fae or the Fae folk or fairy folk in England or wherever as a universal phenomenon, which I had spoken of to her before. But she was definitely on the line with Michael Aquino because we could hear his voice when she was asking him questions. And so he was basically telling her that to redirect the entire conversation. And so because her producer was my producer, it was Laura Lee Solomon, we knocked her off so we could talk about Pearl Harbor. That's what we were brought on to do. And John Miranda was very much behind that because he was a sailor in the U.S. Navy and worked with the U.S. Navy's morale department in terms of its sports teams, its Olympic level sports teams. So that, if anything, this is the irony of what she said, was she said, and she doesn't need to respond to this, and for God's sakes, I would hope you don't respond to this, Christine, but basically what she said at that time was that Dietrich wanted to knock me off so he could hate on Americans. And again, as I've exposed, this is the attitude that because I'm not white or black, which are considered American, they can consider black Americans because they don't know what else to consider them when they're not acculturated into some African matrix. But they can't consider Asians as anything but foreigners. So to her, as a Briton, I myself am not American. I don't register as American because I'm Asian. So, but she's not alone. This side of the Atlantic, all white Americans think that too. And the majority of black Americans think that. So it doesn't matter that I hold U.S. citizenship. I am never an American to these people. So that is something that she exposed, was that, but the irony, the tragic irony.
And that's something that we have to work to change, and that's something we have to address. And as a black American, I find it disgusting the way that Asian Americans are being looked down upon with what's going on.
I appreciate that. No, I deeply appreciate that. The thing to remember, of course, is that the true irony here, the true tragic irony, is that she considered what I was doing to be hating on Americans when John Miranda, who served as a sailor at the highest levels of maintaining morale for the U.S. Navy as an Olympic level swimmer on behalf of the U.S. Navy and representing it, felt that I was honoring the American servicemen who died at Pearl Harbor. In other words, the perception he had as an American serviceman was that I was honoring the Americans, that they would have been completely dishonored by our ignoring Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day, which I had been brought on to address so that she could address something completely different at the behest of the military's satanic chaplain. So that is very important to emphasize. And now that we've hopefully gotten that corrected, let's see a few other people in the chat room. Let's see now. And Almor Fadi has gone on to speak of various subjects. And Daniel Larola says hi, HIGH, and we certainly welcome him into the chat room. And then I think that's pretty much what's going on, other than Cesar Solozan said, not to be rude, how is this video about Confederate Memorial Day? Just curious. It doesn't have to be about Confederate Memorial Day. It just happens to be the weekend in which the video is being transmitted. So it's kind of like saying we could be transmitting a video on the day of Ramadan or Yom Kippur, and I could say Yom Kippur weekend transmission. Or I could say Christmas transmission. It doesn't mean we're talking about Christ or Christmas. What kind of stupid question is that? Of course, it's not rude. It's just fucking stupid. So it doesn't have to do with anything. I could spend all day talking about anything I want. But if it happens to be on a day which is dedicated to a particular memorial or remembrance, then I acknowledge at least that. Understand, by the way, that articulation is not advocacy. So if you were expecting something like, I don't know, neo-Confederate propaganda or something, whatever. At any rate, of course, Daniel Arola says, no religious higher than Rastafari. Yes, quite the pun there. And, all right, so all of that being said, we have the advantage of Salon Shake's presence with us. So I do want to take advantage of that while we have it and ask him to be patient. Hopefully he will be with us when Peter Moon returns. But the one thing that I'd like to bring up, Salman, is we are going to continue working together fairly aggressively. And I want you to know, of course, as well, you're probably already aware, Skype has its problems. And it's obviously been around for a long time. So many of its problems are problems that I've learned to deal with because it's been around so much longer. So I've learned to at least accommodate most of those problems. Remarkably, Jameson Reese has gotten almost intuitive feel for Skype. He was able to help me the other day to bring this wonderful woman on, Jen, and we would never have been able to have accomplished that without Jameson Reese. It just wouldn't have happened. So I'm going to reemphasize that so Crystal River understands that as well, which I'm sure she does. But the thing that I must emphasize here is that I will never work with Zoom again. It's not because of what happened before we got on. By the way, we got on for a few minutes late. It wasn't as bad as it was with Rex Bear in terms of what happened at that time. But this is what I need to tell you, Salman. First off, nothing political here. Like, people take a political stance that against Skype because it's Microsoft. So you have people who say, oh, we can't use Skype because it's Microsoft. I refuse to allow Microsoft control my information. Well, Zoom is produced by the Communist Chinese, and they do exploit all of that information. And it's not for that reason that I can't work with Zoom again. This is the fact, is that when I downloaded that Zoom shit into my system, it crashed my computer. After we got off the computer, and it was all Zoom. It was all the fucking Zoom. So I had to get my 3D graphics model over here and waste an enormous amount of time getting my computer up and operational. And he pointed out, it's the fucking Zoom. And he said, it's, the Communist Chinese know who I am. They think of me as Taiwanese, and they automatically got all the information while we were conducting the interview. It took them only that amount of time to simply download every virus imaginable. And I am now dealing with about 100 viruses still in this fucking computer. This computer, it's a miracle it's even functioning at all. Brendan Zogit is going to get back with me later, and we're going to kill the rest of what the 3D graphics modeler could not. That has been one of the worst experiences of my life. This cost me like at least 6 hours of work after we got off because of this fucking Zoom. So let this be a public statement. I am never using Zoom again. Zoom is, of course, unlike Skype, where Microsoft doesn't give a shit, the Communist Chinese do care. And they care in the most negative way. They know who I am, and they consider me a blood enemy of communism. And they knew automatically when we were on Zoom. And they simply gave all of the pulse signals through the Zoom and fucked my computer up. Even right now, I have multiple signs that are just swarming over my fucking screen because of this Zoom. So never, ever use Zoom. Anyone out there. And so I'm never working with you again unless we do Skype. So he's going to have to learn. Salon Shake, we're going to have to use Skype in the future. So I know.
Yeah, Zoom sucks. So Zoom sucks.
Yeah.
Because I actually I have to do, sometimes I could do therapy through Zoom, and every time, like the one time we did try to do that, it was like just really weird. The setup was just really odd.
Yeah, in other words, what Jameson Reese is talking about are televisual appointments that are set up with counselors or psychiatrists. I have one actually on Wednesday that'll be right before the program because we couldn't do it otherwise. It was a new counselor taking over from my old one, and we had to schedule just what was available, and it was on a transmission day. And so I'll have to discombobulate my schedule. The transmission will go on at the same time, but it's discombobulated in the sense that I have to prepare to speak to her prior to the transmission, and then from that point forward, we will presumably be scheduling at more convenient times. But yeah, just a lot going on. But Brendan, of course, is not available because of his stupid job. And until then, I'm dealing with all of these floating cookies and bubbles that are here specifically because of Zoom. And so, yeah, the Communist Chinese catalog everything that everyone says. They've got, then they use it against them, and they basically zap computers at will using the Zoom as soon as it's installed. And so I have to double uninstall this shit. It is in and of itself a virus. Zoom is a virus. So any of you who use Zoom, stop using it. And for God's sakes, whatever we do in the future, Salman, it's going to be with Skype. So that being said, is Salman still with us? Yes, you are here with us, right, sir?
Yes, brother, I'm here. I'm just waiting for the opportunity to respond.
Yes, please, by all means. Yes.
So from the beginning, to answer you, I'm available till 9:30, and I can stay a little bit extra in order to speak with Peter Moon about the Moors.
Yeah.
I did a lecture on the Moors about a year ago on the teachings of the Moors and how the Moors have impacted African American communities and their roles. Since I've dealt with a few of them myself, so I can enjoy talking to Peter Moon about that, if with any questions or curiosities he might have on that particular subject. As for the Zoom, it's unfortunate. I was not aware of your situation, and I apologize if anything caused any misfortune on your end. And I promise that any interviews we do in the future, I will make sure that we do it on Skype and not on Zoom. And
thank you.
I would advise that I think if you have Windows 10, if you go into Control Panel and add or remove programs, just make sure you go in there and remove Zoom. And then with the Windows Defender, which is built into the Windows, just run a virus scan and make sure that you don't have any viruses and the program is completely installed. So I was not aware of that, so my apologies. And I'm glad that we were still able to successfully get our interview out there. And in the future, we'll make sure that we do it on Skype. And I'm excited, my brother. I'm excited to speak to Peter and do things on Skype in the future. And I'm just happy. And yeah, it's funny, Brother Daniel Arola mentioned, the Rastas, because when I did a video on the Rastas, they have the concept of I and I, which is nothing is separate from the I. Basically, we're all an extension of God, is what Sufism teaches. So all of these different paths are teaching you the same thing. So the concept of what Brother Daniel said is great, and I like that.
Yes, very much so, and deeply appreciate it. And this is getting high in a more non-destructive sense, and this is a kind of consciousness expansion in which the drugs are not controlling you. They are simply an element of your letting go, really. That's where the drugs serve a kind of purpose, in that they help someone to let go. But in terms of many other people,
it's actually quite interesting that you bring up the I, because in science, we're now beginning to uncover the idea that the simulation that they're running with this idea of a simulation, which I find intriguing. And the simulation that we might be in is actually aware of itself and it's learning through us. And this is what we're learning through mathematics. So math and science is actually backing up the fact that there is a universal God that experiences itself through all of us.
Thank you. Yeah, and so that being said, by the way, Amanda, you had some home responsibilities she had to take care of being a mother. One thing that obviously what she said, we can derive from what she said that her peacocks are being slaughtered. And of course, her peacocks are taken as an attack against myself or what I represent in terms of the peacock angel. Maluk Tausch. And so when it comes to what's going on with her, her dealing with myself brings its repercussions into her life. Of course, as an adult, she expected this, but it's at the point where she has had to adjust by, as she said, moving her peacocks. So it's a sad thing to report. I also want everyone to maintain Pac-1 Morales in their thoughts and prayers. I'd like Salman's opinion on what he heard from Pac-1 Morales in the past, if he's heard Pac-1 talk. But first, I do want people to know what Pac-1 has permitted myself to tell you. Now, Pac-1 is currently married to a nurse named Elizabeth, who's wonderful, just a wonderful human being. His ex, on the other hand, the mother of his children, is a completely different story. He is presently himself out and about with his truck selling food today, but he will be hopefully able to speak to us on Wednesday. But the mother of his children, his ex, has been stalking his job sites, and she's called the state health departments, the state departments, the health departments reported his Facebook page for scams and fraud, and so his Facebook page has been temporarily deactivated, and so he's just waiting now on Facebook to read his response to reactivate his page. Now, like Jameson Reese, he's still able to use the messenger system, which I find interesting, because Jameson Reese can attest to the fact that he too was able to convey messages via the private message system when he was essentially banned from Facebook, as was the case with sometimes with
yes, and usually when I get a little bit usually when I don't articulate myself as well, and this is where I will give a shout out to Selena Khan, and I will actually thank her for suggesting that I don't drop the F-bomb, because when I articulate myself in a more composed manner, it seems that I exude a lot more power than I do when I start to get ghetto.
Yes, yes, very much so. That's very important. God bless you for understanding that. And I have, I'll allude a bit to Selena, who's been wonderful. Who's been, I love her. I love her. I'll allude a bit more to her skepticism of something later on in narrative tonight. It basically, let's have Salman talk a little bit first about the Pac-1 Morales. I want to ask if he's heard anything Pac-1 had to say about his many supernatural experiences, and what exactly you have to say to someone like that. What suggestions can you provide them when someone, or Amanda, you've probably heard her speak as well. These are two people who Pac-1 things seem to have stabilized with regards to his supernal experiences. He seems to have at least shifted out of that space. But with Amanda, obviously, it seems that space is opened, particularly when she deals with myself. So what do you have to suggest to both of them? What was it you understood about their stories, if indeed you heard any part of their stories? But what impression did that give you about their resonance with the universe around them?
Well, to start with Amanda Ute, I would tell her that just to keep the faith and to know that everything that you went through in your life as your time as a teacher, all the spiritual warfare up until this point, you're still standing. And the aspect of your peacocks, there is a Sufi master, Baba Muhayyuddin, who said that the aspect of the man god is the one who also taps into the nature of the peacock angel. So most people get confused about Iblis or the peacock angel or Lucifer or who's Allah and who's God, who's the devil. If everything is one, you are experiencing those realities together. And that's what I tell people. And I tell Amanda Ute and Brother Pac-Man Morales is that there's another Sufi master who says the harder, the better. So in your life, the harder you get challenged or the harder your life is, that means the more stronger you will be, because who knows what the divine is preparing you for a future. So if you're not going through these things, happily accept it. It's like when I'm sitting in a car and let's say I drive down the road and my tire goes flat. I say, Alhamdulillah, all praise is due to Allah, because who knows, with me, my tire going flat, it must have saved me from the next road, which I would have been wrecked by a tractor trailer, and I might not have been speaking here. So everything does happen for a reason, and we have to take the approach of happiness. Even myself, every time I dealt with any kind of spiritual warfare from a child up until now, or gang stalkers, I just laugh at them because I know they're cowards. And I was laughing earlier because I saw the downvote on my video that I did with Douglas.
Yes, the single downvote. Yes.
And I know that was Richard K. Cole Jr., who was probably taking a break from inseminating his chickens.
Yes.
And and you know what we realize is that these people are just cowards. I laugh at them. Even when I'm walking outside and I see somebody acting weird, I just laugh because I know I'm not going to leave this life unless I fulfill the purpose that Allah sent me here to do, no matter who or what stands against me. And not a second more or second less. That's how your time is determined in this lifetime. So I would tell Brother Pac-Man Morales that I know in Sufism we're taught to do prayers of protection to protect yourself from any beings who were probably sent to your life as lovers, friends, or wives, or basically the mother of your children. Whatever it is that, let's say if you're of the Christian faith, do the Lord's Prayer 100 times a day with the intention of protection, and that you will, because words are spells, and you will create that shield around you. Or you could do, depending on what aspect of Christianity you follow. So in Islam, when we're taught to seek protection, we say that, okay, say A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, which is I seek refuge from the accursed shaitan. And we're supposed to say that at least a few hundred times a day. I mean, most people interpret that the way they do, but it's basically you're creating a force field around you. Or Bismillah Rahmanir Rahim. You could say the Lord's Prayer if you're of a Christian background. Or if you're a Buddhist, you could say Om Mani Padme Hum 1,000 times a day. If you're a Hindu, you have your own mantra. So do what's better for you, because God understands your intention no matter what language or prayer you use. So make your intention before you go to sleep and after you wake up of God protecting you, your wife, who's been sent to make you whole also and heal you in many ways. And before you go to sleep, and trust me, I've been through a lot in my life too, which I have not shared. And there's no power in this world that can touch you or destroy you. With Amanda and Pac-Man, know that whatever that you're going through, you are being prepared for a grander purpose that is probably not in your comprehension at the moment. But, it's all working out accordingly. And I would just tell you to have faith and know that people that love you and care for you are always with you. And look, you're all still here today, right? So that's the faith that we must keep, that we are immortal beings and we will always exist in some way. It's like what Rumi said. First I was a plant, then I was a mineral, then I went to a plant, then I went to animal, then I went to man, then I came back as an angel, and then I went back to God, because Allah or God is the only reality. And, in the aspect of Hinduism, they have the same thing, that the Brahma, the formless, genderless being, is the only reality. So why worry if you're all an extension of that reality here, experiencing this reality together, knowing whatever's meant for you in terms of success, children, failures, heartbreaks, it's all been determined. It's a mix of fate and free will. So just know that you will be okay, and just keep forward, keep smiling, And, people like Richard K. Cole and the rest of these cowards just laugh at them and do the Daniel Arola meme approach. That's the best way to handle it.
Yes, thank you. Very, very beautiful. And I understand that it's not easy for people like Amanda to laugh because, of course, she has children in her care, and the presence of the threat is always there. When someone's able to basically enter your property like that in a manner where even your own dog who protects you seems unaware of them, this is very frightening. And so it can be difficult for people to maintain their faith. Obviously she has, because she maintains herself, and obviously she has because she still resides in that home, whether that's defiance or whether that's something else only she can explain. But it's definitely, what you're saying is very, very important. And I do want to emphasize that, of course,
Douglas, I also wanted to say that the peacock is also sacred to Tawish Malek.
Yeah.
So you also have to. We also can take from while Salon Shake adds from the right-hand path, well, not right-hand path, but I would say from the more divine aspect, I come from the more infernal aspect. So I would say that it's also possible you can ask from Malek Tawish to protect the peacocks by making an offering unto him, or perhaps burning incense in his name.
And that's a thought for Amanda to dwell on. And these decisions have to be made by each individual in these circumstances. I know, of course, that when Salman Sheikh speaks of Islam, of course, there's always very much an aversion, as with Christians, to something that might be perceived as idolatry. Of course, Mr. Salman Sheikh understands that I come from an Asian background where ancestor worship is very important, and I perceive that as different from idolatry as perceived by many Muslims. Again, there are so many cultural nuances to the adult world, certainly, as what I brought up about, say, for instance, not hugging or shaking hands in the Islamic world. Certainly, I've seen Muslims in India, and they're just slapping each other in terms of, handshakes and hugs. I'm sure all of that has changed now with the COVID-19, which is just, India's going through a catastrophic surge right now. The crematoria are full. They're overwhelmed, actually, because the COVID is swallowing people whole in India. This is not to be lurid. This is a direct result of their leader, Narendra Modi, who chose to ignore the COVID-19 just as Trump did. And the people are paying the price. But they voted him in. This is like, well, that's the price you pay when you vote in an individual like that, to whom decides they're not going to, quote unquote, believe in the germ theory. In other words, what you can't see can't hurt you. This is obviously preposterous, and the same holds when it comes to the supernatural. And that was something that I had always had a point to make about with Keith Call. He and I would together simply wonder at the need that people had for the thrill of some kind of paranormal experience. And there is nothing more destructive or self-abusive than that. I'd like to know, Salman, obviously you've had your own experiences that you don't need to share, but in terms of people that you know of or cases you know of, oh my God, you must have a few stories about people who just were essentially looking for the thrill of a paranormal experience. And this is not something that anybody should be seeking. And I because my life has been such, I can't understand why anyone would seek it, but then I know it all too well. Keith Call had a natural respect for it because of his sense of discernment. In your case, perhaps it's a combination of both. What are you willing to share in that regard with what you know of such experiences, either yourself or people might have had?
Well, the best way to answer that, my brother, is to realize and always be mindful that not everything is for everybody. And when we get into the Sufi aspect, you're basically instructed by a sheikh, who's basically your mentor throughout the process. And there will be times where when you're ready for certain things, they'll know, like it's kind of a spiritual knowing, and they will approach you on their own. But if they know that you have your own work to do, they're not going to bother you unless you come to that understanding. So those that have tapped into that supernatural, or maybe saw something when they were not supposed to see it, basically there's a price to pay for everything in this life, and you have to be careful. It's like some of the Sufis that I know, some of them have went to the brink of insanity. Yes. In terms of getting in deeper into the Quran and deeper into the names of Allah, or following and exemplifying the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And then they realize that some they get very disappointed about this life. If we're all part of that same source, then what is good, what is evil, who is Allah, who is the devil, what is any of this for? That a lot of them get disheartened when they approach that reality. But then they also have to realize is that we're basically existing on all of these planes of existence in different forms. So here we're dealing with the first realm, which is the elements like earth, air, water, like those kind of things. And then you go to the second realm, which is heaven and hell, angels, jinns. And then you realize in the Sufi path, they know that what's taking place here, my brother, if there's a spiritual war taking place here, it's also taking place in the upper realms as well. And we're basically all a reflection of each other, balancing each other out, as we see on the Kabbalistic tree of that one aspect of good and one aspect of evil. And why does God or Allah allow bad things to happen to good people? That's because it is that inevitable balance. I was speaking with one of my friends earlier. He's in Thailand. He moved to Thailand from the U.S. like a few years ago. And he was disappointed. He said, I asked the beings that I was dealing with that I'm tired of this life and I wanted to die in a car wreck. And when I had a near-death experience, they told me that it was not my time to go yet, and they sent me back to my body. So you're here as long as you're needed, not a second more, not a second less. And he's somebody that's also of the path of destruction, or the left-hand path, you could say, the infernal path. And I'm from the path of the right hand. But we know that in the end, we're all brothers, and we cannot exist without one another. We have our purpose, basically, to balance, be the balance, because if there's too much order, then the world falls apart. If there's too much chaos, the world falls apart. You need that perfect balance. That's just the way that God has set things up. And it's unfortunate that sometimes we go through the things that we go through, but not knowing that each of you have a purpose in this life. I tell people who are on this journey that they get disappointed and ask me, why am I here? And what's my purpose? Why am I suffering day to day in this human existence? And I tell them that your purpose is what you're doing and wherever you're meant to be, because just like how the years change, seasons change, friends come and go, people come and go, this world is a guest house. And that's your reality as well, that one day you'll be here at this job, then a few years go by, then your presence will take you somewhere else. And it was all by design, because at those places, maybe you were able to run into certain places or certain things, or maybe you had something to say that somebody needed to hear. So you all have a knowing purpose. Some people's purpose is just to exist, whether you're of the light or the dark. Maybe your energy is keeping something going. And I remember I had one guy here in the Philadelphia area back in 2015, I believe. And he had approached me. He said, I've been watching you for a while. And he said, you're the light that's keeping this world together. And I didn't understand what he was telling me. That was like, way before I joined anything or did anything. And he said, yeah, there's a group of us that's been watching you, and we're protecting you, and we're looking out for you. And every time when I was working my night job, he would pop up at the train station here and there. He said, hey, buddy, how you doing? Everything okay? And then he would, I saw him one time when I was coming home from my night job, which was back in that time area too, from the train station. So it just goes to show you that when you are tapping into the supernatural, those that are not meant for it, they're not meant for it. It like it says in the religious scriptures, such as Mark 4:11, or the Sufis and your exoteric Muslim or the esoteric. Same thing in Judaism, where Moses was initiate of the mystery schools. There were the few of those that got it, while the others approached it in an exoteric way. So be happy with whatever understanding you have of your path, because your understanding is going to be according to what God wants for you. Sometimes that's not up to you. There are those that we see, my brother Douglas, that we try to educate them so much about the racism against Asian Americans and Muslim Americans, and you could present them all the evidence in the world. Some people are destined to be blind and in darkness. You just can't help them. Yeah. So what happens is that whatever role that God has assigned for you and whatever capacity of learning you are at now, don't go below that and don't go beyond that. Be grateful that you have a life and you're able to perceive things for the understanding that you have. And whatever your purpose is here, whatever you're manifested here in these avatars as, that's what will be determined to you and revealed to you. You don't have to worry about pursuing anything less or anything more. It's all in divine timing, and we're all being divinely guided. Where somehow, some way, if you're meant to be a part of a certain path, or meant to cross a certain person or come across anything, it will happen for you. But if you pursue any uncharted territory and it's not meant for you, then the door will be closed on you, and you get put back in your place.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And that's very important to realize. We all need that sense of humility so that we are not disappointed by the spaces that we may want to enter, but simply those spaces are not ready for us, and we may not be ready to enter those spaces anyway. In terms of the public commons, you were, of course, by the way, I want people to understand, when it comes to the night job, I want to hear more about that. Being a person who's worked night in all of my careers, throughout the night, I get the impression from what little you said about it that your night job involved the railroad system or trains. I would like to hear a bit more about that, and it reminds me, in a very positive sense, that you had kind of a guardian, a man who was representing people who were watching over you, which of course gave you the direction that it was time for you to join something. I presume that this is one of the factors that led to your participation in Freemasonry, and you might want to, shall we say, qualify that a bit so that people don't fear you as some kind of arch conspirator. And you might also want to talk a bit about the tragedy of the public commons as well, because something that very much stood out to me during our interview that we conducted yesterday was how you almost cried when you see how people treat public commons, the parks, you see the trash, the nobody maintains what is considered to be the common public property. So that seems like a lesser thing to concentrate on. Bring that up if it comes back to mind. But speak a little bit about maybe if this kind of message you received from someone who it sounds like you never really found out their identity, but a positive message, kind of the opposite of gang stalking, which we almost never hear of, but people being told that they're protected, kind of watched over. Imagine having that experience. Most of us could never imagine that. And then, so was that what inspired your decision towards Freemasonry or brotherhood in that sense, and also, anything else that you feel would be involved or relevant? Go on.
Yes, my brother. So at that time, that's when basically my eyes were opening up to a lot of the things that were taking place around me, which I had not really perceived. And then I realized that some of the events that took place in my life, it was all leading me to this point. And that's what motivated me to join the brotherhood and to defend basically my faith, and to even teach the Masons as well, whom I have a great love and respect for because they're my brotherhood. And I realized that it's somebody has to be there to take that mantle to even teach them where they're not getting the proper guidance and education.
Thank you.
So that's where my path took me in terms of educating even them, my own brotherhood, and also knowing the fact that no matter who or what stands against me, they always got, dealt with, because I have higher powers in this realm and beyond that are watching out for me and protecting me, my spiritual guardians, I guess, in the physical and beyond. And for the public comments, working a night job, because, if you're a Pakistani in America, they only allow you to work at 7-Eleven or a cell phone store.
I'm sorry, that's awful. Yes.
Or if you're an Uber driver or working at an other immigrant-owned business, because they're the only ones that are going to hire you. So the discrimination against Asian Americans happens on the Pakistani level as well, where even if you're qualified, you have degrees, like you apply for these jobs and they just don't get back to you because we only are stuck in these 4 circles. And that's why a lot of the immigrants or Asians open their own businesses, because nobody hires them. So I was hired by an Indian American who owned a 7-Eleven to work at this place in Philadelphia. And I was there working the night job. And I realized it would make me laugh, but it make me sad at the same time, where I realized for, America and Americans, and I'm not generalizing, and I would say that, I realized their God was just alcohol, sex, money, ball games, and just that aspect of individualism and just worry about me, me, and me. Because I would see that behavior demonstrated when they would come in drunk at nighttime and get hot dogs, and they would be stumbling around trying to find their place, and go outside and there will be trash all over the place. And I'm thinking, who are these people? Like, what is their purpose? And is this the reason why, the other beings that don't want to interact with humanity, is it because of these people that can't even seem to respect their own self and respect each other? And I've seen a lot of, darkness in humanity working, especially the, night shifts. And, there were always people who would come and try to, mess with me in different ways. But, I'm a fighter, too, when it comes down to that. So I always dealt with the people who came with that mindset in my own way. So that was that. But
even by the
when
way, this is terrifying. So people understand this. I don't know how many of you have been in a position that Salman is describing. I could not imagine. Now, I've worked in security, but bear in mind, I worked armed. And so this man is, unless somebody has a shotgun behind the counter, which is usually not the case, if the store is owned by someone else, you have no power over what you have available to resort to. You have whatever is there, and whether or not it's something you might carry to work yourself, a firearm or a machete, which you deal with the problems of that after you survive whatever incident might force you to use it. The one thing I never understood is how, obviously, the people who own these stores are cheap as fuck. They're saving as much money as possible. This is why they hire immigrants. But what I never understood, I could not imagine, was being in a store like that overnight without weapons and alone, and the kind of people who come in. I don't think he's doing this any justice. He says, "Oh yeah, sometimes they try to mess with me or something like that." I mean, this is like, there must have been incidents where you were frightened for your life when this is, aside from the spiritual consolation in terms of everything that you bring up, with all due respect to the yes, we're immortal souls, all the rest of that, all of that aside, there are people who walk into these facilities who are cracked out of their minds, and especially when a group of them walk in and you're trying to add up what they need to pay, and some of these people may not even have any money. You must have been confronted with situations where people come in and ask you for money, sometimes just begging, sometimes, of course, with the force or threat of violence behind it. The cameras are fucking meaningless. They're just to film how you died. And so, what is, so were there any weapons available? Were you alone? In which case, I'm like, I have no idea what to say to that. That is something, I would not take a job like that. I wouldn't do that throughout a night.
Yes.
And you said there were trains nearby, which means that, by the way, so people understand the dynamics of this, because Brendan Zoget works in a facility where there's rails nearby, and this means hobos. This means people who are hopping off the trains. Various homeless people are going to be coming by and sleeping and pissing and shitting around the store. Did it have a restroom? In which case, that's a nightmare. Can you imagine late at night using the keys to open up a restroom? The horrors you're going to find to clean up, or this is Stephen King country right here. So imagine our man Salmon Shake as like this character in a Stephen King short story or novel, and you're pretty much going to begin to comprehend what he's talking about. The problem is his manner of speaking doesn't do it justice. So yes, take it from there, Salmon. I don't know if I've provided any context, but it's yours.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, my brother. The beautiful thing about the bathroom is that we didn't allow anybody to use the bathroom except our police friends that were there, or other people that we know were of a clean background, such as people for our friends and stuff. We wouldn't allow anybody to use the bathroom, especially the drunk people or couples or women that would come. We wouldn't allow anybody to use the bathroom. As for the protection, I was always protected in that store. I'm not there anymore. I'm working a different job now, thank God, which is better paying job. So there was one time, Brother Douglas, where an Asian woman came in that store, and she was covered in tattoos, like from head to toe. And she stayed outside of that store, like basically till it was time for me to get off. And she came in one day, and she was very nice to me. And she said, "Hey, you're my brother, and I'm here for you." And I was surprised. I was very honored. Then there was one time where this one gentleman came in, and his eyes were non-human eyes when I looked at him. He came to get a can of soda. And when he came to the counter, he looked at me, and I saw him for who he was. And his eyes were non-human, and he told me that you're a good soul and you're a selfless individual. And he was just telling me all of these great things. And I realized even for that summertime that I worked at that store, even the beings that, let's say, had a malevolent intention, I had some kind of a force out there that kept me safe for my night job for the days that I was supposed to work until my time to leave from there came to fruition. So I never felt any kind of danger while I was there, even though it was a area that was not safe in the nighttime. I just had that, I guess, good feeling around me in a way, and to know that my angels were always with me, whether in the physical self or the non-physical self. And with that Asian woman who I only saw once in my life and I never saw her again. Wow. Same thing with that tall individual with the non-human eyes. So, and me coming home from those workplaces like 5, 6 in the morning, trying to come back home. And then I run into that other guy who said, everything is going to be okay. You just, keep doing what you're doing. So I'm very grateful, Brother Douglas. I thank God every day for just the love and respect that has been shown to me by all of these beings. Yes, my life is not perfect, but I do experience responsibilities and difficulties just like anybody else. But I do have that comfort in my life that any, let's say, being or any dark forces that try to came after me, they got wrecked in the most worst way possible.
Yes. Wonderful. And very gratifying to hear that. And in that sense, of course, we know the ultimate fate of Richard K. Cole Jr., even Lena Shea, who, of course, as we understand, has been manipulated by these forces, in a very real sense, was bred by them, born to be exploited by them, deployed by them, and was. Even she said Richard K. Cole will be dead or in prison at some point. So we can only hope for that result because, of course, this is a situation that cannot stand. And it is a situation that, unfortunately, those around me, the overwhelming majority of them, do not take him seriously. I understand what you say when you say you find the kind of amusement that you see from people gaslighting you or behaving strangely when you walk out the door, which would be essentially imply a form of targeting, a form of gang stalking you're experiencing yourself when you walk out that door and you see people behaving strangely. That's usually referred to as gaslighting. Of course, this could be coincidence or just people who, but you wouldn't be bringing it up unless there was a malevolent intent behind it. So what you're expressing is you're laughing that off because of your confidence in your protection, in your shielding, in the faith, the armor of your faith, and
Yes.
that is something that needs to be emphasized. At the same time, taking these threats seriously in the world that we're in is important as well. I must confess, to kind of put this into some perspective for people, when what deeply impresses me about people like Salon Shake and Keith Call, who I feel are basically like very much like brothers of faiths that ultimately intertwine, Christianity and Islam. What impresses me so much about them, aside from the fact that they seem impervious to the need for gratification that so many of us have, that I've always been very open about. And when it comes to their shall we say, being above that, being at a higher level of chakra functioning, a higher level of consciousness, in a very real sense, they also have a deep and abiding faith that the narrative of the story is one that is preordained, and therefore their confidence is based on that. Now, I confess, of course, I am of much more cynical stuff, and my hope is for that. And they both understand, by the way, that as Salon Shake has put it, the way a Christian would phrase what Salon Shake said would be, God helps those who help themselves. But by the way, that we need to be very careful about how we say that, because somebody could say that while shoplifting. God helps those who help themselves. I mean, the way people apply these words of wisdom can be just mind-bendingly exploitive. But a person could say that even while helping themselves to children in a classroom, if they're at a daycare center or something. I mean, this is something that, remember that one of the primary assailants at the child daycare center, whom I brought to justice, was a ordained Baptist minister, and Gary Willard Hambright. So we have people like that. Then we have people like Keith Call and Salon Shake. I, of course, feel that the fate of humanity is very much on the precipice, and we must do our best to actively prevent the annihilation of the human race, the annihilation of our species and many other species. And when I say our species, I consider myself subspeciated to the human race and very dependent on it. If for nothing else than as a source of sustainable nutrition that helps maintain myself in a better frame than I was before, in the years in which I took very little blood from anyone when caring for my parents, and there simply was no time or opportunity. But when it comes to the world that we're in now, and Salman's willingness to accept other species, Keith Call's willingness to accept myself for what I am as well, both of these men, they represent to me hope, the ultimate embodiment and incarnation of hope. And for that reason, I will do my best to, of course, respect that and try to extend that to other people, because that's the only way we are truly going to survive. The human species is going to survive. So please take it from there, Sam.
Yes, my brother, that's correct. And I made a video pertaining to this, I believe it was a month or two ago, where I titled the video, Why 85% of Humanity Will Perish When the Time Comes.
Yes.
And as cynical as that sounds, that is the inevitable truth, that the cleansing will come, because sometimes when a world or humanity is corrupted beyond repair, the inevitable cleansing to maintain order and balance has to occur. And we see right now where brother is against brother, son is against father, father is against son. There's so much hurt and chaos and so much pain that I feel when I go out there, because my spirit feels and picks up on all of that, the different vibrations of the land and just what's going on. And I realized that the 15% that do survive, my brother, are going to be the ones of a pure heart, mind, body, and soul that not just accept humanity, because humans can't even get their own house in order with race and religion. So the 15% of the pure heart, mind, body, and soul that are going to rebuild this world in a better, more organized way, where beings such as yourself, other beings who cloak themselves because of the fear of what humanity will do to them, everything will be restored to its natural order when the time is right. Maybe I will witness that in my lifetime, maybe I will not, but I accept whatever role I have to fulfill in any of this process from the time that I was born to the time that I will leave this earth, to make sure that all beings have a right to exist on this earth. Because if Allah is one, what my faith teaches me, then nothing is separate from that. And we have the agents of chaos who are quote unquote leaders in these different organizations, leaders, churches, races, religions, you name it. Anything, I tell people that anything that causes division is ungodly. Be mindful of anybody that tells you to look down upon anyone in any way, shape, or form. It's like that guy that Peter Moon mentioned the other day about the guy talking about Jesus being the pickle that other people don't have.
Yes.
And I would tell that, the reason is that you got to look at it this way. Every faith is teaching you the same thing. Islam has Jesus too. You can't be a Muslim unless you believe in Jesus and his second coming and all that good stuff. So you got to look at the story of, I believe it was Krishna. Krishna had sent one of his devotees to the village, and Krishna said, kill every single one of them. And I believe the devotee said that, how can I do that? Some of them are my family, some of them are my friends. And there was an order from it's in the Hindu mythology or the Mahabharata or one of those stories where it says that humanity, once it gets corrupted beyond repair, the inevitable cleansing does come, and those of a pure heart, mind, body, and soul with what's left, they recreate civilization where all beings have a right to existence. I mean, how can some people sleep at night knowing that their tax dollars are causing chaos and harm and causing famine and destruction in other countries? They're okay that they're sleeping happily in their homes and their children are fed, but what in what conscience are they participating that their money or their looking the other way is helping the situation? No, there's a unilateral karma. Nobody gets away with anything. There's always a price to pay. And I tell people, you spent all those years ignoring atrocities in other nations that were supported by your, compliance or your silence.
Yes.
Because you didn't speak up, or you didn't all gather together in a peaceful and lawful manner and write to your representatives to stop certain actions. And now you're all fearing for your life. It all comes back. What you put out, that's what you get. It's the law of the universe, and it's the law of the earth. So now, when I go to countries like Pakistan and I visit these different shrines and encounter beings that are human and non-human, there's a reason why they respect me, because I respect them and their right to exist. So in order to have respect, you have to earn it, and you have to act in a manner where that's the energy that you receive. It doesn't matter who I am. I never went around and told people who I was, what my background is, whether it's a young person, I sat down and learned from them, whether it was an older person, I sat down and learned from them. Don't discount anybody in your life, whether they're old, young, human, non-human, male, female. We're all walking each other home and owe this love and light to one another in the short time that we have together. And I've had experiences in this country, in Pakistan, and wherever my life and journey has taken me, where both human and non-human have made aware that whatever the order of the universe is, that gets maintained on the earth as well. And we must respect each other. I mean, it's 2021 and we're still having issues about discrimination and about jobs and about races, or how if you're of a certain background, you can't walk into a certain neighborhood. How is a species like this meant to survive for the next 1,000 years on this earth if some kind of a inevitable order out of chaos does not occur? Because sometimes you have to fall down in order to get back up. I've been in those situations, and you get back up stronger. So there is a inevitable reality that is coming for the human race that they need to accept, that you need to start getting yourself right. Start cleaning your hearts, because that's where God is. In Sufism, we're taught that Allah is in your heart. You don't need to look anywhere else to find God. God is within you. Kingdom of heaven is within, that even the book of Luke tells you. So first, clear yourself. Make sure you're living a good, clean life in whatever capacity that you're able to. Be good to the people around you. Don't have any negative intention or malevolent intentions, like how we have in America, where everyone's just trying to make money off of you or use you in some way. And then when they don't have any benefit from you, they don't give any regard to you as a human being. So it shouldn't be like that. We should love and respect each other. And that's when that true peace and balance will be restored to all realms of the earth.
Thank you so much. And I believe we should be able to bring Peter Moon with us on now, and or on with us now, to use the correct English. And sometimes I use the Chinese syntax. And I definitely want to thank him for coming on with us. Now, I will introduce both of you gentlemen formally, because neither one of you has met each other before. And we want to thank Jameson Reese for bringing Peter Moon on, because it's easier for Jameson to do so than I myself, with the structure of Skype being what it is. So, of course, Peter Moon has heard the interview that Salon Shake conducted with myself. And what I've been doing is kind of a return interview with Salon Shake, but it's not so much an interview. It's just kind of introducing his functions as our resident Islamo chaplain. And of course, I also refer to him as a Sufi Mason, the woolen Mason, which of course references the fez, which was the woolen cap that our man Salman was referencing when I was on the interview with him. First, since Peter Moon essentially knows who you are and you essentially know who he is, the best way to introduce this is to bring up to Peter that he's encouraged, of course, to ask the questions that he has and kind of bring forth and broach some topics that are probably going to be quite nuanced and historical in nature. But I do want to emphasize this fact. Salon Shake helped, he helped to pull us out of where Richard K. Cole had us. This was nothing minor. And Peter Moon, of course, had wrote to myself along with Aaron. What Richard K. Cole Jr. had done was he had reported Aaron Tice's 5-star review and got it removed from Amazon, at which point he entered a 1-star review, which caused the aggregate machines of Amazon to take our book off the market. And Peter Moon seemed unaware of this, that no one could buy the book. I tried to buy the book. Everyone tried to buy the book, and Amazon would not allow purchases, all based on Richard K. Cole Jr. So Richard K. Cole Jr. has the power to move mountains because he has, as a chaos champion, he has all the cult behind him. He has bottomless resources. So he's not a petty problem to be dismissed. So we will have to discuss this privately, Peter Moon and I, because he is now Peter Moon's problem. And the issue at hand is also that as for the book, the only reason it was able to get back on the market was because Salon Shake reported Richard K. Cole's comment, as had Peter Moon. Peter Moon reported his comment. We must report to Aaron Tice to do the same. Everyone must report Richard K. Cole Jr.'s 1-star review and complain about it, because it's simply terrorism. Every one of you listening right now needs to do that right now. Go to Amazon.com, look up the Roswell Deception, and then report Richard K. Cole's one-star report as terrorism. And we need to mobilize everyone you know to do the same so that they ultimately remove his one-star review. There is no reason behind his one-star review other than his serving the cult of the Kings of Edom and the Herodian insurgency. So if you're on the side of light, if you're on the side of life itself, then this is action you can take to help the cause of life and ultimately human survival, as to combat the nihilist cult insurgency by reporting the one-star review of Richard K. Cole Jr. He inevitably will come back in different guises and insert another one-star review, report each one of them. Everyone that you see will be obvious for what it is. Report them when you see them, and with enough reports, they will be taken down. Then insert your own 5-star review. And but what made the book go back on the market, what made it immediately purchasable again, was that Salon Shake inserted his own 5-star review, and that combined with Aaron Tice getting his comment back up again, enabled the book to be sold again. So if these men had not done what they had done, the book simply would not be available for purchase. So this is the power the enemy has. And Solomon says, of course, to be wary of people who divide. This is not a division that is made by myself. This is a division made by the enemy themselves. The enemy themselves severs themselves from not just humanity, but all life on earth. Vampire, ghoul, jinn, or any other form of sentience or sapience. They sever themselves from it as agents of entropy, agents and champions of chaos. The divine creation of that we live in and try to honor, all of this is anathema to them, and they seek its ultimate destruction. So, and I want to thank my lovely mistress, Selena Khan, for doing her bit in this. And honestly, I could not have gotten through so much that I've gotten through recently without her. I will bring up some things that are unusual about the hospital situation that I think need to be addressed at some point, but I'll bring them up in another context. So what I'll do now is turn the stage over to these two wonderful gentlemen. They can cross-reference their experience with Amazon, because Salon Shake is also published on Amazon and became aware of some of its aggregates. And as a younger man, unlike myself and Peter Moon, has just kind of got a more almost instinctive feel for some of what these organizations do with how they decide who succeeds and who does not. There's nothing organic about which song goes to the top of the TikTok charts. All of this is decided by powers that be. And so younger people than Peter Moon and I have a kind of a nuanced, almost instinctive and intuitive understanding of this. So the two of you gentlemen have much to teach each other. I will withdraw. I'm here, and I'll certainly be listening and participating, but I'll withdraw for the two of you to introduce each other. With that, this is Peter Moon and Salon Shake, two very important men in the future of Team Dietrich. And God bless the both of them, and everyone maintain them in your thoughts and prayers.
Well, I want to say thank you. Nice to meet you, and thank you for what you did. I listened to the interview you did with Douglas in its entirety, and I appreciate it. I have a question for you with regard to Amazon, a comment and a question. But
Peter, it's an honor and pleasure to meet you, my friend. I've been listening to you for a while on Douglas's show. And I remember, I believe when I first caught you on the program, you were talking about the Solomonari. And it was interesting because I had made a video about the teachings of the Solomonari, or their esoteric teachings in comparison to Freemasonry. And it was interesting to hear Douglas said you wanted to talk about the Moors as well, which was another video I had done. So it's
what? The what?
Oh, I thought you might want to speak to him about the Moors in particular.
Oh,
but
the Moors. I didn't hear the word he said. I thought he said wars. War. I think, what wars? You know, there's a lot of wars. Yeah, the Moors. Okay, so that's fine. But
so, it's a pleasure to connect with you, because I noticed you also have Native ancestry, and when I did my genetic test, I also found some Native background as well. So it's an honor and a pleasure to speak with you, and my love to you and yours, and I look forward to getting to know you and answering any questions you might have for me.
Oh, that's great. That's very nice. And where are you located on the planet?
I'm here in Philadelphia.
Okay. I might be going down your way on Cinco de Mayo, but I don't know. You know, my wife is. I don't know if I'll be going or not. But
please let me know if you come in the city. We'll love to meet you for coffee or lunch or whatever you prefer.
Yeah, we have to exchange information on. I don't have your email or your Facebook, so you can write to me at skybooks@yahoo.com or on Facebook, and so that I have your contact info. But that would be great. But let's first just start talking about Amazon, because Douglas left it with that. And what I found, of course, I don't even know how I discovered that Richard K. Cole had done a review, but I did. And I noticed that first Aaron's review was up, and then it was only Richard K.'s. There have been consistent sales every day, so I don't know how long it was off. But the one thing is, when I went to complain about it, it used to give you a box to make a specific complaint about it, and I couldn't find that.
Right.
Were you able to make a specific complaint, or other than just say this review is disturbing or whatever it says?
Yes, Peter. So the only thing that allowed me to do was just report it generally, and then I entered my review after that. And today, fortunately, in the morning, I was able to purchase the book. And I realized that even myself, as a published author on Amazon, when somebody leaves you a review, Amazon won't notify you. Like, you won't get an email or an alert saying somebody left a review. You have to manually check it every now and then to make sure that everything is going up to date. So that's a reason why maybe they didn't make you aware, because they did the same to me. Like, they don't give you any notification. So I'm thankful that I was able to get the book today and able to enter my review for the book.
Well, thank you again. And I used to was able to make very specific complaints and specify what the complaint was, rather than I don't like it, or just click and you don't like this, or you have an issue with it, click, and that's it. And
yes.
So that's like Amazon. It changes all the time. And there was also Douglas complained that there was no biography of him. Well, when I put this book up, I think I entered a bio for him, but I don't know if it didn't get up. I went back and tried to, and I tried to correct it. I can go edit the whole, I can replace the book, I can do whatever I want, but I couldn't find any place to enter a bio for him.
So how do we handle that, Sam? You know what needs to be done is, and perhaps Sam and Peter could even do it on air, is we could share screen and then have them both look at it at the same time. But probably more realistically, privately, what can happen is that Peter and Sam can make a Skype call, share screen, and look at the Amazon themselves, at which point Salmon can show Peter where to make complaints in the general sense, now that Amazon has eliminated the specific complaint box, so to speak, that used to be there. And now you're allowed these general complaints that Salman can explain now, so that the rest of our listeners will know how to do that about Richard K. Cole Jr. And then he can explain it privately with Peter Moon as well as show him where maybe they could enter a bio about myself, a micro bio that would be helpful. But in the meantime, for our general listeners as well as Peter Moon, what can you tell us about the complaints? Where can people complain about the Richard K. Cole terrorism?
Well, brother Dietrich, and I would say that the best way to handle that is because I believe it was 6 months ago, a friend of mine had also published a book, and there was somebody that had left him a 1-star review. And now when you hit report, it will just say it has been reported. It won't allow you to make a general or maybe find some kind of a subdivision of the complaint. So how we were able to get that 1-star review taken down, what I did for my friend was he asked me, and I believe he had a circle of his followers that all simultaneously reported the review. So in Amazon, how it works is if enough people report a specific review, then they will take it down. As for the author's page, when I published my book, I didn't have a author's bio, and there's a place called, I think there's a website called Author Central, and it's, I think you just Google Author Central Amazon, and it asks you to log in with the Amazon account that's been associated with your ebook. So once you log in with that, you can claim the book and add it to your account, and then create a bio for an author or a co-author. So that I did the same for myself because I wasn't on there when I first became a published author. So that's an easy thing that can be handled. It's a 5 to 10 minute thing. And for the review situation, enough people have to report it with their Amazon accounts, and eventually once they see that, then that's the only way they take it down. Like there's no other way.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and I will. I know there's ways to promote yourself as an author, and this, that, and the other thing. I don't spend a lot of time promoting my Amazon books. I'm fortunately too busy. The ebooks have been incrementally increasing in general, and that's a good thing. All of my online accounts are increasing. And one always faces the proposition of the publishing industry disintegrating.
Yes.
There's really only one real distributor left in the United States. There are some podunk distributors, like New Leaf used to be a big distributor, but they're barely hanging on. And by the way, that was that New Leaf Distributing, which really made the whole New Age happen back in the late 80s, was founded by a Sufi Muslim, Halim Provo Thompson. He's deceased now, but it's carried on without him, and he was I had some words with him. He just kind of popped out of the woodwork and was a mover and shaker behind the scenes. There were a few mysterious, I guess what you say, or non-obvious connections. But so that's good. A couple things to address, but I think it might be more interesting just because you mentioned the Solomonari. Did you know about the Solomonari before you heard me talk about them?
No, it was actually you, my brother, that inspired me to make a video on the Solomonari. And it was funny when I did my research and made the video comparing them to, I guess, their aspect of treating everybody equally, and if you pass by a beggar, to not underestimate who you might be dealing with. That reminded me a lot of the Sufi elders that I dealt with while I was in Pakistan, because some of them were of a high status, and they would test me in the same way. So I was able to make that connection. And it's funny, there was an individual from Australia that reached out to me. His name was unknown, and he told me that, Mr. Shake, you have discovered the truth, and may the blessings or something like that be always with you. So I was fascinated, like hearing your story, and then me experiencing that and connecting it to my own background. So it's all beautiful, and I want to thank you, Peter, for all the knowledge that you have shared as well on this platform, and to let you know that I myself am somebody who's on the side of light in terms of my path with Sufism, Freemasonry, wherever my journey has taken me with my native friends, and just grateful to, I guess, be in this conversation with you tonight.
Well, it's very, very beautiful, and well, I can tell that you have real, genuine, living wisdom, and in the case of many Freemasons, and I do know Freemasons with living wisdom, but in many cases you'll you'll find some that got it out of a out of a can of SpaghettiOs.
That's right.
Yeah, and it's like, and it's hard to have a conversation with them because they're immediately taken aback and or intimidated by what you're talking about. So you can't really talk to them. You find out right away you can't talk to them.
Well, as our man Solomon said, he finds himself educating his fellow Masons. Many people are simply there in a sense of just empty ritual. I do want to ask something on behalf of one of the people who asked me a private message to bring this up, and I will kind of venture. I'll just dare a little bit with trying to convey what I feel about both the Sufi and the Solomonari, and the fact that they are kind of parallel people, so to speak. But as far as I understand it, and Peter Moon can spank me and correct me where I'm wrong, but as I understand it, traditional Romanian society recognized the existence of Solomonari, or wise ones, who were considered successors of the biblical King Solomon and the bearers of his wisdom, and the Solomonari were thus the Romanian equivalent of the shaman. And according to Romanian tradition, the future Solomonari were recognized by certain signs, and their name is so close to King Solomon, and he was a demon slayer in the Bible, and even had a ring that allows him to control them, that this is where the connection in literature came with Dracula. The fact that he could summon the demons was very much kind of literarily based on an extension of that concept. But when it comes to the Sufi, I want the two of you gentlemen to kind of draw the parallels between those two people, because people are asking me, what is Sufism? They haven't heard of it.
Well, I will defer. I have some interesting things to ask him, but I will defer to him because it's his tradition. I don't claim to be a Sufi. I mean, a Sufi. A Sufi. But with regard to the Solomonari, King Solomon is an interesting. He would be considered a spawn of the Solomonari. He would be considered sort of a humanized reference point to a Solomonari, but it's a very interesting analogy. Now, we can look at King Solomon as a real person, or we can look at him as an archetype or a mixture of the two. But he is a human embodiment to somebody who can control the jinn, basically. And of course, this is all seated in the verbiage or the etymology of Jesus, the one who comes from the line of David, the rose who blossoms and blooms, and then it's very, there's so much where analogy takes over. And where is the truth? And then, the hidden traditions. You're dealing with a Solomonari, you're dealing with like a pure energy. So when you get beyond it, we're going out of human context, and the human context becomes like a joke, whether it's the Holy Bible or anything. It just doesn't quite work. It's like it's our limitations that make us want to hang on to these references. So when you get into the core of it, and of course, the Dracula story would be somebody who's a shard of something or other. But and we won't go into it tonight because I'm just not on top of it. But I did purchase a book by a Romanian scholar, and she's in Canada. And she spoke to Atlanticron yesterday. I listened to her talk. I didn't hear the beginning of it. And she goes into the whole historical context of Bram Stoker's novel and how it is a whole job of England attempting to colonialize Romania, and it can't do it.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, and she goes into it in depth, and she's a very, she looks very Romanian, and very adamant about the fact that Romania has been so ignored, and was talking about some of the inventions that came out of Transylvania, like the switchboard, the phone switchboard she was explaining came out of Transylvania, something I hadn't heard before. But to take this back to the Freemasons have a very strong presence in Romania. And they are, in the books by Radu Cinemar, they are considered a conduit for the opposition. A conduit. It's not fair to call them the opposition, but a conduit for the opposition. And there's one Freemason I know in Romania who has been extremely helpful to me. There's two have been extremely helpful to me. And they're very highly placed in Romanian Freemasonry. One of them came up to me and said, "What is this Solomonari you're talking about? I don't know what it is." And I explained it to him, and he just didn't get it. It didn't register, to the point where I asked him if he was drunk. and he says, "No, I'm not drunk," because a couple of years earlier, he was drunk and he couldn't understand what I was saying, and he apologized. And one of my friends thought I'd offended him. I said, "No, I didn't offend him," And anyway, he went and studied the Solomonari and came back the next year and told me they were true. And he got into Choklavina Cave. He kind of, in many ways, opened up the cave to me in some ways. And there was another Freemason who made it really possible for me to get in there. Not indirectly, but sort of directly. So it's like I've been able to speak the language without going through the rigmarole. And just like the head of the OTO actually edited my book. He helped me edit my book for the one, my Montauk Revisited book. It was like he served me very well. And he also introduced me to Marjorie Cameron. So it's sometimes you don't need to go through the whatever you want to call it, the rituals, the bric-a-brac, whatever you want to call it, to kind of get to the heart of the matter. And sometimes people who are no longer in the organization will tell you, "Oh yeah, this, that, this." And it's some of these secret societies meet in some of the strangest places. And almost always there's dark characters lingering here or there. So it's kind of interesting how all of this works. But I would say very grateful for your presence in not only my life, but Douglas's life, because I think you're a very, very positive reinforcement for him. There have been so many people that come into his world and they don't have substance.
Yes.
Or enough substance. And I want to share something with this very dear lady, my Bulgarian translator, Eva. Eva was just, when I met her, I was looking for my publisher in Bulgaria, and he was sleeping, so she came down and she shook my hand and she wouldn't let go of it. She was like, really, she wouldn't let go of it. And she was a really great connection. So we were on our way to the Sphinx together, not just her and but her and her husband at the time, and my publisher and a smattering of friends, Romanians, Americans, and Bulgarians. And so we're driving in a van up to the Sphinx, and she says, and I'm sitting next to her, and we're in a very crowded van, and she says, "Can I ask you a question?" And she says, and I said, "Sure." She says, "What about the number 22? What can you tell me about the number 22? Well, I said, there's 22 pathways to the tree of life in the tarot. You just look at that. And so that became she just had the 22 was in front of her. I said, "Can I ask you a question?" She says, "Yeah." She said, because she said she was very good at, I asked her what she did, and she was very good at organizing things. Very good at organizing things. So I asked her that I had some situations with organization that I couldn't complete in my own work. And she looked at me and I've really never known her to be psychic per se. Sure, certainly she is. But I've known her. She's visited me twice in America and visited me at least twice in Romania. And she said, she looks at me and she says, I didn't have to say anything. Before I even asked the question, she looked at me and she says, "You are not surrounded by the right people." Boom. Wow. And Douglas, I think the same could have been said for you. Now you're surrounding yourself with the right people.
Yes. Thank you.
And I'm surrounding myself ever since Paula's been in my life. I've been surrounding myself with the right people. So it's a very good omen that the Sufi energy has appeared, not just on your horizon, but on your front door. And I think that's fantastic. So the Freemasons, if you look at Freemasonry without the human element in it, it's kind of inarguable. When you put the human element in it, it's just like if you put the human element in Christianity, if you put the human element in Islam, in anything, it's prone to corruption, and this begets a whole long discussion that can ensue. But in that context, with the release of Douglas's book, if this is just, I mean, Richard K is the worst. There's no question about that. He's the bottom of the barrel. But above and beyond him, Douglas mentioned it in the interview, whereby, and I don't remember how he said it. He said it very clearly, but people's response to this information, it's kind of like they don't want to hear it because it makes, and this is my paraphrase, or not even my paraphrase, my origination, it makes their head hurt. Yes. They rebel when they hear that Japan won the war. They rebel when they hear things that they don't know. And I, of course, was more interested, but some of the information I heard when I would listen way back when, I'd kind of rebel against either what I thought I knew or what I'm supposed to know. And by working on this book for a year, I can definitely argue the point. And as I proofread the book, I could just take almost every page and take a thing and put it up and say, wow, this. It's so glaringly obvious. What Douglas said about the trading of the aircraft carriers. It's America is this stuff can't be argued. But so it becomes a matter of iteration, public relations, and informing people. And this is the task at hand, and it will be done. It's not something that can be stopped at this point. And Richard K's power is, for all of his resources, is pretty moot. Yes. It really is. So that's, and I do have a question to ask you, but I will now. I've been talking for a while. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, Peter. It's great, and it's beautiful the way that you have laid it out very eloquently. And what surprises me about Japan is that people don't realize, and I tell a lot of my family and friends in Pakistan that everybody wants to come to America and get the blue passport, but they don't realize that the strongest passport in the world is the Japanese passport. When you have the Japanese passport, you can visit any country in the world without a visa.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's right. Most people are struggling for an American passport to have that status, but you have a Japanese passport, your whole world is open to you. And
what about a Swiss passport? I think a Swiss is equally good, isn't it?
That I'm not aware, but
The difference is something that Brendan Zogit brought up. The Swiss passport is not the same because they don't have the extensive business connections that the Japanese do. In other words, Switzerland is more empowered by people going to Switzerland to get something done, and these are people who already are at the peak of power and prosperity. I'm sorry, I just had to say that. Back to Salmon Shake.
Yes, brother, definitely. Even in my upbringing in America, brother Douglas, when I came here at the age of 5, and I realized that all the video games I was playing, the cartoons, the influence that a lot of the American youth were growing up with was all Japanese. We were all being influenced by Japanese cartoons, anime, video games. We were playing games like Metal Gear Solid, which Hideo Kojima was telling us the truth about America and AI and just so many things. And so many of these Japanese video games that all Americans have grown up with have so much hidden occult knowledge in them. Like, they know what they're talking about, and there's a reason. I mean, even myself working at 7-Eleven, I have in the past, it's owned by the Japanese. All of them are owned by Japan. The youth and upbringing that American kids have, it's all by the Japanese, with the video games and the stories and the hidden elements of truth, like games like Kingdom Hearts and the fight between light and darkness. So it's basically, most people are not ready to accept the truth because of the cognitive dissonance. Just like how, we see the situation in Afghanistan finally coming to a conclusion after 20 years, where people say that, we have the toughest soldiers and military in the world, but then you're negotiating with a bunch of goat farmers over there that have nothing in order to make peace. So they need to wake up from their reality that sometimes it's not always about you in terms of, your status or your power. And that's where you have to be able to open your hearts and minds to be able to educate and accept the role that the Japanese have played in the upbringing of the American youth. And in terms of, the Freemasonry, the aspect of light and dark can be found in all races, religions, and organizations in the world. And I know, and I speak for myself, I do not represent any Grand Lodge, that there are light Masons and there are dark Masons.
Thank you.
I ran into both of them, and I am somebody that has entered this fraternity. I have left it, and I have entered again. I wanted
to ask you a question. I came across a website a long time ago, and they made the distinction between the Dark Masons and the Light Masons, and they gave a name Anukian and something like that. I can't remember if it was an. I wanted to know if there's a specific name for a specific terminology for.
For the Dark Masons, that's all I call them, because, see, when you have the aspect of what Freemasonry is teaching you is that aspect of self-improvement and a lot of hidden knowledge, and that's what motivated me to start my YouTube channel and, do my publications, because I realized that they were not teaching them the truth here. And to this day, I have Masons from all over the world, not just America, all over the world, that tell me that because of your videos or the message that you put out, you helped me improve the situation in my lodge, or the way things were being done, or the way that I'm perceiving the world. So God is using me for some kind of a role, because one of my promises to the Sufi elders was to reform the Masonic Brotherhood in the West, because most people don't realize, because their comprehension doesn't go beyond what they experience in their little small town lodge. But they must realize that all of the esoteric elements of what takes place in your life, it's on a global and universal level, where it even shows you the truth in the John Wick movie, in the third one, where the guy running the whole thing was sitting in a desert in the middle of nowhere. So that's how a lot of the Sufi elders operate. And that's basically, Sufism and Sufi Islam in general is the Eastern parent of Freemasonry, where a lot of the Knights Templars who had studied with them in the lodges that had the numbers 787 written outside of it. And if you look at the numbers 787 in Arabic, that's the square and the compass. And if you go to Gematria, which is the Jewish Kabbalah, for the ciphers and the different numbers, If you enter the word Freemasonry with the Jewish cipher, it comes up to 787. And in Sufism, we're taught that 787 is Bismillah Rahman Rahim, in the name of Allah, God, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful. And Rahman and Rahim is the masculine and feminine. So basically, you have to master those energies within yourself to become that perfect being and to be one with God, which is the ultimate goal, and to be on that path of self-improvement and to love and respect one another. And even here, I fought against a lot of prejudice within the Masonic community, where a lot of them would call you brother in lodge, but then they would go online and post anti-immigrant or anti-Islamic comments.
Yes.
So I really, held a lot of them accountable. And I brought a lot of change within American Freemasonry as well, where I am someone that has entered, I left the fraternity, and then I re-entered again. And I've experienced this thing in more than one country. And I would tell that that's what basically started the fire between me. And I was being divinely guided to put these videos out, put these lectures out, and start impacting this community on a global level. And to teach people that, you know what, not all Muslims are evil, not all Freemasons are evil, and to break that conditioning that the Western society has put on your mind about certain groups and individuals, to teach you that I'm just an average human being just like you, trying to find my purpose in life. I'll be 29 next month. I'm trying to find who I am. I realize what I stand for.
This is a beautiful age astrologically, because what it means is you're coming into your full adulthood, and this is the beginning of your work. We could call it your vocation, but your work, what you have to offer the world, is in the next 29, 30 years, the Saturn cycle. So you're just at the beginning, and it's this is the dawning of the age of you, and it's a beautiful time for you. And this is great. You're coming into what you're here to do. It's interesting too. If we take the analogy from the New Testament, that's when Jesus begins his mission at his age of maturity, full maturity.
Yes.
29, 30, and it's attenuated according to that story. But yes, so
and yeah, I want people to understand that the time that our man Salon Shake left the Masonic Brotherhood was the time that he was listening to myself and was very influenced into that decision by the fact that I pointed out that the Masons were responsible for much destruction in the world, and that they were the enemies of the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati, which was, of course, the foundation of what became the Schutzstaffel, or Hitler's SS, that this was a great struggle between the powers of the Illuminati in Europe to preserve European heritage and the Masons who conquered the New World, what they called the New Atlantis. And there were those who took pride in the sinking of the first Atlantis, and their destruction of that culture was then used as kind of a springboard for what they felt was the target in Europe, which was the Roman Catholic Church. So when we take a look at these organizations that last through millennia, or at least hundreds of years, you can take a look at something like the church and you can make the argument that it's the largest criminal organization or the longest running criminal organization in history when speaking of the Roman Catholic Church. But we need to also acknowledge the fact that it was the foundation stone for much of the unity and the continuity of European culture. And that basically the concept of Europe stems from the very concept of Christendom, whether Byzantine Orthodox or Roman Catholic. The Protestants coming in later and leading to the religious wars that went on interminably for hundreds of years after the Reformation. But when it comes to the Masons, and the fact that there are dark and light Masons, this is what your average person needs to understand. Your average Mason knows absolutely nothing. All they are participants in empty ritual. They're just part of some lodge, and they go there, and the majority of them are just, as Salon Shake found out, just a bunch of white assholes who would be just as much at home in a crackerjack league of football or baseball fans who go online and say the same shit they would have if they had no affiliation with some secret lodge brotherhood whatsoever, regurgitating whatever they hear on media. And so when he's taken it upon himself to educate them as to the roots of their ritual, then what he's doing is he's bringing some blood and life back into what otherwise is empty veins, drained dry years agone by participants who have no knowledge of the meaning of what they do. They're using it as a network organization that just theoretically, if one of them loses their jobs, they can get help. And, it really doesn't even work that way. The one guy I knew, Keith Johansson, who I had on a few times on this program, and basically people need to hear how I deconstructed him on the night that I got deathly sick in the company of Peter Moon and Crystal River. All people need to do is go back to that particular episode, and they'll hear me deconstruct the individual Keith Johansson. I'll even find the date for you. But the reason that that's important or relevant to what I'm saying now is because Keith Johansson, among the importance of his story otherwise, he was a Mason. And he had applied for a job in the post office. And this is monumental. Okay, this is life-changing. And he fucked it all up just because he had confidence that somehow the Masons would get him in. And he didn't really have to. That was one of the factors which led to him not preparing for driving tests, if you can believe it, for the post office, which most of you may not understand this, but the post office drives on the wrong side of the street to deliver your mail. And they have to learn to parallel park in the most counterintuitive fashion so that they can deliver your mail. He neglected to practice any of this, completely failed his driver's test, and then turned towards his fellow Masons in the post office to try to get him in. And of course, nobody did anything for him. So the Masonry, the Brotherhood of Masonry, and its primary purpose as perceived by many of its participants, which is networking, for him turned out to be a hollow promise. And so when it comes to, if you're part of an organization like that and that's what you're in it for, you deserve to have everything fail. So you need to be seeking something deeper. It was December 8th of 2019. So if people take a look at the December 8th, 2019 episode, the Pearl Harbor episode, for those of you who don't know, Pearl Harbor to the Japanese is December 8th, not December 7th, because they're a day ahead of America on the other side of the international date line. It was the December 8th episode of the year before last, the Japanese Pearl Harbor episode, on which I got deathly sick. So that was trying to prepare myself for a colonoscopy, and you'll hear me retching and everything else. Lena Shea thought I was actually crapping my brains out in front of the microphone, but that was when I deconstructed Keith Johansson. So that's an important episode to actually review. He was told by myself not to challenge the host, which is something no decent human being would do when you're invited on somebody's show. You don't challenge the host or start arguing with them. I warned him of that, but he began arguing with me, and that was not on that episode, but I deconstructed the time on which he had done so earlier, because he was literally someone who had once been part of the American intelligence network. He had languished by, after he got into civilian life, just in working shit jobs that could never recycle him back into that level of security clearance or employment opportunity. And he was desperately trying to get back into that. And so he thought by deconstructing me on air, he could basically appeal to my nemesis, Michael Aquino, and thereby get back in intelligence. This is an example of this level of desperation that people have, and why you have people turn against me seeking favors. So with that, we turn back to Salon Shake, and you can put what I've said in context, and you can correct whatever I've said that you feel may be inappropriate or downright wrong, and enlighten people not only about that, but also about Sufism. Don't want you to lose track of that, because people have asked, what is Sufism?
Yes, Brother Douglas. To start with that individual you talked about that was once a Mason, this is an ignorance that I've dealt with in the Pakistani community as well, where they think that if you're a Freemason, you have power, money, connections. They don't realize is that the average Mason is just like your average human being trying to make it in life, trying to pay bills, have a job, maintain a roof over their heads. The principle of Freemasonry is to make you a good human being and to become one with God and to basically unite the principles around you into one united human body. And if anybody who joins for any other purpose, they get disappointed and they eventually leave because it was never for them in the first place. So it's just like what it says in the Holy Quran in Surah Al-Nur, that Allah brings from darkness to light whom he wishes. So that's, certain paths are not for anybody. And it's interesting, with my journey, Brother Douglas, when I had left the Brotherhood from here, remember that individual I told you that was looking out for me when I was coming home from the train station? He had also mentioned to me that there were people in England who knew about me. And this was way before I became a Mason. He told me that there were people in England that are watching you and they know you, who you are. And it was after that time where I had left the Brotherhood from here, I had the higher-ups from England that reached out to me. And they said, oh, we know everything and we're going to have you come under our jurisdiction, you could say. And your status and your journey as a Mason will be back online. Now, any higher-up listening to me, I only speak for myself as a free man under free speech. And I'm not representing any Grand Lodge. I'm just relating my story. So as time went on, I had never went to London in my whole life. And all of a sudden, I realized I'm being divinely guided. I was told that there were people in England who knew me before I even became a Mason or knew anybody there. And now after I leave the Brotherhood from here, I had the beings from there reach out to me. And now I'm on a plane from Philly Airport going to London, going to a city I'd never been to before. And I get off. I remember when I get off at the airport, I went outside and I didn't expect that it rained so much over there. And I was walking with my luggage and it started pouring out of nowhere and I got wet. My luggage got wet. And all of a sudden there was a British gentleman who had came from around the corner and he put my luggage in his car and he dropped me off at the exact place where I was staying at. And I asked him, sir, is there anything I could do for you to compensate you? And he said, don't be silly, enjoy your time here. And it just goes to show that, our angels are always with us and we're being divinely guided. And as for that individual, if you join anything with the intention of not putting in the work of self-improvement, what Masonry teaches you, then it wasn't for you in the first place. And that's where I come in with my education aspect, that what motivated me, that I know what this Brotherhood is. I know what it stands for. And I'm not going to let the dark ones ruin its purpose and existence with the declining membership and what people get disappointed with the way that Masonry teaches you be a good human being, but then they're acting like fools on the internet or with each other. So I'm trying to teach them about their own origins because I want this Brotherhood and what it stands for to survive, especially being a light Mason on the aspect of light and restoring hope to humanity, that if we can all come together, the world will be a much, much better place. And that's what with my Masonic journey, and then what motivated me to put my education stuff out there to teach them. Because, in Masonry, you're taught to be a builder. So you realize that if no one is doing it, then you yourself build something for humanity and leave something behind for humanity which they can benefit from. So, whenever my journey ends in this life, my videos are all out there for free, and my message that I sent for humanity is always out there. And that's the greatest gift that you can do as a human being and as a Mason, with what Brother Douglas has done too, with all of his years of transmission that are on the internet, years of special knowledge that if you really took the time to understand what he's teaching you, that is a sacrifice in a way to really put yourself out there. And, only those that have walked this path know what it means in terms of the energy and the blessings that you receive from Almighty God. And as for Sufism, I realized that whatever my Sufi path was, it was basically the Masonic path. It was one and the same, since Sufism is the Eastern parent of Freemasonry in many ways. And even the Rosicrucians, Christian Rosencreutz, I remember doing a lecture for the Rosicrucians in Australia who had reached out to me to do a talk for them. And even the Christian Rosencreutz was trained and educated by the Sufis. So Sufism has played its own role in society. And basically what Sufism teaches me is the same thing that Freemasonry teaches me, as how to be a good human being, how to become one with God, how to become one with the species around you, and the unseen and seen forces of Allah, God, that operate on this world, non-human, human, the different realms of existence and the wars that are taking place in between them, and how your ultimate goal is to go back to that stage of Allah, which the dervishes, you see them whirling around to become one with their beloved, which what Rumi describes God as, because that's the only reality. We say in Sufism that Allah is the only reality, everything else is an illusion, because everything else is basically an extension of that divinity experiencing this reality. And that's where my life has taken me in my path so far. And I'm grateful that whatever purpose God is using me for, with all the people that I was meant to come across, the things that I was meant to say, things that I was meant to do, my ultimate goal is to defend Islam, the true Islam, defend and reform the Masonic Brotherhood, and also defend humanity and non-humanity species, because everyone has a right to exist in this life. And I would tell people that don't let what you see on the TV, or those that are basically saying that they're Muslims but not practicing Islamic virtues, those that are pretending to be Christians but are not expressing those virtues, those that are supposedly Masons but you don't see that in their conduct in person and online, don't let that discourage you, because always have the fact and then knowing in your heart that light is destined to win, and including that internal warfare that's going on between all races, religions, groups, and countries of the world, between light and darkness. Just have faith and give somebody a chance. Sit down and talk to them. And even myself, growing up as a Muslim in the post 9/11 world, I've educated a lot of people, and I tell them that sit down and get to know somebody, and stop letting these people influence you on who to hate. Last 20 years, they told you to hate Muslims. Now it's Asians. Then it'll be somebody else. So have your own heart. Go out and see reality with your own eyes, and just try to become one with your fellow man with this short human life that you've been given. This entire thing is a dream. It's a dream realm. And that's what we're taught in Sufism and many esoteric point of views as well, that basically this is a reality in which Brother Jameson also describes as being a simulation. And you just have to do the right thing and be a good human being with the time that you've been given. Don't be dirty to anybody, because nobody gets away with anything. The eye of Allah, the eye of God, or the eye you see on the back of the dollar bill, it watches everything. There was a Sufi master, my brothers Peter and Douglas and Jamo, that he gave a test to his students. He said, and it was 3 of his students, and he said, I want you to take this chicken and kill it where no one can see you. The first one, he took it to the back of his home and killed it there. The second one took it to the forest and did it there. And the third student came back to the Sufi master and said, Sheikh, I couldn't do it, because when I was in my house, Allah was watching me. When I was in the forest, Allah was watching me there. Anywhere I went, the eye of that creator was watching me, and I knew he was going to help me accountable for my unseen and seen actions in this world. And the Sufi master told him that you are the student that passed the test, because you knew the reality of this life, and knowing that your thoughts and the intention you sent out to others, and your heart and your feelings and your actions and disrespect towards other or good actions, it's all going to determine your fate when the time comes. So do not take this lightly, and just use this time to be a good human being and just good to those around you. Just love everybody that you can, and know that no matter who or what comes against you, their time is short and their fate's already been sealed.
Thank you. No, very important. And with that being stated, I do want to bring up another question that was brought up by John Henry McMills Warrington. And what he asks is, towards Peter Moon, he says, is the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II going to be available on Google Play Books? I don't use Kindle. So I told him I would broach that query with you, but I want to take advantage of this to bring to people's attention that he left a comment, very kindly entered in thread of my latest interview. I am going to delete that comment because it references people to basically a fictional franchise that merely further confuses an already misunderstood subject matter. And so what I want to profoundly thank Salon Shake for during this moment is his understanding of the reality of the phenomena of vampire, and that we are a subspecies of humanity, and that when it comes to the kind of challenges that we face, is just basically trying to cut through all of the perverse mythology that has built up around the phenomenon. So the Maggot Man entered great stuff. Brian Lumley has been writing about vampire since 1986 with his book, the first in a series, Necroscope. So just so people understand this while I remove this, Necroscope is fine. It's great writ, and it's very much about the Cold War in a manner that I think is a way that helps people understand the dynamics of the Cold War to a degree. But basically, it's presenting the vampire as aliens. It's basically like these are parasitic leeches, like literally like leeches that ultimately come to Earth and kind of take a human form and are shape-shifting, and kind of like a combination of a concept of The Thing, where you're shape-shifting in a manner that's biologically impossible simply because cells can never reproduce that fast, or you're basically, some kind of a inert leech that is like a blubbering pile of phosphorescent lard or something. And he's writing a horror story. This is a horror story that is set in a Cold War setting that takes into account the dynamics of espionage to a great degree. There's much to be said for it in terms of the quality of writing is high. It's very high quality of writing. The concept of carrying at least a concept from out of something parallel to the human experience of evolution. You're taking this back thousands of years, but maintaining the Cold War setting. This is to be he does a great job, but this is not what I'm trying to educate people about. So it's just going to confuse the issue, and I don't resent it, but it's it doesn't help. And so thank you, John, for that. And aside from that, I do understand how people can feel about neglected franchises. There's quality stuff out there that nobody knows about, and yet everybody knows about the crap, because it's easily accessible. So having said that, we'll turn to Peter Moon again, and then get back into from the practical to perhaps the philosophic, as long as these two gentlemen can share their time with us. What about this, Google Play Books? I have never heard of it.
Well, I will address his question, and the first thing I have to say is I'd never heard of Google Play Books. So, so I'm looking at it here, and it says how to publish on Google Play Books in 2021. It looks fairly innocuous, fairly easy, but I don't know. There's been a huge problem. I used to with ebooks, and I have to say that I spent, it must have been 10 years ago, I spent a whole 6 months putting all my ebooks into ebook format. And it was quite an effort. The rules change. And one of the biggest mistakes I made was spending time going through the painstaking construct of putting it into what's called Lightning Source. Lightning Source is the print-on-demand and ebook portion of Ingram Books, the biggest distributor in the world. And they don't sell any ebooks. I probably sold less than a dozen ebooks on their format. Whereas, and they bust your chops about every little mistake. Kindle would accept anything, and they'd sell the hell out of the book. Not anymore.
Right.
Kindle, you have to use their software called Kindle Create, and you put it into, I guess, a doc formula, and then it goes into Kindle Create, but that's not good enough. You still have to work it and do all sorts of machinations. So I used to put it into one program called Sigil, and it would go into all the different ones. I could put it into Nook and put it into iTunes. Not anymore. Doesn't work. So and every time you get your chops busted when you can't do it, it's like, uh-oh. It makes you want to have to go look stuff up and think. And it's easier to neglect it. So the last handful of books I have not put on iTunes or Nook because it adds up to so far a waste of time. I can probably put Douglas's book onto iTunes because I have it in a program called Pages, which should be very compatible, but I haven't tried. I have my last few books in Pages. I write books in Pages now, so for that purpose, but I haven't gone through the learning curve of putting it onto iTunes. Google Play, I don't know what the learning curve is and what the remuneration is. And by remuneration, I don't mean how much do you get per book. Are you going to make any sales with it? That's what it amounts to. I went to a great deal of trouble to do something called Google Pay. Waste of time. Nobody pays with Google Pay. Maybe they do, but I've never had anybody. I only had one person, an author, tell me you should have Google Pay. No, I don't want Google Pay. I don't even know what Google Pay is. Google Play. So anyway, to answer your question, John, I will look into it. And I will probably look into it sooner than later. First, I've been struggling the last week, full time, a full day's work on proofreading Douglas's hard copy book, and it's amazing the amount of errors that can come up. Now, most of the errors are very innocuous errors, like extra spaces, as opposed to typos, maybe a missing word, but it's looking better and better, and I hope to get it out tomorrow, if at all possible. So that was good. With regard to what you were talking about, with regards to an upstart getting into Freemasonry and then being disappointed with it, this happens with, it certainly happened with Scientology. It can happen with Qigong, or any martial arts teacher, or any field of endeavor. It's like the person goes in and says they expect something.
Yeah.
They want to be served, and that's understandable. But in order to be served, you have to make it work. There are certain personalities that can walk into, it wouldn't be just Freemasonry, it could be anything, but they are attractive personalities. It could be looks, but it's not necessarily looks. It's an attraction. They are a magnet, and people will come to them and want them to be Freemasons, want them to be this, want them to join a group. And these people can find themselves in good positions because they have an attractive quality, and their presence seems to do something for people. On the other hand, there are other people, and I can bring up an excellent example. I was looking for his name. He's an excellent example for people who try to study the morbid side of esotericism. His name is Bill Schnoebelen, Schnoebelen. Oh, he has so many YouTubes. And he's somebody that has touched on so many esoteric aspects of existence, and not in a very positive way, ranging from Wicca to the cults of magic, including the OTO. He ended up being indoctrinated by Michael Bertiel, a man who was written about in Kenneth Grant's books, who is a brutal initiator of 11th degree sex magic. And when I say 11th degree sex magic, it's basically sodomy.
Yes.
And this guy, Schneblin, has seen the worst of it. I don't think he talks about it in his videos, but he talks about it it's online. I've written his, and it's like, he has this faith in this guy, and it's like, it's misplaced. And then he becomes the head of a Wiccan cult, and people will criticize him, saying, no, he could have been, no, they wouldn't let him do, they wouldn't let him. Yeah, they would let him. Somehow he's open to where he gravitated towards the inner sanctum of many of these societies, and just went through it like liquid. And now he appears in a rabbinical suit or a rabbinical dress and is preaching Jesus. He even has one interview with an ex-vampire. Mormonism's Temple of Doom. He's talking about a testimony of Yahushua Messiah. He's really a messed up individual who has tasted the altar of many of these magical traditions, and he really has. And that's the thing. In other words, he's sitting there dancing in the fire, and he's getting burned. Somehow he can talk about it. It's almost, as Douglas likes to use the word, morbid entertainment. But sometimes by studying what somebody does wrong, not him per se, but there are people like him. They're not necessarily crying about magic, but they're people who are, I guess what you'd say, ostentatious in the way they present themselves on the internet. And these people will show up in different societies and different groups, and you'll hear about them. And they're not necessarily esteemed people. Then again, there's some very dark aspects to Freemasonry, very dark aspects. I won't even go into them. And that's just, but then again, we live in a dark world. And the idea of bringing light to them is fine, because, in fact, Aleister Crowley said something, I think it was in his book, Confessions. He said he walked into this Freemason Masonic lodge in Scotland, and they had all of the regalia and stuff, but he said he was shocked that nobody knew anything.
Right.
They had all the accoutrements, but they had no inner knowledge.
Yeah.
So, he was somebody who could just start, priming the pump and filling it with stuff. He could energize the whole lodge because nobody happened to know anything. I would also tell you, there are educational videos, initiatory videos that have done for Freemasons, a whole theater that is actually built to specifications in Houston, the city of Crystal River, and Daniel Arola. And they won't basically write the check to have the videos done. A whole theater has been put up, but they have nothing to show in the theater.
Incredible.
And the videos have been done. I know the person has done the video. And in another case, in another lodge, they have these old men. They're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Can't write a check. And they can't write a check. It's like, what is this? retardation. And the whole idea is to initiate people into Freemasonry. And if you can do it on video in a user-friendly format, it's going to increase the numbers of the lodge. So why don't they write the check? Because they can't see. There are some things we can talk about in person, Salmon, when we get together.
Yes, and I want you to do that. I've sent both of your contact IDs to each other on Skype, so hopefully Salman will work with Peter on Skype, because I was basically rolling around and wailing and gnashing my teeth earlier about Zoom. So yes,
I have a question. I have a question for him as well.
Of course.
Now you're in Philadelphia or near Philadelphia. I used to go to Philadelphia frequently. As a matter of fact, there's a very interesting place in Philadelphia. I think it's called Fremont Park. There's the Cave of Kelpius. Mm-hmm. And the Kelpius was a man who came over from Transylvania, the German part of Transylvania. He was Germanic, probably more what they call Pennsylvania Dutch. I guess he probably was one of them that were Germanic. But he was asked to come over by William Penn. And he came over, and there's this, in the park, the Cave of Kelpius. You can look it up, Kelpius. And it's cave. And it says that it was the first establishment of Freemasonry, I think, on the East Coast. There's another one in Rosicrucianism, I think, not Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism on the East Coast. The first one on the West Coast was in Carmel, California, by some Spanish people. But this cave, they had the Women of the Wilderness, and it was a sort of a female-oriented cult, and there's not too much that's known about it, but I went to the cave, and the cave kind of looks like a bunch of old stones that have been put together, and then it's blocked. You can only go in about, 10 yards or something. But if you look, there's a building. It looks like there's a whole underground tunnel that was cut off. This is in Fremont Park in Philadelphia. It was not real easy to find. You could find it on a GPS twice, and then you park in the nearby neighborhood and you got to walk to it. But I went to Philadelphia because my daughter used to go to school there at the Philadelphia, I forget what they call it now. It used to be called the Philadelphia College of Art. And when I would go by, I never went inside, but when I go by the Freemasonic Hall in Philadelphia, it's a very old one and a very big building. I felt an interest to go inside. I've never had an interest to go inside any Freemasonic lodge except when I was a kid, and we would sneak into the basement in this small town. It was really just fun to go kind of break in. You're kind of breaking in. It lost all its mystery when we got into high school, and they would have dances down there, high school dances. So it was, all the mystery was gone. I had an auditorium down there, and it was neat to just, they have the door open. You could just kind of walk in and look, go in and sneak in. But in Philadelphia, I felt intrigued to go in there because it's got to be one of the oldest lodges. I did spend a little bit of time in the lodge in Manhattan, just visiting. They had a bar there that one of my friends, she used to like to hang out there. She found it interesting, and she introduced me to, I guess, the cook, which was very interesting. In fact, that's an interesting story. I'll tell it. But first, I want to ask you about the Philadelphia Lodge, if you know anything about it.
Yes. When I first joined Freemasonry was in 2016, when I was 23 years old. So that's when basically my journey had started. And I was initiated into in that building, basically. And I cannot talk about anything in terms of, what takes place. But it is a very beautiful, beautiful building. And they do offer public tours. Like anytime you can take your family and friends and just go and take a tour, just like how you can go to the New York building and do the same there, which I had the honor of doing about a year and a half ago when visiting a friend. And, over there, the aspect is that you just have to be on this path of self-improvement and know it's like what, Brother Peter has pointed out about the dark aspects. And that's my personal struggle against the dark elements within my community, in Islam, in America, and bringing light to the Masonic community, which I'm doing on an individual level as somebody that has left and joined again under a different country. And to know that I face my own struggles as a Pakistani Muslim, that there are those that will never acknowledge me or my work. And I am thankful to those.
Pakistani.
Yeah, of course. And it's like what Brother Douglas points out, that the aspect of, not being a white man. But that's not true, because, a lot of my brothers and friends in England, they are of a different nature. So you can't say that, all white men are the same. It's just a mentality that you deal with, the American mindset. So I continue with that struggle in my own way, and to, never give up no matter what, because I know who I am, what I stand for, what I need to do. And I know my struggle is against the dark elements within each organization or calling of my life, which I need to deal with. And I need to teach people that you need to stand up for what's right at all times. And I know that I will face those elements. It's inevitable in anybody's journey, because no one's going to have a smooth ride in their life. Everyone has to go through something in their life, because that's just the way things are, the way of the nature has been set up. And that's just the way that I would put it, is you always have to do the right thing at all times. And if you don't see nobody else doing what you want to see, you take it in your own hands and you be the change and teach them. So that way, who knows how many you might inspire. Just like I have Masons from all over the world saying that because of you, I've been able to speak out about certain things and make changes in my own vicinity and in my own city or in my own lodge. And, that means the world to me. And I think that's just how it should continue to lead down the future, however long that, my life is here on this earth.
One of the greatest problems for Freemasons is that there is a practice. If someone in the lodge does something that is criminal, and not just criminal, but repulsively criminal, that it can bring, and they do it in such a way that they can bring the house down on the entire lodge. And not only the entire lodge, but the entire fraternity beyond the lodge. The Freemasons are in a predicament where they are obliged to protect the brother. And this is not as ordinary as protecting a murderer under ostensibly somebody murdered somebody for some reasonably justifiable cause. It's not like that. It's where somebody is just a rascal. And rascal is putting it politely. And they have affiliated themselves with the lodge. They're a part of the lodge. And they're like an insidious disturber. But they have to be protected because it's like a chain of dominoes. It's almost like a hostage situation. Nobody condones the activity, but it's like it's a problem. This can be a problem for people in a lodge, where the lodge can actually be protective of elements that it would rather not protect, because of this is connected to that, is connected to that, is connected to that. And that's just a problem
Yes, that's right. Because when I had left, Brother Peter, in it was September 2018 when I had left from Pennsylvania, and what I spoke out against was I was calling out all the hypocrisy, and I was telling them that you're claiming to be such and such, and then you go online and do this, and then you make derogatory comments to me, and I report every single one of them, and nothing gets done about it. So how I was able to bring the change was I wrote these articles when I had left, and they went viral all over the Masonic world. And that's when, some of the aspects of change started coming in, and how one thing led to another for me. And now I'm in a position where I'm teaching them, and I'm getting their house in order, because my love for the original teaching of what it stands for, and my struggle against the aspect of the dark ones that are occupying these different positions.
I want to address this. I'm going to take it up a notch, but first I alluded to this story that I said was interesting about the New York Lodge.
Yeah.
And share it, and then I want to crank it up a notch in a second, back to this dark element. And what I have to say could be interpreted as a dark element, but okay, so there was this wonderful friend of mine, and she lived near the Masonic Lodge in Manhattan, and she wanted me to see it, bring me in there, and she invited and she introduced me to the cook, who was from, let's say, Yugoslavia. I don't know if it was Croatia or Yugoslavia. It was Yugoslavia, basically. Mm-hmm. And we talked about Tesla. It was very interesting to meet him. And he told me, okay, so he told me about, at some point, they were renovating a new part, or he was out of work for a while, not working there, because they were doing a new room, and it was going to be called the Athenian Room. The Athenian Room. Okay, so now I'm giving a lecture on Long Island in a bookstore, and it's a big room. It's a seminar. There's a fair amount of people there, and at the end of it, this guy comes up to me, and he looks like a contractor that was working that day. He's dressed like in jeans and, a t-shirt, and he's been doing construction work. A construction worker. I won't say a contractor, a construction worker. And he says to me, "Why don't you go to the Masonic Lodge in Montauk?" And I said, well, if I knew there was a Masonic Lodge in Montauk, I would have gone to it. And of course, there's no obvious Masonic Lodge, certainly not in the downtown area. Mm-hmm. And he says, well, you have to know how to get in. I said, well, where is it? He says, it's underground. I said, well, then where is it? He said, well, you kind of have to know where it is. In other words, it was very vague. It was very mysterious, and I would have considered him just a kook, but he was a Freemason. And I learned this because I started talking about the lodge in Manhattan, and he knew about the Athenian Room. He actually mentioned it. So he was a genuine Freemason with some inside knowledge of the lodge. But he just said this like it's underground. It basically was kind of telling me it's in a parallel reality is what he was telling me. And he seemed very genuine. But it was something. I was working in too concrete of a world to even take that beyond what I did. It's because, okay, it's in another world, but I'm living in this world, I'm working in this world, so on and so forth. Because in my experience, people who play too much in that world ended up in that world.
Yes.
It's not the game I'm playing. Now, I met a very dear lady in Chicago who was a musician. I think she was a concert pianist, if I'm not mistaken. And she was classical. And she was, I connected her up with the woman who brought me to the New York Lodge because they were so much alike. They were both Southern belles from North Carolina. And they actually met and got along beautifully. I think her name was Emily. And Emily was being stalked by Rosicrucians very mysteriously. They kind of stalk her, and she had some involvement in the lodge, or the Rosicrucian lodge out in San Jose. But she was being stalked by mysterious people, and it was not a positive thing. It wasn't, I mean, she wasn't being terrorized or anything like that, but there was this, like, it kind of said Rosicrucianism is a deeper level where this kind of, like, it's almost like she was being ghosted by these actual characters that can sometimes happen. She eventually passed away. But in any case, it's just some of she was a little bit too much in that other reality. But to get to I said I was going to, that's just a comment on an encounter with a strangeness. But when we talk about first I want to preface this with, when Douglas talks about all of this stuff that is sensitive to people's ears and they don't want to hear about Japan and this, that, and the other thing, everything he has to say, particularly about Japan and World War II and Roswell, but it applies to the other stuff as well. Douglas's mind, for whatever faults he has a very sharp mind. It's very sharp, and it becomes even sharper when he's talking about some of this stuff. He has an encyclopedic mind on this stuff. And it's not any mind that can process this stuff. If you take an average military historian, and I've seen them post, they're just, they don't have anything to say.
Yes.
They're going to take a party line. Douglas is, in other words, this whole world, the Malkuthian world, put it in a Kabbalistic term, Malkuth, the physical world, is sort of like a purgatory, whereby Douglas knows of all sorts of misbehavior on all sorts of level. He's like an agent that is here to process information of purgatory as it exists on Earth. He knows where the killings are done. He knows where the trafficking is done, or he knows of it. He knows many things that the average walkabout citizen doesn't have the predisposition or the time to concern himself with. He's too busy trying to survive in the world.
Yes.
So Douglas knows these things. And you could say the whole consciousness has a collective responsibility for them. And it's like this is purgatory. This stuff has to be purged. It has to be purged from the souls of men, from the souls of the morphogenetic grid, whatever you want to call it. This stuff needs to be purged. It's not like everything that's been said that's diabolical has to be corrected, or everything that's been done. But there are certain things that have to be acknowledged and have to be processed by the collectiveness of humanity. Right now, we're having stuff with Black Lives Matter, Asian hate crimes, and there are plenty of other issues that humanity is having to collectively process. There are also political interests that are trying to use them to their advantage. Nevertheless, that's something else that has to be processed. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to be processed. So Douglas's sharp mind is of great value in terms of purging this stuff. My ability to put it into a digestible format is a value.
Yes.
And this is the position we find ourselves in. So when we have people throwing javelins at the book, and it's very interesting to see the comment, well, what are the actual nuts and bolts of the Japanese?
That's so fucking stupid.
Well, it's ignorant. It's ignorant. But I say, it's like, if you're presented with data, you should say, okay, that's data. The comebacks can be very inappropriate or obtuse, but in some cases, it makes the mind hurt. It makes the mind hurt because one is indoctrinated into pain, into this, that, and the other thing. But that's just a comment on the work that we're doing, and your presence in our lives is very welcome because you belong. You belong
Yes.
with us, and we're very honored to have you. Now,
Thank you.
to take this up a notch, and this comes from my book. I'm reading, or either paraphrasing or reading from my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity.
Yes.
And I'm bringing up, there's so many magical threads that run through this man, L. Ron Hubbard. But one of them is, of course, the Solomonic tradition. He was quite aware of King Solomon, and in his own mind, not an actual fact, he had a bit of that power with him. I believe it goes into his own bloodline. But okay, we get into the King Solomon paradigm, which of course, and this is in a chapter called Everything is Permitted, which is about Asen Saba.
Mm-hmm.
But according to the writings of John Dee, the Archangel Michael had stated, and this is the channeling or spirit communications Dee was having with the angels. Archangel Michael said to him that the ring, the Pele ring, P-E-L-E, is that by which all of Solomon's miracles are revealed and of which philosophy dreameth. This is the magic ring, and it had the letters P-E-L-E on it. And the word, according to the writings of John Dee, from the angels, the word Pele has been defined as, quote, he who will work wonders, quote. And it is interpreted as being gender specific. But there are two additional letters to be found on the ring, in addition to Pele, which are VL. Sometimes it's been associated with Vril because it's the first and last letter of the word Vril, but it says it has been unanimously translated VL as meaning the hidden one. Now, so the hidden one is the one who can work the wonders of the Ring of Solomon. Now, this gets into a very special part of Islam, which as a Sufi, I'm very much eager to get your input on this, because there's stuff written about it, and I'm sure you've heard about it. But I'm going to read from my book. The hidden one is a very significant concept with regard to occult politics. First and foremost, it is of vital importance to point out that this concept is one of the most significant and overlooked aspects of Islam. According to the history of Shia Islam, and now Shia Islam is the more traditional aspect of Islam, the more, what's it, quote unquote correct. They would call it correct, whereas Sunni is more liberal and loose in its interpretation. According to the history of Shia Islam, there is a character called the Hidden One who traces back thousands of years. His name was Muhammad al-Mahdi, born in 869, and he assumed the imamate, how do you say it? Imamate?
Imamate, right?
Imamate?
Solomon?
Yes, imamate.
Yeah.
Imamate. He assumed the imamate when he was only 5 years old, following the death of his father, Asen al-Askari. During his early years, his only contact to his followers was through 4 deputies. He remained hidden. This period was known as the Minor Occultation, a period which lasted 69 years. Upon the death of his fourth deputy, he sent a letter to his followers declaring the beginning of a major occultation, meaning he would no longer be in touch with his followers. While this might sound fanciful to outsiders, it is not only a hardcore belief of Shiite Muslims, it is also the core of what their mysterious politics revolve around, completely unrecognized by the media and politicians who are constantly baffled by Muslims. Muhammad al-Mahdi is recognized as the Mahdi from the Quran, or the Mahdi, the ultimate savior of humankind and the final imam of the 12 imams who will emerge with Isa, meaning Jesus, in order to fulfill their mission of bringing peace and justice to the world. The 12 imams refer to the 12 divinely ordained successors of the Prophet, the last one of which, Muhammad al-Mahdi, will save the world as per the above. Now, this is alludes to an active force in the nation. I shouldn't say nation. I should say the religious egregore of Islam is being directed by a hidden one. Per this information I have presented, what can you share about that? What I've shared?
Sure. To add on to that, we believe that the Imam Mahdi is somebody that's basically in occult status right now, where he is on this physical earth, but he will only come in front of humanity when Allah gives him the guidance to do so. And he is he in this current avatar, in whatever avatar he's manifested as right now, it would say that he would be your average Muslim, like non-practicing or somebody, and then overnight Allah is going to turn that fire in him and he's going to become a pious Muslim, and together with him and the return of the son of Mary, Isa, peace be upon him, they will defeat the Dajjal, what is known as the Antichrist, and bring peace to all of humanity and existence on earth. That is a prophecy that they will fulfill. And what we see in Shia Islam is that a lot of the truth or the occult aspects, because Sufism, you have Sunnis and Shia in it because it's universal. And Shia Islam is where the assassins come from, Hassan Saba and the Old Man of the Mountain and the Hashashin, who are now under the the Aga Khan and the Ismaili movement. And what we see in that is even going further into the occult, many of the Islamic occultists, mystics, even the Old Man of the Mountain, they all come from Shia Islam. Even to this day, most people don't realize is that in the Iraq war, most of the people that damaged U.S. forces or caused them the most damage were the Shias, because a lot of their imams or their leaders, like Sndy, who the Pope just went to go meet, they have very high power. And even in Hollywood, that with that the latest John Wick movie that's out there, you see the actor or the role being portrayed by Keanu Reeves, where he's running for his life in New York City and here and there, and all the assassins are after him, and the only person that can help him and get him to back off is basically a Shia Sufi in the middle of the Moroccan desert, whom he has to go all the way to Morocco to go find and to beg for his life. So the hidden aspects of the hidden one, or these aspects of the different imams that are out there, it's very true, Brother Peter, because I remember when I went to Pakistan, I had these mystical experiences with a lot of these elders. They knew who I was, my whole life story before I even met them. And I remember taking a bus from one city of Pakistan to this area where a lot of these elders are. And you can't even find that place on Google Maps, or there's no directions or GPS to it. You just go because you're meant to be there, or they require your presence. And, when I got off of it, this person that I ran into, I never seen him in my life. And he just approached me in such a warm and courteous manner that like he knew everything about me. And he asked me, how was your bus ride? Were you able to get here safely? And was everything okay with you? And then he walked away, and I never saw him again. And I asked my cousin who lives there, and it's a small town. Everyone knows each other. I said, have you ever seen that man? He said, no, I've never seen him in my life. He said, I've been here. I don't know who that is. I just ran into him, and that was that. And he said, I hope everything is okay with you, and just enjoy your visit. Just like that experience I had with that man in London who said, don't be silly, enjoy your time here. So this aspect of the hidden one, it can manifest in any way, shape, or form in front of you to give you the guidance that you need. It can appear in the form of a man, a woman, a child, an elder. It can take any vessel it will choose to guide you, in which way you would feel comfortable receiving that help too, where you don't freak out seeing something that you're not supposed to. And that's the beauty that I seen in this life, my brother Douglas and Peter, is that this life where we are being divinely guided to a certain extent. And I tell those that are on this path to fear not, because there are those that are out there that love you and protect you and guide you, even if it's beyond our comprehension. The hidden ones or whatever is out there, it is helping us. And the reason why even our meeting tonight, it was fated, it was supposed to happen, and how we have helped each other in our journeys to try to make a difference for not just ourselves, but for humanity. So in my purpose, what I'm trying to do with helping, the Masonic Brotherhood, I myself being a Freemason and a Sufi Muslim, is to leave this world, its organizations, and my involvements in a better condition than I found it in. And the hidden ones, or the hidden masters, or the White Brotherhood, whatever name that you give them, they're out there, they know my intention, and they love me and support me. And that's enough for me, knowing that whatever elements of darkness that were used against me from any being that wanted to do that to me, they ended up in defeat. And I just end up getting more stronger with my knowledge and understanding and conviction. And with that, we just trust God always. In Sufism, they tell you, always trust Allah, because He's the best of all planners. And know that there's a verse in the Holy Quran that we will test you with evil and we will test you with good, and to us you shall be returned when the time is right. So we know that here we're playing this song and dance of the human life. We grow up, we go through the school system, then we have to be adults and learn how to survive and pay bills and all that aspect that this world and society throws at us. But we must never lose focus of our purpose also, and trying to find that balance within ourselves, to walk that path between the deen, which in Islam is the faith, and the dunya, which is the world. Once you walk that fine path in between, because working too much or dedicating all of your time to religion is also something that's off balance. Yeah. You must find a balance in between, which you must dedicate equal time to your family, God, and the purpose that you have to fulfill with your friends, with your brothers. And in Sufism, they teach us is that the one who makes his friends and brothers happy is the one who has pleased Allah, or the one who has pleased God. And that's it. In this human life, the real purpose is the memories and the relationships we build with one another, and the touching of each other's heart and uplifting one another or helping one another. And that is basically the ultimate goal. And for me, when I have Freemasons from all over the world emailing me saying that, thank you for what you're doing and we appreciate it, it tells me, it just honors my conviction that they need your presence, Salman, and you just have to keep going through the doubts and suspicions and through the good times, bad times, to know that God is using you for a greater purpose. So that's the conviction that keeps me going. And I would, explain the same to you and Brother Douglas, is that this life is very beautiful, and we must make the proper use of it with the time that we've been given, including our, love from the hidden ones that are out there, guiding us as they please and as they wish, according to our abilities at the time.
Well, this is very good, and I want to take it a bit further with one of the Knights Templars, of course, were identified with a differently described head known as Baphomet or Baphomet. Yeah. And it's its etymology is almost always associated as a corruption of Muhammad.
Yes.
Muhammad. And
Yes.
it's like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? We have an identification. Both of these identify with the Temple Mount and the creature known as Al-Barak,
Yes.
which was I call it a cut-up because it's a combination. It's identified as a horse sometimes that was a vehicle to heaven, that Muhammad rode to heaven and from the Temple Mount, which is right where the Solomon's Temple had been. And in this, I'm attempting to identify the hidden one as representative of the hidden control of the continuum. But when we make the association with Baphomet,
Yeah.
we have, and I will now apply this to Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis. He always identified himself as the caliph or the outer head of the Ordo Templi Orientis. The inner head is never, that I've ever seen, referred to, but it would apply to the hidden one or Baphomet. It's a hidden force because if you talk to certain magical people in that context, keep in mind the OTO claim to be descendants from the Knights Templar, yet they're paying homage by calling their leader the Caliph, Crowley included. So they're trying to emulate this energy. They would be a shard of that idea, regardless of how inaccurate or accurate they might be. But just it sort of positions Baphomet as a case officer who's a functionary between the physical world of 666 and the higher world.
Yes.
It's interesting, and this is where you talk about balancing the faith with the experience of living. And these are so you know, the way you've kind of brought it into my consciousness is the hidden one is, you could even refer to it as your own holy guardian angel or the associate with the holy guardian angel, steering you in accordance with your destiny.
Absolutely.
So
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, we can identify this in a bigger, what's the word, macrocosmic context. There might be certain times that might fulfill those prophecies that are, you know, apocalyptic in nature. But my always experience with apocalypse type stuff is many of us have apocalypse in our own time.
Yes.
It does always occur collectively. It can occur collectively in a situation like 9/11, like the Kennedy assassination, where everybody kind of gets apocalyptic for the time being. But when we die, when we have situations in our life, we basically, not everybody else in the world is involved. So it's relevant when it's relevant, and it's not always relevant to all of us at the same time.
Right. I definitely appreciate that. Now, Jameson is back with us, and Jameson, I just wanted to bring up, if it's at all possible, Ryszard Burjostek is the Polish gentleman who has been listening to us, and eventually I've been promising to talk about certain issues of the white condition in America. I'll be getting into that somewhat in Arc of Narrative tonight. If there's any way you can unhide what he said, certainly I don't want him to be blocked. If at all possible, if he has been blocked, if we can bring him back, that would help. He's relating to us because he was banned from reviewing on Amazon for life. He actually used to have over 1,000 reviews, and for a short while he was in the top of their 1,000 reviewers on Amazon. But then suddenly something happened where they decided his opinion was no longer wanted. And Ryszard Berżostek, who is Polish, I believe he lives in Europe, and he seems to live almost like in a log cabin with his family, for lack of a better word. I know one thing: they collect a lot of wood for the winter, and so in terms of what he's about, he was basically saying that he used to listen to me and then became somewhat confused when I began to sound as if I had taken an anti-white bent. And certainly what Europeans need to appreciate is I've always been very different towards Europeans. And the only time I'm hard on Europeans is in the sense of someone like Pavel Edward. We're talking about somebody who no longer identifies with Europe, but comes over to North America and becomes a Canadian, and or someone who gets a U.S. citizenship. The interesting thing is I've never met a European who ever had a U.S. citizenship that has taken a stand against me. So this is only sourced out of Canada, and that was with the two individuals that Judith Gay-Ager referred to as penis and anus, Pavel and this horrible lady whose name was just so Polish it was unpronounceable. It was just it was exotic even for a Polish name, and Maria something or the like. As a matter of fact, Jameson Reese knows who she is because he used to speak on the occult topics with her, and that basically certainly vindicates everything Judith Eggert was saying about her practicing the occult against Judith. So all of this, brings me down memory road. But just so people understand it, Ryszard Berżostek is a very real person, and he's a friend. He's a friend who's been with us for quite some time, and he indeed is someone who got permabanned from Amazon.
I unhit him.
Wonderful. And
I have a suggestion for him.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sir?
I have a suggestion for him.
Yeah.
Create a new identity that they don't recognize. It's not like you give Amazon your social security number. It's like create a new identity and start making new reviews under a different name.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, why not? And
he's that passionate about making reviews.
Yeah.
I don't remember reviewing a book on Amazon. I might have. I probably have, maybe 5 times at the most, and it's not a long review. But I mean, why can't you do that? Get a new email address, a new identity, and how the hell do they know?
It's an excellent point, and in terms of this kind of phenomenon, it's almost at a point though where you wonder, why bother? Is what I would also ask is that does Amazon deserve that level of energy and attention? It's one of those things that honestly, there's such a honestly, look at what we're dealing with when we're dealing with Amazon. Certainly,
well, I've also people that want you to get into a war in reviews.
Yeah,
they want to get you into arguing with them in almost like a chat forum on the review board.
Yeah,
like I say this about that, and then you put up another review that you're actually talking back and forth in the reviews. And I mean, Amazon will take that down if they bother to see it or report it. It's reported to them.
right.
But there are people that will want to get you into foment or discussion via, because they can't communicate to you any other way.
Yes, and that's the how would we say it? That is the horror of the human condition in the postmodern world. And I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
I just laughed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and it's but definitely I want to bring some things to people's attention. Hold on for a second here. Getting some wonderful comments on the on the latest interview that I conducted with our man Salon Shake, and so that interview is people you can review that later at their leisure. That of course is not something I want people to listen to right now, but as soon as tonight's transmission is over, you can check it out.
It's a very coherent interview.
Thank you.
And you did a very good job. It's the only possible danger is it can kind of go over the heads of people to the degree that they don't. But I mean, it was very, very, very coherently delivered.
Thank you. Hopefully it won't go over people's heads to the degree that they just simply ignore it. It's one of those things I believe I give credit to our listeners that the majority of our listeners understand what we're saying and why we're saying what we're saying.
It was pretty clear. I'm just talking about to the person who's totally new. Right. But even then, it's pretty clear. But the points about Japan, it requires a constant iteration of the basic facts. Like no people don't realize that the treaty that the war wasn't over.
Yeah.
It's right there in the cessation of hostilities in 1946 is declared cessation of hostilities. Peace treaty is 1951.
Yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah.
It's clear. However, I can't tell you how much clarity I arrived at by going over this time and time and time and time again.
Yes.
Because I typed the words, I wrote the words, I even read them over with you.
Yes.
And it just has to get into the head because the false information. And people don't want to give up that false information because they're attached to it.
Yes.
It's almost like it's like if you're going to change the character in a TV show that you've liked, and people get upset when the characters don't. Sometimes they get upset when a character is killed off.
Yeah.
And so that's what happens. You don't like it, but this is like, what about all that stuff I thought I knew? It was all wrong.
Well, the interesting thing is when I first appeared on Coast to Coast AM, the response was overwhelmingly positive. It was literally like 99.9% positive. There was literally only one decrier who people attacked, maybe two, and then people pretty much, attacked them. They wanted to hear what I had to say.
It made a lot of sense. When I heard it, it was like, wow. I remember hearing it for the first time, and it went like, wow, wow, wow. And then you went off onto Operation High Jump and then to the Yugoslavian space program. Yeah. It was like, okay, it's just like, what is this? Oh, wow, 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 wow. And, it's taken me took me a long time to pin it down to where, I can chew on it and refer back to it. Mm-hmm. But hearing it, there was no objection to hearing it at all because it was alive. And it's just a lot of it, but there's so much information that you haven't heard that it's challenging to process because it's all new data, and it's in so much conflict to the standard crap that you've been fed.
Yes, thank you. And this is why people appreciated it. It was, as one person expressed, it's like hearing the history of the world of an alternate reality. But of course, I'm saying this is your reality. But in terms of the reason that I laughed, so that people understand this, when you hear me say that's so fucking stupid about somebody who asks a question about something that seems like actually a reasonable question, so people don't misunderstand where I'm coming from. When somebody on the thread of what Peter Moon posted on his timeline says, what's the nuts and bolts evidence for the Japanese quote unquote winning the war, whatever the fuck he said, which was along those lines. It's a paraphrase, but it's literally along those lines. The reason the question is stupid is because we've written an entire book on this fucking topic. And for him to ask that question is basically saying, give me the book. in a paragraph, or it is so fucking stupid that obviously you go to where you can buy the book and you can read a synopsis, and then you can like decide, am I going to buy the book? You're even given an opportunity to sample it, so you can look through that and see at least a kind of whether or not this is technical enough for you or not. You'll at least see the structure of the writ. So I mean, for someone to say that it's literally offensive, because it is in the end.
It's inappropriate.
Yeah.
It's inappropriate because people will, make their comment, and there's inappropriateness is just par for the course, especially in social media. It's one of the the most frequent things, and that comment wasn't actually so bad as some of the stuff that.
No, I understand what you're saying. Comparatively speaking, it's not an ad hominem attack, but basically it's a passive aggressive attack. So it is just as bad, because what the person is doing is they're demanding of you to get everything for free. They want the book for free. This is what they're saying, is give me the book for free here right now. Give me a link to the book so I can read it right here. This is why it is as bad. It is as bad as an ad hominem attack. So it's a passive aggressive attack, but it's ad hominem in nature. It's stupid.
I do agree that it was stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And so but then again, and I can tell you this, in 5-10 years, I will have people writing to me and say, do you know that Japan actually won the war?
Yes, you will. Yes.
Just like I had written and published in the book Pyramids of Montauk, which I had found in a very obscure book, was that the name Cairo, or Al-Kahira, means Mars. Yeah. So I had somebody call me, don't you know? Yes. Cairo means Mars. They read my book and they come back and tell me what it means.
Yes.
This is what happens, and it only means that the message has gotten out and the message has been brought forth, and somebody wrote to me or commented to me about how many lives I've helped transform, or people, and I just received a nice message from somebody who owns a store, and said, "Oh yeah, we love your books. We go to Romania and we've looked up these places you've been to. That was really nice. It's like it inspired them to take more than one trip to Romania." Wow. I never heard of them or what they were doing. So it's like, what you do has an effect, and certainly what you have done and offered, and what I've helped you put together, is it will have an impact. It will have an impact, and then I suspect when that impact is reached a critical point, there will be a desire for more information. Yes. Because there's a lot of people that are seeking. And one thing that just really struck me was I was with Paula's had a couple of her friends, and they're my friends too, over, and I never even thought about how old they were, because they're part of her mother's school. They're all the same age. They're my daughter's age. And it's like all like Paula's friends, they might as well be my daughter's age. Paula's 3 years older than my daughter. And it's like, wow. It's like I have all these friends that are like young. Yes. And it's okay. It makes, just when I had so many of my daughter's friends around, that it made me think young. Whether I look young is beside the point. Yes. It makes me feel.
You play football with people who are a third your age. So
and that's young, and we didn't get to play today because of the rain. But I can't wait to play again. And so, so it's like you want. It's good to be around young people, and because old people can be great, but they can also, I hear guys talking about our aches and pains.
Yes. No, it can be it can be a real drag. I do want to answer.
It's a mindset, because you don't have to have those aches and pains. You really don't. And what Hubbard said, if you want to get somebody to talk to you, ask them about their aches and pains. They'll love to talk about their aches and pains.
That's funny. Yes, but he would know that. He would know that because of what he was dealing with was people's issues. Yes, so that would be that would be one of the issues that he is dealing with, because many times these aches and pains are really indicative of, they're psychosomatic. That many of them are indicative of really.
And people love to talk about them. You see, because it's where they're at. It's what they are.
Sadly, this is something that this is a mystery that I started encountering at a very young age at the Presidio military base, surrounded by elderly people about to die. And you'll notice, or I would notice, and anybody who works in care or hospital, anything would notice, that people also have a bizarre desire to show off their injuries. Come here, honey, take a look at this, I mean, just, whatever horrible rash or sickening condition that they have, they want to share. It's bizarre.
Because that's what they are. It's what they are. It's like, it's like somebody inviting you into their living room and showing you all the stuff they have in their living room, and this painting and that and this and that. That's what they're doing. They're showing you, this is my knee, this is my knee.
Yeah. It's the cross to bear. And but Miguel Gonzalez asks, he says, what's the name of the book, Doug? So we will answer that now. It is The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. If we can ever get my bio up there, Salon Shake will help Peter do that. Then you can look it up as written by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon. Right now, you'll find it by looking up Roswell Deception, Peter Moon.
And it's only in Kindle format right now. It's only in Kindle format. I hope to be sending the hard copy.
You mean
PDF.
Paperback, right? You don't publish in hardback, do you? Do you publish in hardback as well as paper?
No. Yeah. It's possible to, if one does a print on demand, they offer me to put these in hardback, but my print on demand books, but no, there's so much, they say, wow, this cover is no good. I say, well, you're the ones, you already got the cover up. Why do you tell me the cover's no good? It's like the cover does not meet our specifications. Well, it's the same damn cover you used before.
Yes.
It's like, so there's so many weirdnesses or inaccuracies in computers and software. It recognizes one thing this week, but not next week. The new mouse, the new machine with the new mouse I got, it doesn't double click.
That's
and
get a new mouse.
So that means you can't do certain things in Photoshop or in InDesign. You can't do them. So I have a $7 keyboard and mouse that works just fine. It actually works better than the Apple mouse.
There we are. I remember that my 3D graphics modeler spent a lot of money to get himself this super mouse that was super sensitive and had all these, doohickeys on it, basically. And he wound up just using the same thing I use, which originally he hated, which is just this kind of, the touchpad. And so there you have that. In terms of what I wanted to say, the one thing that confuses me, and I will replay this later because I'm going to refresh myself for a few minutes. I'll be gone for about 7 to 10 minutes, but I want to leave the stage to specifically our man Salman and Peter Moon, these two gentlemen, because Jameson Reese is also taking his leave of us for a few minutes now, and he'll be back whenever. But obviously he has two parents to take care of as well as the cats, so he's got a family to be responsible for. Amanda Ute, of course, if she is back, will be welcome to interject anytime she feels it will be constructive. She obviously, she may not even be hearing this right now, or she may be hearing it in the distance. And she says, "Oh, I'm here. Can chat soon." Okay, take your time, honey. Whenever you feel that you're ready
we'll
to.
let Amanda take over for me, but I have something to share with you.
Yeah.
From one of my subscribers.
Oh, wonderful!
Who just is listening right now, Stever.
Yeah.
Stever.
Yeah.
And this is what he says. You'll get a kick out of this. I am listening to you and Douglas, and it is synchronistic. I don't know if you heard about David Wilcock's latest quote, reveal quote today, but it made me think of, he says, D3's latest book you've published, meaning your book, DDD.
Yes. Understood.
David is talking about how the triangular craft many are reporting as UFOs are actually dirigibles.
Yeah, what I said years ago. Yes, go on.
Made to do basically what the Japanese seem to have done. David is alerting his followers that these are being used to provide proof for the false disclosure soon to be released. He went into how this was described by Wernher von Braun on his deathbed as the final phase the military-industrial complex will attempt to seal the control they have had for so long.
So in other words, what David Wilcock is trying to do is preempt the effect that our exposition will have by claiming that this is part of Project Bluebeam. So that, and then he'll add in the dirigibles that the Americans are basically fielding themselves, floating themselves, to use another.
He's spinning it
Yes.
to make it sound like he's actually got something to say.
Yes.
And of course, who cares?
Yes.
What he says.
Yes. It's true.
But thank you, Steve.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve, for your contribution. It's he obviously Wilcock could look at this information and take it at face value, and he can't repeat it.
Right.
It's
just, it's basically what Wilcock is going to try to do is convince people this is part of a government cover-up, and this will prepare his cultists to try and rationalize the reality of what we're exposing. The interesting thing is, why would the U.S. government spin that the Japanese had won the war? This is part of the insanity of anyone who tries to make that claim. The last thing the government wants you to know here in the United States is that the Japanese won the war. This is what they developed the entire alien mythos is to cover that up. So now the alien cultists have to say that what we're saying is part of Project Bluebeam, and so the government can say they lost the war rather than admit to aliens. Believe me, the government would rather admit to the existence of aliens than to losing the Second World War. Your entire fantasy of a reality, your entire delusion of existence is based on the fantasy that you won the Second World War. So
maybe it will be that the dirigibles weren't Japanese, they were really blue avians.
Yeah, there we are. He'll somehow ultimately spin it to that point. In the end, no one will remember him. And but the points we made, as a friend of mine who was oh God, I can't even remember. He had graduated from the San Francisco Academy of Art, which is an accomplishment that is to be held in deepest respect, because the San Francisco Academy of Art, which I won a scholarship to and stayed there for a year, is excruciatingly expensive, and the overwhelming majority of people who attend the San Francisco Academy of Art will never graduate. Something like less than 14%, more like 12% graduate. Only about 12%, if that, maybe about 10% graduate. The rest never graduate, and what it is it's also a scam. They have lost their accreditation. That's one of the few things I can't get out once, and took a long while to regain it. But they're basically a real estate scam, and they buy real estate all over San Francisco, which is the most expensive real estate in the world, aside from that of New York City and London and Tokyo. And they basically, that they keep themselves in business through a series of just basically shell operations. But the whole point is they are supposed to teach, and to an extent they do teach, professional illustration and 3D graphics modeling, etc., etc. So this friend of mine who graduated from that, not my 3D graphics modeler, but a fellow student of his, both of whom I got to know just living on the block, just doors from me, he basically he couldn't make a living in professional illustration, sadly. And so he wound up essentially trying to deal in real estate, and even held a few just horrible jobs like Salon Shake did at 7-Eleven. You know, in his case, he was like making pizza someplace for a while. And while he was making his pizza, the guy who he was rolling pizza dough with basically said, oh yeah, he brought up the Battle of Los Angeles when the topic came up, and said, oh yeah, I understand, that was really Japanese dirigibles. So it's the young people who are able to accept this, and it makes far more sense to them than all the bullshit. It's the elderly that are looking for the fantasy, and because they can't accept the reality, which is that they lost the war. The younger people are growing up in a fucking wasteland. And so as a result, they know that we lost the war. So there's no question to them about that. That's not a shock to them. It makes perfect sense to them because they're living without any opportunities, and they're rolling pizza and working in 7-Elevens. So in terms of what I wanted to say, though, is I want to kind of parallel some experiences here. Salon Shake had, at the time that he was working at 7-Eleven, encountered kind of like this rather mystical figure who came in and told him he was doing all right and that he's kind of being watched over. And I had the impression, and maybe I miscommunicated this, I understood that Solomon actually saw him again a few times, because I heard you say that I never saw him again, but I thought you saw him again a few times, and he kind of was like saying, you know, just the same thing, that don't worry, you're being watched, and kind of you're doing the right thing. And I want to run a parallel between him and Dr. David Lewis Anderson, because David Lewis Anderson is kind of like a ascended master figure in the experience of Peter Moon, and it kind of parallels your experience with these people who are coming into your life and essentially telling you you're doing the right thing, and the fact that you're being watched by a higher order of being, so to speak. I'd like you to kind of share experiences on that and kind of put that into perspective for our listeners. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to go mute for now, and I'm sure the two of you can...
When you come back, I'm going to sign off because I'm starting to fade.
Understood. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your patience.
But I will say something. I've realized something about David Anderson in the last week or two. He is a specialist in a part of life or consciousness that most of us are completely oblivious to. So he's in a very specialized realm, and in the course of life, you will run into situations where maybe there's only one person who knows how to make a certain part, or one person who knows a particular language. Well, David's role has to do with the functioning of time. It has to do with the functioning of the continuum. And although he's a very valuable, unique, and precious creature in this respect, one has to wonder, if he wasn't here, would there be somebody else to fill that role? Probably, yes, probably, and probably from a similar genetic predisposition. So he is, and it's a mistake to attribute too much admiration, and I don't mean to minimize the admiration for what he's accomplished. It's totally incredible. It's out of this world. But I mean, to look to him as a guru, as a metaphysician, because this is not what he is. It's not what he purports to be. He might have certain aspects of that, and certainly what he told me was that when he read the Montauk Project, it completely opened him to the idea that he was a spirit. It opened him up to that. So you could say I transformed his life, but his genius is over the top. So I can't expect too much from him. He's done enough for me in this life. He's done more than most people in my life have done for me. Bringing me to Romania, introducing me to people. But although his interaction has been somewhat limited, but it's there's different parts of life. So when we talk about an ascended master or a master, yeah, there are aspects. And I will qualify that by saying what the Artie Crippen, the medicine man of the Montauk Indians, told me. He says, there will be many, or there will be different masters, many masters that will come into your life. They will come for a certain period of time. They will be there and they will be gone.
Yes.
And he was in my case, he was referring to Roosevelt Gainey, the Taoist Qigong master, grandmaster. So that was, yes, great, wonderful people that come into your life. But they're not there forever. You learn. So over to you.
Yes, Peter, I agree completely. And, to add on to what you're saying and what Douglas described as, is that even before I became a Mason, this individual that I kept running into, he kept popping up in my life. And he would say, there's a higher power of beings watching over you in terms of the ascended masters or whatever have you, and the aspect of people in England knowing who you are. And this was before I was basically initiated into Sufism or Freemasonry. So it just kind of shows you, my brother Peter, to support what you're saying also, is that we are divinely guided by friends and different teachers that pop up in our lives to push us in the direction that we need to go. And it's funny, I was introduced to research Freemasonry by a Sufi Muslim who's also a good friend of mine when I was in the 9th grade in high school. And I just found that interesting, how one aspect of life where one seed gets planted takes you to the other aspect. And this gentleman telling me about people in other countries who I've never been to, I don't know anybody, that they know you. And in my Masonic journey, I ended up going there and joining over there after my departure from America. So it just goes to show you how even if we can't understand a few things, how there are aspects of life that are already predestined for you, and you just have to keep the faith and know what is right and what is wrong, which also, yes.
It's a beautiful thing. And I say people from other countries, because people from other countries will look at you without prejudice.
Yes.
Without the same programs that, like, say, so if I go to Europe, I will be looked at with freshness, with vigor, without an attitude, an American attitude.
Absolutely.
And it's very refreshing because they're taking you and they're seeking to learn, and what does this person have to say? So it's like it makes you, and it doesn't really matter. You're just going to be, you can be just as on point as you were. It's that you're going to be taken much more seriously and listened to and learned from, as opposed to, it's just the same old context. You won't be as prone to being dismissed.
Yes,
and that's just from the freshness of a new country. So it's very good that you have those connections and people recognize you. And by the same token, as far as these people mysteriously being on the edge or the horizon of your consciousness is nice. But on the same token, you can flip it around and you could find yourself in the other role someday.
Yes.
It's like these things are, what is it called? Reciprocal. It's like, you go like this, because one thing I'm planning to do is introduce David into the cave into the cave in Romania that is so special to him, and accordingly special to me, Choclamina Cave. I'm going to have a home there in the nearby vicinity, and I'm going to invite him there and act like the Solomonari to him, bringing him. He brought me to Romania. I'm going to bring him to the cave. Certainly invite him there. Whether he comes or not, I even know what has to happen before I can bring him there, at least in the physical sense. I don't know how important it is, but certainly it's almost like I have to initiate him into the tradition of the Solomonari in a way that will deepen his consciousness, because it's like that's my role. He initiates me into Romania, well, I will take it one step further and give him a deeper initiation into Romania, which is something that I know he's expressed an interest in. Not necessarily in the context I said, but I'm now realizing there is a role for me there, because, and this goes hand in hand with Freemasonry. When you're initiating, what they do in the Valley of the Golden Thrones is the people will bring you to a cave. The Solomonari will bring you to a cave. The people act like the Solomonari, the indigenous spirits that do initiation in the underground. So, being that I'm married to Romanian, I'm half Romanian in that sense, I am now taking on the personage of a Solomonari, in that I will be introducing people to caves. I've already picked 4 people I'm going to introduce to a cave. I'm actually acting out the role of a Solomonari, not thinking that I'm going to do it, but realizing that I'm doing it, and now I'm acting like them. So it's like I'm taking on the role of the initiator, at the same time being initiated, and not doing it because I want to, or I want to be an initiator. It's just something I'm doing, much as if, like say one time I took this young man to a baseball game in Florida when I was in Scientology. He didn't have any parents there, and I took him to a spring training game. And when he went out of his way, when, later in life, to come to New York and take me to a baseball game. He wanted to return the favor. I had bought him a pair of football shoes that he couldn't afford. So he came here and made a point of buying me football shoes. It's like people do this because they are moved to do it.
Yes. Not
because they're supposed to or want to do it, or it's just like it felt natural to him. So by the same token, this is, I've been initiated, I initiate others. It's just like it's a courtesy. You take me to the end of the rainbow, I'll take somebody else to the end of the rainbow.
Yes, that's absolutely correct, because in the aspect of life, I've learned that anybody that you meet is often a reflection of your past, present, or future whenever you are interacting with them in some way. And that's right. It's like when you see the track race and one racer gives the baton to the other one to continue the race. That's the aspect of masters coming into your life. And in the future, I might be in their role and I might be helping somebody that's in my place. So it's basically this reality and this loop that we're in, that Almighty God has placed us in, to basically help and guide one another. That's basically our purpose in this time that we have. And I would tell people that life can be a very interesting journey in whatever venues you get put in, whether from childhood up to college, life, or work, etc. We always have that deep desire within us that we have to do something in order to make our life better, help our families, help the world, and other desires of life goals that we have within us. And oftentimes, my brothers Peter and Douglas, we find ourselves in a competitive lifestyle, thinking that there are certain timelines we have to meet, such as being married, having kids, good income, and all things by a certain amount of time. We are all in this race to get these things done. We forget to enjoy the little moments of life, such as, playing football and enjoying time with your family. The beauty of life is to go with the flow and keep everyone happy and live a respectable life where automatically the purpose that you're aligned for will be given to you at the right time when you are ready to receive it. And we start looking ahead too much and realizing tomorrow is not promised to any of us. And it doesn't matter how much money you have in your bank account or what you have. None of us have a guarantee of another day. And I believe to win in this game called life and the spiritual war, as long as you're good to yourself and good to others, that's ultimately what will determine your love and backing from the other beings as well. Is, an example of my life that no matter who or what force was used against me, I'm still here doing my thing, talking to all of you, and just doing what I do best in terms of my Masonic education and whatever purpose that I'm being fulfilled for. Wonderful. And we know that this life, that you can face your creator with a clean heart and a clean mind, knowing you didn't do anybody wrong. Even if you have the aspect where you don't believe your conscious and human spirit will allow you to have that victory, you can see people with lots of money, assets, and other things, but they're very unhappy. So materialism is not the source of happiness, as I would like to tell the people of America. The aspect I learned growing up in the West is that they don't teach you a lot of spiritual fulfillment here, and that's where we have to come in our roles that we're being used for. It's all about consumerism and how to get ahead of others in this big rat race lifestyle in workplaces and other places. That's not how it should be. We should all be learning to love one another and how to make this world a better place for human and non-human alike. We also think we are often alone in our life's journey, but we are really not, as demonstrated by my life, Douglas's life, Peter's life. We have many who love us and they appreciate us, and we should never be in despair, because the divine always has a plan for you, and you're always where you're meant to be and whatever you are meant to be doing. A lot of people ask, what is my purpose? And my response, honestly, would be is that whatever circumstances you are currently is your current purpose. And as your location changes, so does your purpose along with it, because now your presence light was required elsewhere. The best you can do is live a good, honorable, respectable life and do not hurt anybody. Please honor your loved ones, yourselves, and others. You come into this world out of your mother's womb empty-handed, and that's how you shall return. Please respect everyone, no matter what their race, religion, background, etc. We are all an extension of the divine creator, or we're taught in Sufism, Allah is the only reality, experiencing this reality together. You have the agents of chaos that can be found in all races, religions, groups, and countries of the world, who have the us versus them mentality, and they like to cause divisions. That's exactly what God doesn't teach. You must be an agent of love and disperse that equally amongst all beings. If you can do that, in addition to giving a smile to everyone, helping someone, then you have the key to this life and the hereafter. You just have to enjoy the ride, and wherever your life's journey takes you from people's places and things, just please build on that love and foundation. All things like jobs, degrees, and titles are temporary for this life only. But the foundation of love, if built upon, is truly eternal. The human heart is the one thing that is under constant attack, because we have been desensitized on many things, including each other. I would say that if you want to win in this life and spiritual war between light and dark, you must protect your hearts and never let anyone or anything cause any chaos or division within your nature or being. And that's my response to add on to what brothers Peter and Douglas have shared with me tonight.
Wonderful. Bless you. I definitely want to thank you for your presence with us tonight. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want, but I feel probably you'll be signing off as soon or shortly after Peter does.
I've got to sign off now, Douglas.
Understood.
But thank you for introducing me to Salmon. It was wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful to meet you. And
absolutely, it's great to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and things are good. This is the best news
Wonderful.
come a while on the Douglas Dietrich front. You know, it's great.
Thank you.
You know, it was preceded by and coalesced by the negativity we had. So the negativity has been transmuted already, and it's good. Thank you. So thank you thank you, Richard K., for your negativity.
See, even he has played a purpose besides inseminating his chickens, is to bring good people into Doug's life and to surround him with our love and prayers.
Exactly. Okay, thank you so much, guys. I'm going to sign off. And good night,
Good night, Peter.
Jason.
Great to meet you.
We need you, Amanda. Come forth. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now. So, share our love with Paula. Okay. And so in terms of Amanda Ute, if she's ready to come on with us, by all means. And I want to thank you so much, Salon Shake, and certainly stay as long as you want. And I think I hear Amanda coming on with us. We'll find out, and we'll count on her to say something. As well, of course, Jameson's welcome to participate. Honestly, with what Salman shared, it certainly puts into perspective, our purpose for all of us. And we all have this purpose. And the one question I have before you go would be how would I say it? The number, the statistics, the fact that many of us will probably die with the horror that we have wrought upon ourselves with climate change, and the wars and the various migratory shifts, the various things that we are going to be contending with in the crises that we have before us. I have no doubt that many of us will not make it through. But I was just wondering, again, was there a specific place in the Quran where that is sourced from, like a particular chapter and verse, so to speak?
In all honesty, Brother Douglas, this is something that has basically come to me naturally from my own heart. And there is a aspect in the Quran where it tells about Allah cleansing nations and civilizations who are corrupted beyond repair. Yeah. So me seeing that in the Quran and esoteric studies of Islam, I added that with my own realization that that is going to happen one day when people are, if they are ready to accept that or not. Just like how they have to learn how to accept your information, and they're having a cognitive dissonance. So you have to accept that reality that one day, and this is not just in Islam, a lot of the cultures, such as the Hindu story I pointed out, that it will happen. And because right now humanity is corrupted beyond repair with what I see and witness every day on the physical and spiritual level. And I know when the time is right, the ones that will be left behind will rebuild this world in a great way where humans, non-humans, angels, jinns, vampire, anyone that Allah created on this earth has an equal right to exist. And that's the world I'm going to fight to create until as long as He has manifested me in this avatar for.
Thank you. Bless you. You have a blessed night. We'll have you
Thank
on
you, Brother
again
Douglas.
very soon. And of course, you're always a part of Team Dietrich. Hopefully I can get you on far more regularly, along with Derek Talley and Jameson Reese, and everybody is introduced to you now, and that way we'll have more comfort with you as we organically continue our discussions and our expositions. So blessed be thy night, my dear brother.
Thank you, Brother Douglas. Good night, and much love to you and yours. Have a great night. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, Islam alaikum. Bye-bye for now. And that was Salon Shake, wonderful human being. We have with us, hopefully, Amanda Ute and Jameson Reese. Let's see if we can bring them on, and if we can.
I'm present.
Okay, cool. Then was there anything you wanted to share, hopefully to keep us...
Yes. I got this groovy story. American honey still contains nuclear fallout from the 1950s.
Delightful. Oh my God. Go on. Yes.
All right. Drizzle some radioactivity in your tea. Scientists say nuclear fallout from Cold War weapons testing is still showing up in U.S. honey today. And the secret to lingering traces is a sneaky chemistry twist. Now, this is compounding the fact that most of the honey we get is actually Chinese sludge.
Yes, that's true.
American honey at all.
Yes.
But what little is American honey, well, all right, if this sounds bad, if you think about what they're what's we're getting from China, it's probably infinitely worse. It's important to note the levels are not high enough to be harmful, say the scientists from the College of William and Mary. But how is radioactivity still lingering in honey production after 60 plus years? The key ingredient is called radiocesium. Radioactive cesium is a fission product thrown off by hundreds of nuclear weapon test blasts from global superpowers, including the US during the 50s and 60s. The isotope's radioactivity half-life is 30 years, meaning the worst of the radiation from these specific test blasts is well behind us. So they say. But the decades-old radiocesium is still in circulation for bees because it's close enough to the element potassium, one of the essential nutrients for plants, humans, and other animals. Plants mistakenly absorb radiocesium. They make it sound as if it's the plant's fault. It really is. Believing it to be potassium. So the plants believe this cesium is potassium, so they say, oh, okay, I'll absorb it anyway. All right. Whoever wrote that, it has the mindset of a high school kid, but, well, actually lower than that. But honey not only picks up local plants' chemical composition, but magnifies it because of the mechanism of how honey is made, say scientists. Bees consume nectar and, like people who turn maple sap into syrup, concentrate the nectar so it's up to 5 times thicker. What's left is even more of the local chemical composition. This means this is concentrated radiocesium. It's not just regular radiocesium. Great. While soils of the eastern United States have a relatively narrow range of radiocesium today, concentrations in honey sourced from this region spanned nearly 3 orders of magnitude, with far higher levels in the southeast, the researchers write in their study, which appears in the Nature Communications. This is of course not mentioning that that nuke that the U.S. military lost off the coast of Georgia, which, you know,
it was just one among many, of course.
One among many.
Yeah.
This is probably countless of them, which they claim, well, it wasn't armed. Yeah, that's their public relations stance. Why do the levels spike in the southeast? Blame the geological nature of the region, where there's less readily available potassium because of the way rocks and soil are arranged. That means plants in the southeast grab more of whatever is around that seems like potassium, including radiocesium. Now, a lot of these radioactive nucleotides replace other minerals due to how similar the structure is. The William and Mary scientists discovered this by accident when grad students brought back samples of local foods from spring break destinations around the eastern U.S. to test for radiocesium. Why did they have the idea of even bothering to try to search for radiocesium? According to science. Oh, I guess, what's his name? Mr. Oh my God. Stanton Friedman gave them a heads up. When one student's local honey contains cesium levels 100 times higher than the other foods, the scientists dug into the honey's radioactive link. Okay, well, what other foods also have radiocesium? I would probably guess everything at this point. The
Yes.
scientists ultimately found radiocesium in 68 of 122 American honey samples and found approximately 87 or 870,000 atoms per tablespoon, well below, quote unquote. I know how they put well below in quotes. So they themselves are admitting by how they write this article that they don't trust the information. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration's line for food safety concerns. Well, if it's the FDA, they don't give a shit anyway. So, according to science, while the minuscule radiation levels in the honey are completely safe for humans today, why would they even bother saying that?
Yes,
That
that
doesn't
is-
mean that there isn't, fallout for other species. Scientists should now look into how radiocesium has impacted bees since the weapons testing. Bumblebees near Chernobyl were less able to reproduce after the 1986 disaster, for example, and they end the article there.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I will start monologuing, and I'll invite, of course, Amanda, you to come in at any time and start speaking. And as a matter of fact, we'll give the shout out to her now. Oh, wonderful. Come on, honey. And I do want you to take some time with us to just share other things that are going on in your life that are a bit more cheerful. Say, for instance, how your kids are doing, how other animals are doing. And obviously protect the innocent with withholding information where you feel it necessary. But otherwise, I'm sure that you must have plenty to talk about.
Can you hear me?
Yes, honey, we can now.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
I don't know if I'm good company for tonight. I'm like definitely pessimistic and pissy.
Okay. Yeah. Vent, vent. Share some of that with us. The frustration that you feel.
Well, okay, so like I do have to move the peacocks, and you know it's for everybody's good and safety and blah blah blah. But I mean, my kids are completely emotionally attached to these birds, so it sucks.
Yes.
You know, I don't know how many people can call to a peacock and it comes and jumps on your lap, but that's how my kids grew up.
Yes.
And, you know, there's a special connection here. So, that sucks.
Yes. Yes.
I guess I can share that. Otherwise the kids are good. They've gone through so much other crap that, you know, they're resilient and they're wonderful and they're fabulous. So they will be okay. And it is at a friend's place that we of course can always visit whenever, but it's not the same.
Okay.
They raised from or rescued as chicks, as very small juvenile birds. So and the oldest ones are 9 years old. So for my daughter, that's, you know, most of her conscious life. That's not in, you know, toddler babyhood.
Thank you. Go on. You're breaking up a little bit. Make certain you, honey, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. So make certain to. Yeah. I'm sorry?
I was just saying I haven't moved a smidge. I'm sorry if the connection's not that good.
Understood. It's just I get the same problem with Selena Khan when she's on the cell phone or when she's on Skype. Actually, as a matter of fact, the other day the Skype died on us, just dropped, so that, you know, it's understandable. Skype is imperfect, as I've said, but
Right.
As imperfect as it is, it's infinitely better than Zoom. It doesn't download viruses. Yeah.
My kids have to do Zoom is horrible. My kids have to do Zoom for their online classes.
Right.
And it's just horrible.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, very much so. It's thank you. I mean, honestly, can't say it enough. But yes, tell us about some of the horror stories you've had with Zoom, and that'll help. With some morbid entertainment.
It's just my kids are doing their online classes, and I try to stay out as much as possible, but I'm also not absent because there's a live camera.
Yeah.
And connections going on from teachers from their homes.
Yeah.
So I'm just like any other internet and whatnot. I'm around, and Skype just is constantly dropping kids, mic issues, sound issues, recording issues, connection issues between the teacher and all the different students. I don't think there's one class that hasn't had some glitch or can't post this, or this link isn't working, or that kid's microphone just can't get connected, or.
Yeah.
So it's and it's definitely, thank God I've got great teachers for my kids, and especially our music instructor, who is absolutely fabulous. I love him to death. He just tries to roll with it and does the best that he can, but this is definitely trying on them.
Understood. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, for God's sakes, everybody stop using Zoom, and hopefully the Cold War with China will put a crimp in it, and people can move on and develop something domestic. It's honestly, the idea of using it in the first place was so stupid. But so aside from that, honey, tell people a little bit more. You've been hearing what went on tonight. Did you have any impression or opinions about what everybody was discussing earlier throughout the evening?
Oh my goodness. Well, I've been so back and forth. I haven't been able to hear anything but chunks. Quite honestly, I was able to hear a bit about when you guys were talking earlier about the divine masculine and feminine, and kind of the Masonic aspect and the cultic and Islamic, and I'm sorry, I forget the name of the gentleman you've had on tonight.
Salon Shake. And
yes.
Yeah, he's got an unusual name. Think of the fish. It's Salman, Salman. Yeah, kind of like that. Salman. Think of Salman Rushdie. Remember Salman Rushdie? He wrote the satanic verses. Yes, there we are.
And I want to say, didn't you have him on a long time ago, or am I'm confusing him with somebody else?
Oh God, I had. No worries, honey. Don't even worry. I'm sure it was somebody else. No, I've never had him on before. I was interviewed by him yesterday, so it probably gave you the sense of familiarity. I
thought there was an interview already with him. But you did one yesterday. Was that online?
Yeah, it's online, and after tonight's transmission is over, you can listen to it if you're still not asleep yet, because I know you have that insomnia issue. But it was about a little over 3 hours, and Salman Shake interviewed myself, so I was on his show, so to speak, because he has his own channel, and so we're beginning to cooperate so that he and I can, in a sense, merge and do the partnership in terms of cross dissemination. That way we can I can get access to his listeners, he can get access to mine. This should help us both immensely. And honestly, he's younger and much more tech savvy, and he's published his own thing on Amazon that should help with the difficulties that Peter Moon has been having with it's just some of the Amazon functions for Amazon.com. And aside from all of that, of course, it's just a much needed kind of sense of, shall we say, purpose that he brings with him. So like you said, you heard it in chunks, but you can respond to whatever elements you thought stood out, or, whatever you felt was particularly relevant that you caught.
Sorry, that's a load. Just I think it's a wonderful perspective and a message that definitely coincides with yours. And I think that's fabulous if you two are kind of teaming up and working together on that.
Thank you.
I think he's one of the first peoples that I've heard kind of voice out loud saying kind of the tribalism mentality with Islam is blocking kind of the true message of Islam.
Right.
Is definitely, it needs a stronger voice. We have the same issues in Christianity or Catholicism, or even in the pagan or Wiccan or Masonic or what have you communities, where the good hard gold truth of these practices are being covered or confused with other people's fixations or wants or needs, or I don't know what you'd say, but bad juju.
Yes. Yes.
Kind of like voodoo, hoodoo. There's a big difference of sacrifice and good stuff. So it was definitely very refreshing and nice to hear what he had to say about that.
Okay, thank you. No, that's wonderful. And so feel free to add to, I was about to say, your own studies in history and whatnot can come into play, since somebody was asking us about what this episode tonight has to do with Confederate Memorial Day, which of course I said was a stupid question. But if there's anything you want to bring up in that.
Confederate Memorial Day?
What was that? Yes.
Is it really Confederate Memorial Day?
Yeah, it's actually Confederate Memorial Day weekend, and believe me, it's very confusing because the point is that this is a day that's celebrated in different states across the South. So if someone goes south of the Mason-Dixon line, south of that border, which is still very much a very real culturally definitive line, you are in a different culture. Then the different states celebrated on different days, and but this is generally the day when the majority of southern states would celebrate it, would be yesterday through till Monday. And with some of them, it was originally April 24th. In Alabama, it's April 26th. So one was on Friday and one was on Monday. In terms of, I believe it's the state of Kentucky, it would be June 3rd. So that'll fall on a Thursday this year. So it's, you've got a wide range of different types of, shall we say, Memorial Day concepts about it. But definitely, if people look it up, they might be confused by the differences they find. But most of the articles they will find about it will be written literally like days ago or hours ago. So it's definitely this weekend. It's a majority of the states in the South coalesce around this weekend for this Confederate Memorial Day. Now, I would be somewhat at a loss. I'm going to speculate as a military historian as to why it would be these particular dates for different states, and I think it would be based on their state experience, of course. But in terms of yourself, of course, I don't know what kind of exposure you had to the Civil War during your time growing up and the schools you attended and whatnot, but you certainly have a very unique perspective on our culture because you grew up in the Pacific Northwest and Alaska, essentially, my impression being most of your life. So you have these very different perspectives, but they have almost nothing to do with that struggle. I mean, most of these are frontiers that were kind of, well, I mean, the product of the Oregon Trail, maybe, but but not really the product of the Civil War. Your state experiences are just like a world all their own. But feel free to share what you remember of those that you feel might be relevant in just any general sense. Honestly, just want to draw more out of you because everybody loves your voice.
Oh no. Well, that's interesting because my kids and I were just going over actually the Civil War for history.
Okay.
So that April, from what I understand, is kind of like when shit hit the fan, when the Confederate forces were they were either threatening or they had actually assaulted Fort Sumter, and
Yes.
that was the first couple weeks of April. And then after that, you had, I want to say, 4 other states had joined the Confederate Union. They absolved from the United States. So from what I understand about April, it's just kind of the unofficial beginning of the war,
Yeah.
and the abdication, of several of the southern states. I want to say there were several. Obviously, I mean, the Civil War was not just 1 year, so I want to say there are a few major points in April that the Confederates were able to either claim victories, either if it was just in their stand against the northern states, or that it were major battles and losses, heavy losses. So my understanding is the Confederate Day is about just honoring those who passed from the beginning, the April, the unofficial beginning of the actual fighting of the Civil War.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
For us, I am kind of split. It is interesting. My dad was born in Oklahoma, in Oklahoma City. His biological father was not half. My father is half. He was an Ojibwe Indian. My dad was raised by basically his aunt.
Uh-huh.
But I grew up knowing her as my grandmother. So she fully adopted him. But so I am a quarter Ojibwa.
Wow. And how is that pronounced? Isn't it Ojibwe?
Yeah, you know what? I've heard so many different pronunciations.
Uh-huh.
It's also kind of a spot in my family that my dad, it wasn't a good situation. He was given up. He did spend half of his life my dad's such a wild guy. They spent a lot of time in Oklahoma. He also went back and served his military at Red Rock, in Alabama. So the southern states and the half of my dad's side of the family is still between Oklahoma and Alabama, but it is also with the reservations and Indians there. I also don't know that much about that side of my family. But my grandmother, whom I know is my grandmother, but is not my dad's biological mother, but still family. She was a badass frontiers woman. She homesteaded in Oklahoma and the reservations, and also in Alaska, and was a military nurse. And so part of that family is from Western Oregon and Idaho and Washington and Alaska, and then all the way over south to Alabama and Oklahoma. And that same tribe got moved, from what I understand, from kind of mainly the Canadian area and also the Eastern. And it's more of kind of a part of Native American tribes that had to kind of coalesce together with the invasion of the white man and colonism and being moved from different reservations. But from what I understand, the southern states is not a natural territory of the original clan.
Right. And so aside from that, what about your family in terms of ever since most of its identification? How did it become intertwined with Alaska?
I don't know. I think that's kind of part of that gold rush frontiering thing.
Okay.
Of heading west. And my grandmother was up there in the 20s and 30s and 40s. And then my dad was born in 46. And so He remembers homesteading up there, but I want to say it was back and forth between my grandmother's deployment with the military and when she would be on her own. The woman married, I think, 5 or 6 different men. You know, so she traveled back and forth between the military jobs and her husband's and Alaska. She was up there before Alaska became a state. I think my dad was actually there when Alaska became an official state, but then they moved back to Oklahoma. The family ended up moving to the Oregon, Washington area, and my dad ended up going into military around the Vietnam era time. And when he came back, my grandmother had moved to the Puget Sound area, which is Tacoma, Seattle of Washington State. And she remained there until she passed away.
All right. Thank you. That's wonderful. And tell us some of the cryptic and supernatural things you know about Alaska. Some that you've heard, some that you've seen, or the secret military activities, the military presence.
As far as supernatural, my gosh, you could definitely easily just find that going up there and doing a little walk around, because you will find that the wildlife is just all around you. You have glaciers, you have huge mountain regions, you have new forests that's come up because the glacier has receded, and then you have dense, dank, old world forests there, and you have everything from the grizzly bears to seals and salmon and whales, and just, you know, just a plethora of wildlife just at your back door, including the northern lights, which, I mean, for that reason alone, I recommend anybody going to Alaska to experience, or anywhere that you are available to view the northern lights, because it's definitely wild. It's definitely amazing. But it's you know, on the other side of the supernatural, that's not just in nature, spirit connection. There's definitely weird, crazy shit that goes on there.
Yes. What did you think of the television series Northern Lights? Or no, what was it called? It was
I think it was Northern Lights.
It might have been, or it was something else. Northern Lights was that horrible film, but
Northern Exposure.
Northern Exposure. Thank you. What did you think of that?
It's actually kind of accurate.
Okay.
You know,
tell people about it. Tell people about that series.
I have not seen that in so long. That just cracks me up. Oh my goodness. You have people that come from all across the world and just big cities from the United States that end up, for one weird reason or another, transplanted into Alaska. And it's what the one character that does do that, I forget if he's a scientist or a doctor. I cannot remember anybody's name from there.
It was a long time ago.
It was forever ago. It was a good show, though. I want to say it was pretty funny written, and of course it's dramatized for TV. But his experience of like daylight saving, or just the difference between the daylight and the dark, and how he kind of, you know, whacked out and couldn't sleep, or, you know, this or that. Like, that's definitely true. That was very relatable. How you have very hometown simple folk, you know, that'll, you know, 1 second be able to trap a deer and skin it and you know, have it cooking on the fire in 20 minutes, and, you know, just some downtown LA guy that thought he's badass enough to come work on the fishing boat. You know, it was funny and very true. You are very secluded there. There's a very good sense of community. The Alaskan Native culture is just amazing and beautiful and powerful. It's definitely, when I was visiting Sweden, I had flown over from Alaska, and whenever anybody heard local there that I was from Alaska, not only did they have to ask if it was, it was considered a different country. It was not assumed that I was a United States citizen. I was an Alaskan. And they talked to me with shock and awe, as if I was someplace amazing. And I'm, on the other side of the world going, no, this is opposite. So it's and we have crazy tourists up there all the time. People that ask why we haven't washed the glacier, like literally cleaned it, because they're so used to the pictures of it being blue and sparkly, and recently calved to, where are the polar bears, where are the penguins, you're in downtown Juneau and you have people off the cruise ship asking to where to go to see the penguins. So it's a very odd and funny place. But you also have very, very much the very heavy feeling of its ancient history, and the seal man. It's a, I won't say his name because I'm near water, and I've been to native circles and ceremonies, and I was specifically told you do not say its name near water. You'll be conjuring him up.
Fascinating.
So, yes. But it matches almost to a T with the actual authentic mer people tales of Japan.
Yes.
Where you're talking about half people, half mammal, or half fish, water fish, seals or dolphins, or some of it is, very benevolent. They're there to help people, rescue people if you're drowning. There are many tales of a humanoid fish that help them to safety, and on the other hand, there are tales of some odd seal person creature. I'm trying to avoid saying a name associated with this thing, where it devoured boats, people. Was what is, your worst nightmare out in the sea. And they could be conjured onto land. I did have a few occasions where I was out with my friend that we spoke of before many times, my friend who went into the adult film industry and whatnot, and many times where we were out at night and near water and rivers, and things we saw and things that we went in the water or saw go into the water or come out or whatnot was not normal.
Right.
I don't know what else to say. We swam in the ocean up there. Yes, it's freezing. Yes, it's by the glacier. There's polar dipping and whatnot. But in the middle,
polar dipping. Oh my God.
But when you're at the middle of the night in November and you're just out, near a beach and you see kind of something with legs, something not, I don't know how to explain that, kind of in a dark silhouette, jump in the water and disappear. That's I always took her lead, and you just get the hell out of there.
Yes.
And you don't talk about it, and you just get yourself safe. So that kind of, those sort of things happen quite a bit.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. And hopefully it helps you get into a better mood than you were. And along those lines, in terms of the house, the house itself is otherwise behaving. And of course, for people who don't know, I don't want to go too deeply into it, but the background of the horror home in which Amanda Ute lives, I've always compared to the Haunting of Hell House or the Amityville Horror Home. It's just a combination of that and 13 Ghosts, and you've got the Amanda Ute experience. So is that kind of alleviated a bit? It's behaving, or I know it's alleviated in general, or did for a while, but has it maintained itself in good behavior?
It's so weird. Yes, in good behavior in one sense, as far as like the very oppressive and I don't know if vindictive or, you know, just evil feeling that was going on. It is definitely not the same. But last time I spoke with you on here with some other people, I think that's when Pacwell was on, we were sharing haunted house stories.
Yeah.
I had brought up how a dish appeared in our cupboard out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That just happened again a couple of days ago,
Oh my
where
God.
this white teacup of a set of dishes that is from at least a decade ago, that I was absolutely damn well positive that every single dish had been chipped and cracked and, you know, had gone away out of the household. This white ceramic teacup showed up out of nowhere.
Yes.
I asked the kids, like, where did you guys find this? Thinking it's from, you know, just somewhere, because I definitely didn't place it in the sink. They didn't recognize it either. So
Wow.
I have missing dishes appearing.
Wow. I mean, that's that's pretty neat. And aside from all of that, nothing is leaping at you out of the cupboards anymore. Is it? You can relate some of those stories. I mean, stairs used to collapse beneath you. Going outside, the steps would just collapse, or things would leap out of the cupboard and literally break your toe. The house was out to kill you. So let people know that.
I literally broke my tailbone with that step. Just falling out, and it wasn't rotten, it wasn't broken. There's no reason why I slipped and fell. But I want to say one of the most painful things is literally breaking your ass.
Oh, that's awful. That is horrible.
It
sorry.
definitely sucks. But yeah, on my birthday, was it last year or the year before, like a lid of a can of just a vegetable can. I was taking it off with a can opener. Like, I watched the lid as soon as I was done releasing it completely from the rest of the can. It fell off. It went straight to my toe and implanted itself in my toe. I was in the emergency room getting stitches.
Oh, God.
It didn't fall from any height that it should have been able to pierce my toe, let alone like require stitches. And it put me in took my kids to a concert the next day, and I was in a wheelchair because I couldn't walk. It was like so bad. But one of those little flimsy tin aluminum can lids I don't even know how it could have done that. I don't know.
It's just, you've been through a lot, and the house is a big reason for what you've been through. And again, the question has to be asked, why you don't relocate. Is it due to at this point, the community has built up enough of a supportive infrastructure where you can't imagine integrating yourself into another community? It would just be so monumental an effort.
No, it's basically COVID. And
for
I'm
now. Okay.
definitely stuck and screwed for now.
Okay. Oh my God. Well, but before COVID, it was the bamboo, wasn't it? It was, you couldn't relocate the bamboo because it took 5 years to grow or something?
Well, so I had several openings and several things going on, and I had recovered to the point and had enough backing of financial backing where I was going to start doing art shows and events again. And so things definitely went downhill very quickly as far as the plans went for, because when you're doing shows and whatnot, you're planning 2 years ahead at least, and you already needed to save up at the very least a year ago for what you're hitting the road with now. So I was kind of basically in a place where my kids were older, I was healed, I had been able to recoup enough to be able to do that where I wouldn't need to be on the property as long. And the bamboo could stay here, but I also had several caretaking positions where they wanted to trade help for time at their property, and they would grow and harvest some of the bamboo on their property. So it was kind of like a, I don't know,
a kind of like
a co-op.
Okay.
But with what happened with COVID, I had a lot of people who, I mean, obviously and honestly, no ill feelings towards them or negative feelings towards them. They had to do what they had to survive. But having people come and, selling property, caretaking property, who had to move and sell because they were now faced with the same situation of what COVID meant for employment. Several of those farms and properties that I had tabs on to do this work with, they either, could no longer sell it, or they themselves were selling it because they were in bad positions, or they weren't accepting new people on their property, which, for safety and my goodness, of course, so it just definitely put everything that had been building up and was in the works on hold. And when I was doing some construction, demo, remodel, getting houses ready for sale, I ran into a buttload of people like me, like teachers or kind of more art event workers who are now selling their homes just because there's not work. Work's changed. Things are just completely different in the fields that I'm in. And it was kind of in that panic, last year between April and July, where that's when it was really getting in that things were getting shut down, closed down, turned off, just not available. And if you would ask me, I literally said this. I've worked with different school districts. I've worked in different states with different public and private schools. Come hell and high water, you do not close down the schools.
Right.
Everything, kids are dying. I mean, I lived in Alaska. We had to walk to school in the snow. And that sounds like your grandfather's, classic story. I had to walk uphill 5 miles and in the storm,
yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
I mean, that was me. That really was me.
Oh my God.
I definitely came from the perspective of, no, they're going to figure out some way to make this work. It's going to be safe, but they're not going to close it down. And that got kicked out from so many different people. Substitute teachers, bus drivers, janitors. There are so many different people involved with schools that just got kicked in the gut. And so I'm just here on my property. It's retained its value, and I just don't know what the frick I'm doing anymore.
No, well, it's retained its value, I presume, because you're maintaining the property, you're upkeeping it.
Nike is less than a mile from me. I bought this house because I knew the property was going to increase in value. They are tearing down old areas around here left and right, and it has all been upgrading. The only hit we took is the one that everybody took from like 2009 or 7 to 2010, our Great Depression, that people really need to take more consideration and understanding what went on and what happened. And it really was a Great Depression.
Yes. Yes. And feel free to elucidate, provide people whatever information you feel is most relevant about that.
I know by personal experience, it's the worst time to have a kid.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
To put everything you have into something that was supposed to be 3 years, that you were going to turn around and flip and like buy your property, out in the woods and buy, your dream home and your dream acreage and have your animals and your bamboo and garden, property, just, that went out the window.
Oh my God.
But I mean, I can't complain. People became homeless. People were my actual neighbors at that time were an old couple. They had lived here for 30 years. The husband was a truck driver, and he had, I forget what the disease is, but that a lot of truck drivers get it from sitting too long, and their
the piles.
Yes. Yep. He was literally dying, and the bank literally denied them any financial help and any refinancing and any aid and help. These people had, because they had refinance and whatnot in the 80s, which, God, you could go into for days and days and days of the economic repercussions of Reaganomics.
But by the way, I'm going to do something incredibly morbid. This is something that normally Jameson Reese would do. I'm going to look up the piles, because the piles is basically like super hemorrhoids. And this is like what proctologists deal with. This is like what happens to, as she said, people who sit down not only in trucks but in offices all day, all their lives, where somebody just all they do all day is sit down. Now, oh yes, I forgot. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, so I had to do that. Anyhow, these things are like hemorrhoids that distend outside of your colon. They come outside of your anus, and they're discolored. Well, because they've got a bunch of dried, clotted blood in them, they're purplish and blue. External hemorrhoids, basically, and prolapsing internal hemorrhoids. So they're, obviously this is just, but for a man to be dying of that, which I understand people do.
It caused complications to his blood pressure and his heart.
Okay.
On top of, the smoking and the sitting and the blood pressure issues from sitting.
Okay.
It kind of like me, it created where if you get a blockage in your intestines or in your colons, it can, you have a very high risk of it being fatal.
Right.
Our intestines, kind of like our appendix, if you don't get immediate help, or if it becomes a disease, man, it just takes you out.
Yeah. Well, by the way, I'm surprised that Google allows this, because I was talking to our man Jameson Reese about this, that Google and its big problem is, or what they've done is they've taken basically graphic photographs off of the search engine. So I was surprised I found anything. I'm surprised at the extent of what I'm finding on Google alone, because you can't really find very graphic images. This is why Jameson Reese went to explore other areas, and he winds up with sites like iBlack and shit. But the point is that when it comes, because of his morbid fascination with the various ways in which the human body can disintegrate, I suppose. But in terms of what I'm getting on Google, there are some fairly graphic images of anuses, which is surprising me. So this is by the way, just so that people understand the extent to which I've seen horrors all of my life. I'm currently eating 2 hard-boiled eggs. These are tea eggs that I was steeping in my tea until they absorbed enough of the what I put inside of the tea, which is the cumin. I'm sorry, what else do I put inside? What's the mustard stuff? The tamarind or whatever. It was provided me by Selena Khan, sent me a huge box of this turmeric. And so that helps to steep into the tea eggs. I'm able to eat this without any problem while looking at these images. Not that I prefer to look at these images while I'm eating, but the point that I'm making is that obviously this is something only doctors or nurses can do. This is what doctors and nurses and paramedics or emergency responders or firemen or police, just people who have seen horror, nonstop horror all of their lives, can eat while looking at something like that. And you just separate your enjoyment of the food from whatever you're seeing. But people learn to do this when they have to look at cases and they have to eat and they have to sustain themselves. And so I have that kind of background where I can do this. But rest assured, I was surprised at what I saw. So, don't do anything like that casually for your average person, because many of you won't be able to eat for days. But
Isn't that similar to a prolapse?
yeah, kind of like a prolapsed anus where you've got half the lower intestine sticking out.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
But don't get too graphic for our listeners. By the way, I'm happy that Richard Brujostek took it well, and he said, and thank you, Jameson, for being I'm glad the two of you, I'm glad the two of you communicated. It's wonderful, and
I literally have to. Every time you bring up something that's horrifically medical, I just have to. I don't know why.
Understood. So, like our lady Amanda said, this poor old man was dying of the complications that this was causing in his life. I can't imagine living with someone like that, the problems it would cause. I'm surprised that one of the graphics I'm seeing here on Google actually shows fecal matter at the bottom of the anal, how would you call it, passage, and just showing this, by the way, is a graphic. It's not a photograph, but it is trying to portray fecal matter on a chart. It's funny, really. It's like,
you got to look at DuckDuckGo images.
No, I don't need to hear about it.
You do the DuckDuckGo images and you put the Piles disease, and they'll give you the
full range
photograph.
Yes, the full range, I'm sure. This has been literally...
Some of these are horrible.
Yes,
oh my God.
This has been literally shit talk. Going back to Amanda...
And I don't know why anyone would want to take anything, would want to take a deep initiation that way. That's all I'm going to say.
Jameson is talking about this occult initiation which involves sodomy, which seems to be pervasive amongst the occult community.
I mean, you could have that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm not venturing to that.
To that level, yes.
To that rabbit hole.
Yes. So what you're going... I don't blame you. I mean, honestly, thank you, Jameson. And by the way, so Amanda... before I want to attend to some of the people in the chat room, but I've got to take my time. I'm going to finish these eggs. I want you to continue talking. Tell us about this couple. So you had this old couple who you knew. They were essentially neighbors, you said? One of them had the Piles, the old truck driver, and his wife? What?
Sure. Well, I mean, I became their neighbors because I bought the home next to them, and they'd been living there. They raised their kids there. They were raising their grandchildren there.
And then the next time you saw them, they were living in an SUV. I'm just making that joke. I'm sorry. That's horrible. So tell us what happened.
No, I mean, that's kind of basically what happened. The bank would not help them. These people, they got their horrible interest rates and whatnot from refinancing in the 80s, and obviously paid their taxes, paid their dues, and still got kicked out of their house. I've had 4 people buy and sell the house next to me, the same house, and they all updated it and upgraded it and whatnot and blah blah blah. But I mean, that we were just talking about, the horrific mortgage collapse of the 2007s, and all you have to do is look at the Iran-Contra scandal. If you look at the banks, the United States banking situation that happened during that time, then you'll understand like what really went down. It was a bubble that was supposed to pop. It was an absolute purposeful act. I'm in a very good but bad spot where you could definitely see what do they call it? Gentrification. On top of old farmland, old families, old people.
Gentrification. Yes, go on.
Right. Gentrification. And, it's gone up and down the angle around here. I live very close to where the unfortunate missing child, Corman, if you look that up, just Portland, Corman, missing child.
Jesus. Go on. Yeah. And explain his situation briefly, please.
He was a child who oh my goodness, I had this family who came through the coffee shop that I used to work at. They lived up the road from where I had an apartment from. There is this top hill, it is full of a lot of money. And it's called Skyline, and it has a beautiful school, and it has a beautiful neighborhood, and you've got all of your Richie Richingtons up there.
Weren't there a lot of weird ass Hollywood celebrities who, for some reason, wanted to just, how would I say this, slum over at the coffee shop you worked at?
I had NBA trailblazer basketball player stars come through my coffee shop. I had billionaire real estate moguls come through. There were constant, yes, the people that were in the circles here going through where I was working for sure. This poor kid's stepmom, supposedly dropped him off at school, took pictures of him at school. It was a science project day. And somehow this kid never ended up in class, and he ended up going missing. He has never been found. The stepmom has always been a person of interest, but with no charges ever coming up against her. There's a lot of we did searches for this poor little boy, and he was just never found and disappeared. I have my own instinct, and honestly, a month ago, I heard somebody else share some information that I had also received, and I haven't received from anybody else, and so I 100% believe it. This poor little guy was more than likely killed the same day he was picked up.
Right.
And there's several people that do know about it. And this woman has been connected with child trafficking, which unfortunately in my area is very prevalent. When I was walking to work pregnant, I was walking by a house of a woman who was soliciting pregnant women on Craigslist for maternity clothes and baby clothes because she was about to have a baby. And she lured a poor mom over who was pregnant and killed her, tried to cut the baby out of her and claim it as her own.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And it just the thought of someone doing that to by cesarean section, performed on one's own. And this was, I'm trying to remember, the woman was already dead, but the baby would still be alive for a period of time. She killed the woman and then tried to remove the baby. Did the baby survive that? It did not, did it?
No, he did not.
Okay. Yes.
It was actually a way that I used to walk to work pregnant because
oh my God.
The way in front of this house was an easier slope compared to the other incline that's right up my street. And
so
it was
she staked it out, and she realized this. She realized that it would be easier for the pregnant woman to carry her load, so to speak, walking that street in particular, right?
Yep. I remember a month before I just had the worst feeling walking by that place, and I ended up walking the harder, sunnier, in the middle of July in Portland, 100-degree weather, all the way around this house because I just couldn't handle walking by there anymore.
Oh my God.
And it was like, I think a month or I can't remember. It's in the papers. It's sadly in the papers. If you look up Beaverton, woman kills for baby, Craigslist, you'll find it. Yeah.
Incredible. Go on.
Yeah. No, just, I haven't thought about that in forever. But there's just children snatching and stealing and taking from around this area.
I
It's
mean,
just
why do you live there? I mean, it's a fucking shithole and it's loaded with crazies. As I said before, the whole Pacific Northwest was originally, for those who don't remember, I was talking about the Spanish-American War, and of course the highlight, if you will, of the Spanish-American War. The primary campaign was the Philippines, because that was a Spanish colony and the Americans stole it, and that was America's first Vietnam, and it was where GIs just basically became introduced to opiates and, I mean, literal opium. I mean, the real thing, the opium, not just opiates, but opium. And that was what they were like becoming addicted to block out the horrors of war. And so many of these guys committed genocide. That was the largest genocide of probably the 19th century, and then it was 3 million people killed at the very least, at the very minimum. Then what happened was that these genocidal drug addicted maniacs all came home, and they were completely unable to re-socialize, so they just encouraged them all to settle in the Pacific Northwest and gave them all land, and so the descendants, of course, are all fucking crazy. It's basically the hills have eyes land. So without necessarily the deformities on the outside, but they're all on the inside. And so, Amanda, for God's sake, what are you doing there? Anyhow, go on. I'll give the stage back.
well, like I said, at first it was an investment. It was. I had never planned on raising kids in a city in the first place, and then they came along, and then that, the mortgage housing crashed, and I was lucky compared to other people where my mortgage compared to the property value loss was still, it was equal. I didn't necessarily lose anything, but if I sold at that point, I would not have gained anything nor had anything to show for what I had.
Right.
So, and on top of having kids and changing my entire career to being mom, stay-at-home mom, completely fluggered everything. On top of the kid's father, his work was also in landscaping and construction. So, and at the time building up to it, if anybody doesn't understand, people knew it was coming. People were talking about it, and I don't know what other people understand about track houses and row houses, but at least around here in Portland, the corporation building of homes and buying properties and land and apartments that still are empty to this day, or have not been finished being built, or were sold through 3 different other property builders and whatnot. It was disgusting. People knew shit was going to crash, and they were not stopping. The tricking of people into the whole buy a house and refurb it and upsell it, and the TV shows of it was such a big trend of
wasn't that the TV show This Old House? That was literally
Yes.
the name, This Old House.
Yeah, exactly, stuff like that. The point of time where people were still getting other people in to put their money in to buy these houses, they already knew the market was going to crash. That, and that's what happened to my neighbors, the people that did buy it, that had to redo it because, again, it was an older couple, and unfortunately they had shit for children who were in and out of jail and whatnot, and were not helping mom and dad, and were living off of them.
Wow.
This house looks nothing like when I lived here. It's been completely remodeled several times over. The people that did sell it the first time around, besides screwing up my freaking property line right there next to them, they couldn't have made more than $5,000 to $7,000 maybe. After all expenses, after everything they had to put into it, after how long it took. I mean, if you're talking about your yearly income and a house you invest in and you flip, you need like 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10, $3,000 to $5,000 flips for, if that's going to feed your own mortgage and, expenses and whatnot. So, that was happening to people all over the place. They were duped into flipping houses when the actual real estate market knew damn well that they were just unloading properties onto unsuspecting idiots.
Oh, that's awful.
Basically.
Oh my God.
The row housing, the duplexes, the complexes, all these new apartments that were being built up, all these fabulous, supposed high-end buildings that were being put up for apartments and whatnot for Nike and all these other corporations around here. I mean, God, all you guys need to do is take off your drywall, just cut a few areas into it, and you'll find out that you have wood that doesn't match up, caulking that fake that your boards actually were flush, paint was covering, BS. I've had more people with landscaping issues because they're finding out when they're digging into their backyards and actually either trying to build a patio or a garden or a pool or a garage, a structure, a porch, that they're digging out and they're finding literal trash, like garbage,
right.
as backfill into their property. And their 3 to 5 to million grand house is shit. Literally, it's it's garbage in the back. There's so many nails and shit that comes out of construction that they just bury in the backyard. And you paid a sticker price because it's an upscale, newly rebuilt, gentrified area, and it's crap.
Oh my God. I'm certain people appreciate your sharing these realities with them. It gives them something to investigate when they're truly trying to invest in property. Do me a favor. I just need to toss something. I will be back in a second. Continue along this. I'll be right back and continue. This is something that I'll set you in a direction here to kind of cover for a few minutes. Crystal River, of course, would automatically conclude, or as an intuitive, I dare say this, and Crystal River can spank me later and correct me if I'm wrong. But honestly, I think the first thing she would intuit or conclude is that those weird-ass celebrities who are just kind of slumming an area, coming into your coffee shop, that somehow some of them were probably connected with the disappearance of that child. That would probably be her instinct because, like many people, she views Hollywood as just essentially the cultic milieu of our day. So if you could provide some elucidation on that and what kind of opinion or insight you would have on that, I'd deeply appreciate it. I'm going to go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back in about 6-7 minutes. Believe me, it'll pass before you know it. So the stage is yours.
Sure. With Corman, if Crystal would share that intuitive feeler, I could do nothing but agree with her. This is all alleged. I have to say that, obviously, that the stepmom or some connection with her family or with a old boyfriend was also being investigated with child trafficking. That somehow in the family history there was already a precedence of missing children or human trafficking. I would have no problem researching this and absolutely getting as much as I can as actual factual statements to back that up. But that is what I recollect was part of what made the stepmom as a suspect was this family history. On top of that, there is something wrong with the school. I know from a fact from working in public schools and also in private schools, when a child is dropped off, when a child is checked in, when a child is in attendance, when a child is late, who you're supposed to have in your class, roll call. It's not just a made for movie, BS sort of thing, especially nowadays. You have to, and your literal ass is on the line, but personally, liability, legally, that this child is in your presence or not. And marking that child absent when that child was absent became unnoticed, especially if we were talking about the minor age, middle school, but especially as well the elementary and kinder. We're talking about young, little vulnerables, and the regulations and the protocols regarding that this student was checked in or this student was not seen. The steps you're supposed to take. I remember working in the Juneau School District, and if a child was scheduled to be with you, and if that child does not show up, you have a call list of the immediate parent or guardian, and then you have emergency contacts, and then you have a protocol at a certain point where if you can verify with the rest of the school that that child did or did not show up at school that day and at what time, that the police or child services are absolutely regulatory, legally, you have to call them and report that this child is missing. They're not in your custody. They're not there. And something is messed up with the school. And I can definitely verify that things like that happen because of negligence, mistakes, oversights, people who just don't want to get in trouble, people who, even if they just made a God-honest mistake, which can happen, you're dealing with 30 to literally hundreds of children. These things happen, and that's why there's supposed to be steps of backup measures and verifications to make sure that you are not missing a child. And that comes to with just for parental situations, custodial situations, a parent that is or is not allowed to pick up a child at or not at a certain time. It's a very big deal, and it should be, so that the school recognizes that this student was there and they acknowledged that he was there, but the amount of time that they took to call authorities and verify that he's no longer around was not okay. And there has to be absolutely somebody within that school that is not speaking up, either because they're covering for somebody or they're covering their own ass, or they were a willing participant.
Yes.
In this abduction is just absolute.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for sharing that. And that's so important. I really appreciate your courage in that. And so aside from all of that, honey, what's the, based on what you've shared with us, which was a tour de force in horror, from the economic depression to the, the various conditions of these elderly people essentially exploited by their children. I mean, most children are fucking worthless. It's hard for me to decide where to fall on that. And maybe Jameson Reese can join us just for a few minutes in just a kind of just a little bit of a analysis here. Jameson, are you there? Yes. So this is a question, a philosophical question. One of the things that I've pointed out that I think is a damaging defect in society is chronism. For those of you who are unaware of that term, Kronos was the ancient god Saturn, by the other name he went by. Kronos is Father Time, the original Father Time. Father Time, of course, has kind of turned into this symbolic character who symbolizes the turning of the years, and he's usually portrayed as quite benevolent. That's not the original Father Time. Father Time is, of course, like time itself, one mean son of a bitch, and he eats everybody alive and is relentless, remorseless. The word would be unstoppable. You get the point.
Voracious.
Well, beyond that, there's inexorable. So when it comes to Kronos, he ate his children. He devoured his children. The original Greek gods killed him by basically his wife. I forgot who it was, but the mother of the universe and father of time were, of course, the original Titans, the ancient Titans, and he was told that it was foretold that his son would kill him and take over his rule. So that son became the king of the gods, Jove, Jupiter. And so when these original mythos tales of our forebearers are horrific, and so in order to prevent that from ever happening, the god Time devoured his children until his wife finally smuggled in some stones to put in their place, and he swallowed the stones whole. And the children were escaped thusly, and they grew up to not only castrate their father, if you can imagine this, castrate their father, they threw him into the sea, after butchering him, essentially. So people have some idea of what we're talking about here, but the idea
I love those old myths.
Yes, but the idea of devouring one's children is, of course, the whole idea of chronism. And this is what animals do. There are many animals that devour their own children. So when children are dedicated to caring for their parents and they become care providers to the point where they sacrifice their own futures or their own lives, and in this day and age, that's all too common because elderly people are now living longer than they ever have before. That is a defect. That is a defect on the part of the parents who are the recipients of that care and who take advantage of that. They're cronists. They are devouring their children. At the same time, children who are living off their parents' largesse are also just parasites, and they're to be condemned. And this is the reason why American families, fearing this development on either side of the age line, forced children to leave the household and get married. This was the primary reason children were, it was just deemed unnatural for anyone to be staying at home. This is where we got the term motherfucker. It was assumed that they were participating in incestuous relationships with their family if they were not going out. So the two of you might be able to answer that question as to how we should balance this. It's a tough question for society.
Yeah, one strikes a fine balance. In my case, I wind up I pay my folks rent. I mean, it's understood that I can't, if I'm not pulling my weight, that's it. I'm out of here.
But you act as a care provider to an extent.
Yes, I do, and that's how it should be. I prefer it to be a reciprocal relationship because the idea of parasitizing off of them is just disgusting. I think that societies need to strike a fine balance because it's not uncommon for people in other cultures for several generations to live within one household.
Yes, these are other cultures outside of America where there are large families and therefore the balance is much more easily struck. It is expected that they will rotate the responsibility of caring for the elderly as they come into maturity.
The problem with America is that America has no balance. You're either in one extreme or the other.
We're atomized. It's ironic that the main composite unit of the American society for many years was the nuclear family, which emphasized how atomized we were. But that's breaking up into even smaller. We've gone into the atom smasher now, and the nuclear family no longer exists. You just have single mothers mainly. So that brings us to Amanda again. So Amanda, what are your thoughts on this? That the balance to be struck in this regard?
I would say it's not just an American situation, but I would say even Canada, Western European.
Okay.
There has been a huge just defragmenting of a tribe. The old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. I absolutely believe that. We have situations that are problems right now because what my daddy told me was true. I think causes a lot of issues where you do not have other inputs of other generations and other perspectives. If you only pass down what you know, you're not going to get anywhere with learning and growing. It is very the Western world, Western European and America is incredibly industrialized. The defragmenting of families and communities has been a consistent assault, and you can just look up the Rockefeller's own words and postings and books to easily find that out. Taking children away from their parents, taking them out of communities, splitting up communities, turning ethnics against ethnics, or combining ethnics. The term white people didn't exist really. It was the French did not consider themselves the same as, say, even a white German, a white Italian, a white British, even the British, the Scottish, the Irish, the Highlander. You did not associate yourself under one banner of quote unquote white folk. No. And that is actually a very modern term. It was the new elitist attack to subjugate the poor against each other so they could maintain their power and control and hierarchy. And so, a Polish was a Polish. They were not white. I guess I just kind of coincide that with, grandparents helping raise grandchildren while the sturdy mom and dad who have the energy capacity youth to do hard labor, mental labor, caretaking labor, were not allowed to work in those ways. I don't know if it was Rockefeller or the other dude that the name is escaping me at the moment, where they said, of course we support the women's right to vote and work campaign. The more mothers we get to work, the more children we get in our schools, and we get to train those children to work in our factories. So if you research our public school system and what entanglements that were infiltrated in there, on top of the women's rights movement, which was, I'm a woman, we get to vote. I'm not against women's voting, but people that pretended to back it were all about the disintegrating our villages. Yes, if you're capable, you need to pay back to your parents, just like your ancestors. You need to respect where you came from and pay back what was given to you when you were helpless and taken care of. And I believe that's any situation for any person. Even if I remember when my son, he was 5, my daughter was 3. And I remember this so clearly. My daughter accidentally knocked over her juice, completely spilled it. And my son, without saying a word, without me saying a word, got up, patted her on the shoulder, poured half of his juice into her cup, and then was getting paper towels to help clean up the mess. Right. There was no asking, there was no telling, there was just giving. And that's been
severed from our communities and our tribes. That's the industrial price. That's the capitalism price. That's the fake price of, everybody has to work. Somebody else raises your children. You have no influence of raising your children. When you get too old and you're a burden, they throw you in a senior folks home.
Well, that's basically a death factory, but
it is. It is. And actually, for me personally, this is devastating for me, but literally, I had just told my children that I didn't think their grandpa was doing okay, and that things were not going good with him, and he was very sick. And the probability that we would need to move and sell our home to be able to go take care of him was realistically what we were going to need to do. And this was a upbeat conversation of just talking with my kids. My son does not want to move. He is so attached to this house. He is so...
Really?
And I kind of feel like because other things hit him so hard, it's his one consistent.
Oh,
besides me and his sister.
That and he's got the 3D ghost viewing glasses that he got from...
Yes, he definitely does. So, this is his place. And before, when I talked about, maybe moving, maybe traveling, maybe going to Alaska, blah, 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 he was adamant we don't go. As soon as I talked about this and said, Grandpa isn't doing okay, I know he's not doing okay, blah, 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 he just looked right at me and said, okay. Yep, right. Let's go. And then I found out a week later he was gone. Yeah. My father. Yeah.
So sorry.
It's ridiculous. He didn't need to go. And me and my children were fully ready and prepared to take whatever financial burden or move or consequence to take care of our parents. Putting him in a senior home would have been the only option if I knew I could not provide for him.
Right.
Which, bullshit, I know with my training and whatnot that I could to the best of my ability,
Yes.
So, and if he did have to go into a senior home, my ass would be a block away.
Understood.
So that we had bought him a camper trailer because he wanted to go between Arizona and the coast of Oregon, where, he used to mine in Arizona, and, he knows all the secret spots. He knew about, there's a lot of legends in Arizona, and he was going to take me to secret spots and my son and daughter and the Oregon coast. That's where I know he wanted his ashes to go, and I unfortunately had those lost somehow. So I still have that camper trailer here. I don't know why. I need to just get rid of it.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know what that's like, and you may never get rid of it. We'll see what happens in the future, but it's certainly many people find themselves in these situations. It's what happened to him, of course. If you would emphasize to people just a little bit of how special he was, tell us about a little bit about his background and how he did his best to help you with the constant sabotage of your computer systems. And let people know why you think your computer systems. I mean, we know they were being sabotaged. But what would be the motivation behind it, do you think?
All I know is the more I talked on the phone with people about things, and especially when I got involved in an actual contact with you.
Yes.
It heightened. It's hard for me because... it used to be a joke at the coffee shop that I worked at that I wasn't allowed near the radio because I would always fuzz it out without touching it. It just wouldn't work around me. So my dad was kind of the only person that understood that things broke around me.
Yeah.
Or would work or would fuzz out just because of me. I don't know. But I will say, I've never shared this before. One of the last conversations I had with my dad, where it was not the conversation of, oh my gosh, this Alzheimer's or something else has hit and this is bad, because the actual last conversation I had with my dad, he did not remember my accident or my surgery that I just had gotten out of a month earlier. And for him to not remember it, but I mean, I still have the email. He's going, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time remembering things. What surgery are you talking about? I mean, this was a years-long deal. My dad was my emergency contact. My doctors had forwarded my medical information to him. He was a volunteer in the church circle over there and had public prayers for me. So the last actual conversation from that email was when I realized, oh my gosh, things have actually gone completely south immediately, was him exclaiming that he just needed to recall what surgery I was talking about.
Right.
But the conversation, the lucid conversation where I know I was talking to my dad. I mean, I was talking to my dad. With no memory issues, was we were talking about the hostage situation in Oregon. You and I had recently spoken about that.
Yes.
And about the FBI going through there, and him telling me that he had noticed that black SUVs were rolling through there, and a whole lot of people with a whole lot of money, which not only in a small town do you know, but in that area, you also, there is traveling through. But when he was talking about it, he was saying, yeah, there's some really suspect guys that, you know, their vehicles and who they are and how they're dressed, they don't belong here. And they're not normal rich tourists just visiting by. Then we had the FBI shooting some of those guys who had escaped from the reservation from their hostage.
Mallard. Yeah. Mallard
and
Reserve. Go on.
Mallard, yes. Yeah. And then the last conversation we had, my dad and I were talking about how things were not looking good, how they were going bad. And he went, look, Amanda, like things are going bad. And I said, I know, because I'm used to my dad, you know, it's always bad. Government, the politicians, you know, it's always bad.
Right.
But he went, no, Amanda, you don't understand. Things are going to get worse. And it's going to be very bad. And this is bad. This is a start of bad. And after that, trying to talk to him and get a hold of him over the next couple months wasn't good. And just the feeling, the way I can't, nobody understands it who doesn't understand my dad, but he and I have always, you know, talked about shooting the shit and, you know, the bad of this and the bad of that. And he's the one person that understands, and I, you know, shares my criminology, I don't know, you know,
interest.
realism of whatnot, interest and whatnot of history and government and blah, blah, blah. And just the way he told me, I have never heard my dad speak in that way before. The attitude and the seriousness of his tone was not good. And when he said, you need to prepare for it and protect yourself about this, I have never heard my dad speak to me in that way before. And he wasn't rude. He wasn't crazy. It was just the feeling and the way he expressed himself. It just wasn't our usual shooting the shit, you know, tree huggers taking over this and that, you know, kind of bullshitting and ranting and, you know, miners talk and blah, blah, blah. It was, I realized later it was serious shit. He's the one person I was speaking to with helicopters going over my head, and he's on the phone, and I'm going, see, Dad, they're over here, and him going, well, let them raid your property and find out that your baby plants aren't marijuana plants, and they've been tracking you for nothing, and blah blah blah, and we're gonna sue their asses. And I never had helicopters over my place again.
Wow.
My dad would hear me with the taps on the phone I used to tell you about,
Yes.
the buzzing and the interruptions.
Yeah.
And my dad would bullshit with me in there, and we would start, citing about how, okay, we know how this goes. We know how it's being recorded. We're recording too. How you doing, buddy? What's your name? What's your post? And like, it would grant me some length of time where I would be relieved of those taps and those eavesdroppings. And by the way, like, I've never been suspected of selling drugs. We just know that there was shit that
Right.
was being.
Well, it was the natural suspicion of everybody in that area. Just so people understand this, the real growth industry of the Pacific Northwest, from California all the way up towards the Canadian border, was pot. And so every motherfucker had a hot tub. And the reason that they had the hot tub was to explain all of the energy that they took off the grid to basically power the sun lamps by which they grew their pot. So you had everybody with a miniature Amazon rainforest in the house, and all of the hothouse plants that were needed to keep those things growing to a point where they could be harvested and sold. You had to have a reason for electrical consumption at that level. So everybody had a cover, which was basically a hot tub they never used. So there you have that. It was. I don't even want to go into it, but so that's basically.
It's interesting that you bring it up, because we were speaking about that poor little boy that went missing, and I remember watching it on day 3, the police making an official statement about how they did not have cooperation with the neighbors about searching their homes, and why it prohibited them from actually having good searching for this kid, because these homeowners were growing pot inside their houses and were scared of the police coming in and busting them for it. And they actually did an official declaration, whatever you want to call it. I don't have the specific numbers of the ordinance given for this, was that if homeowners up there in Skyline would open their homes, please, for searches, that anything that the police would find wouldn't matter. As long as it doesn't have to do with the child missing, they were going to ignore it.
Yes.
Which is already a federal and state effing protocol.
Yes.
When you have a missing child, and I want to say bullshit. There was not an entire neighborhood of pot growers that were denying police to look through their backyards of this missing child. That there's a bunch of drug guys up there, and that there's money up there, and that there's NBA players that live up there, and their families that live up there. The guy that sold the houses up there, and his employees used to come through my shop for coffee, it lives up there. So I mean, I don't have anything that can help the police with anything. I can't prove anything, but what I can say is all the hearsay and bullshit that you already know about going up there. Yes, there's a lot of drugs. There's a lot of people that make a lot of money, that buy a lot of drugs, live in that area. But that there were a bunch of homeowners denying and not helping the police find this little boy was complete bullshit. And that the police, the same day that they knew that this little boy was missing, wasn't already telling neighbors, look, we're not going to bust you with shit. We just want to find out where this little boy went. Please help us. They would have been making deals left and right. That's normal protocol. When you have something of a high risk like that, such as a kidnapped, endangered child, supposedly protocol is make your freaking deal, save the life.
Right.
And that's the top priority. So, and I mean, that little boy wasn't in that neighborhood at that time. Right. He was already, well, I have no proof to back this up, but he was taken to the wetlands, and from the wetlands moved to another property. And there are multiple people that do know that. I hope in the next couple years it's going to come to light.
Yeah. And yeah, I appreciate that. And so in terms of what we have now with tonight. You've been a tremendous gift. I really appreciate the fact that you were able to join us. And honestly, I think that it was very coincidental. Jameson just had to help his mother with his father, so he had to partake in some care provision there. His life is balanced as it can be.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Oh, good. Good. And I thank you for that. I'm glad that you're helping to take care of them. And of course, your life is as balanced as it can be in your situation, in the sense that you contribute to them and they provide yourself some shelter. And this is, of course, different from the kind of truly unhealthy situation that was being described by Amanda with that elderly couple whose kids were just apparently coming in and leeching off of them and then not helping provide care for them. I mean, it's just, I can't even imagine that. Was the guy able, he had the piles, was he able to sit up at all or what? Or he just kind of lay on his back all day or what?
He was on oxygen and a walker.
Mhm.
He was definitely not good. I mean, his skin color was, if you talk about a smoker's yellow, he was definitely that. He was not doing good. But he was, when I first moved here, one of the first people besides my dad that, saw my son. They were a very nice old couple, but no, he ended up dying in a hotel because they were homeless.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Oh.
The bank took their help. They granted no help to this couple, regardless of their kids being pieces of shit. A trucker that provided food and necessities for, an entire region, not to mention them being our elderly. It's just disgusting to me. That's always been a bad feeling.
Of course. I mean, that's appalling. I mean, obviously, our society is broken.
Yep.
So I'll try and cover that tonight. I'm going to go into monologue now. I may need to, of course, refresh myself sometime soon, but I definitely will start by either solicitation, which I hate, or, getting into just the subjects that need to be covered. I think that, Amanda, I'll ask you to stay with us and just anytime you wish, just interject when you feel it can be helpful. Otherwise, of course, just kind of, do what you need to do. Keep listening in when you can. And but otherwise, if you have to take off, just let me know, okay? Enter into like you did, into the text box. Perfect. It worked out wonderfully. And it worked out well to buy me enough time to get my head out of my ass. I'll make one last trip to refresh myself. I want the two of you to take the stage, kind of hold a little exchange with each other. And if you have any more insights, both of you, to add into the balance of care provision for seniors or the need for children to just go on and be on their own, just add whatever insights you have in terms of that balance. And I'll be back soon enough, in about 7 minutes or so. Thank you.
Well, it's a two-way street. I mean, you can't have. Granted, you can't have like a pair of parents who just, won't let their children, have a life of their own. But on the same side, you can't just abandon the people who put you into this world. So, I mean, if that is given that you had good parents and who took care of you and didn't just throw you to the wolves.
Mm-hmm. For sure. There's something that kind of popped in my mind recently, and it kind of came out of nowhere. And it was about parents who are raising mentally disabled children. And my God, I need to be a lot more grateful about what I'm going through and what I have, because those people who are caretakers of children whom grow up to be adults that will never be able to caretake for themselves, the burden that are on those parents, knowing that they are going to get old and incapable or pass on, and leave behind a child that is incapable of taking care of themselves, and the options that are available to them is just horrific. It breaks my heart, and I definitely need to be a lot more thankful and grateful and pious, and you know, just count my lucky stars about what I do have. And you know, whatever situation I have, who gives a crap? There are so many things that I am blessed that I don't have to deal with. We as a community and a society need to get back to taking care of the innocents, whether that is children or handicapped or minority or elderly or dysfunctional or diseased or whatever. And at the same time, hold people accountable and have an expectation of a reciprocation, that you don't just abandon your parents, you just don't abandon your children, you don't just abandon yourself, and you know, live a life of that, you know, the Anton LaVey, the kind of pop culture Satanist viewpoint of, you know, greedy world, give to yourself, take to yourself, fuck it all, this is all mine, greedy, get what I want, do what I want, do out their will, as thou wilt, you know, mentality.
Yeah, their mentality is just me.
Yeah. And it isn't true. That is feeding the beast mentality, you know, that is stoking the fires of evil and horribleness, where, you know, in reality, you know, you really are not getting anything for nothing. Like nothing, you know, your food is not coming to you out of thin air. Your water is not just being presented to you in a gold goblet. You are not, it's just not a possibility to get what you want, when you want, how you want, you know, with spell magic or just with, demanding and bossing people around. Every damn conqueror or leader, you know, that was assassinated or conquered or taken over, or even if they maintained their power, it was in absolute terror for themselves. They knew they were a target of being taken out. You know, so it's not the modern Satanism, the mind is just not realistic.
There has to be a reciprocation. There has to be there has to be a fair exchange.
Right.
And the problem is, you know, if you deal with people who don't believe in a fair exchange, you start to see how far they've gotten, you know, when you start to see how they age.
Mm-hmm.
And you start to see how the skin starts to sag and they start to look like Emperor Palpatine and whatnot.
Palpatine, actually.
Well, not to speak ill of the dead, but some monarchs who have recently passed away.
Oh, yes. Oh, well, John Warrington had no qualms speaking ill of our. Well, I can't even remember the guy's name. You know, what was he? What was his name again? I mean, forgive me.
Philip?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think you're right. But basically
Prince Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew. Thank you. It shows you we're. Thank you, honey. I mean, it's funny because some elements I was following of the royal family. But that individual, it was not too long ago before his death, by the way, that the British people had no qualms in basically complaining about him because he basically was puttering around or putting around. He was basically putting around in some vehicle that was near his grounds, but off the royal grounds, and he wound up colliding into two women who were in a car, one of whom was pregnant. miraculously
Oh, that's right.
Yes, miraculously uninjured. In her case, at least her child was safe. But these two women barely survived. You bet they got out of it alive. But nevertheless, they were saying, what is this? If any normal man had done that to him, to them, he would be in prison for a good reason. But this
Yeah,
idiot,
he was out there seeking one more sacrifice to give him an extra year.
oh my
I
God.
have to say, I totally remember this story because at the same
Oh
time,
shit! All
my
that shit went up my
grandfather-
nose. I was drinking. It just all went up my nose when he said that. Okay, so I had to choke that back down. I'm sorry, honey. Go on. You remember the story because what happened that?
okay,
Yeah.
well, because my grandfather at the time, or shortly within this story coming out, was about, so the royal family, especially the children, are trying to convince him to give up his license, right? Like, he didn't just have this pregnant woman incident.
Yeah.
There were several other driving incidences, and my grandfather was, I'm not willing to go into their family history, but he was downright like adamant that he was going to drive and he was going to go see his boys for morning breakfast, those of them that were still alive, and shoot their shit and go over their gambling and do their Sunday brunch thing. And yes, we are talking like, fuck it, whatever, mafia ties, whatever.
Yeah.
And I just remember I had recently visited my grandparents, and I was supposed to go to my aunt's house, and it is the first and only time in my entire memory of entire childhood that I actually rode with my grandparents in a car. And my grandfather had a rule about his grandchildren not riding in his car with him, and this was before he was too old that he should have been on the road
Right.
with a license. But which I understand now. I guess mob hits are mob hits. There's a lot that was consolidated or blackwalled, I guess.
Right.
But just that there is this era of these old men where they just will not give up their goddamn license, and they should not be on the road. And yes, as a family, you do need to stop your grandpa
Yes.
or
Yeah.
grandfather from getting on the road. And I shouldn't make fun of that, but
Oh no, I mean, by all means. I mean, this is something that's humorous when it's not lethal. Yeah, I mean, I saw people that were fucking. I
was
remember
scared
one.
to death.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I was just saying, I was scared to death. I was in the
Yes.
backseat of my
Yeah.
grandfather's car, and I've
Okay.
ridden with people that I found out later were on drugs that I didn't know, or with dumbass, high schooler drivers that got me in a car accident and I broke my back. Like, I have been in different stupid, scary car situations, but I have almost never been as scared as when I was driving in the backseat of my grandfather's car when he should not have been behind the wheel.
Yeah. Oh God. Obviously my life has been an endless sea of horrors. But there's several memories that brings up. One of them was with this when I was working with the Serbian community, and there was this one elderly lady whose guardian angels worked overtime, and she drove me home from basically the Serbian Orthodox Church in Oakland back to San Francisco, and I was just I was just leaning forward in horror, trying to, with my bare hands, push the windshield back, which I knew was going to shatter into us any second. And of course, she kept making jokes or cracks about, whether or not I was swatting invisible flies. But it was just, that was a horror story. And then there was the one time I was working security in an estate that was, it was in an area that, how do I describe this? It was in probably one of the more moneyed areas of San Francisco, or it might have been out of San Francisco's boundaries into, but it was just, just a wealthy community, and
On that hill with all the old houses.
Yeah, well, fuck, there's plenty of places in San Francisco like that. I mean, good God, the memories.
I mean, like the old houses. The word, I'm forgetting the word, where all the architects built the old $1 million like reconstruction houses. I'm sorry.
There's several. Yeah, I know what you're alluding to. There's a specific neighborhood, which of course there's only two really moneyed areas in San Francisco, and you're referring to one of them. It was up there, and almost certainly had to be. And this one limousine that this old woman was driving herself, I could not believe what I was seeing. She came out. I was working security in one home. I looked out, and she just drove by slowly, and she was just, it's just like a head. It's all you could see was the head, because she was so short. So it was just this shriveled, shrunken, like the apple heads you used to see, the shriveled apple heads, and then there was that behind the wheel, and she had an oxygen machine that was, her nostrils were connected to an oxygen machine that was in the seat behind her. So the oxygen tank was, took up the seat behind her, and then she had that connected into her nostrils while she's driving. And so it was like, that was her motorized wheelchair. It was like that almost. It was like, so that was appalling. That was a frightening thing to see. And why? Of course, the question is, why? I mean, with living in that area, the wealth that she obviously had, she could have had someone driving her, but no, there's an insanity there. But in terms of, aside from that, other stories, just horrible rides I could go into, but with my father and his father, I think this was the man that I ultimately killed. And this was when my father came home on leave from, it must have been the Korean War or Vietnam War at that time. But my father related to me that the horror of his father was that his father was one of the first people in the United States to get a driver's license. And back in those days, there was no driver's training. It was literally, if you wanted to buy a car, you bought a car and you just asked for a license. You asked, okay, can I have a license to drive this car? And they issued them. They would just give them to you like a party favor. And they were like Social Security cards. There was no photo ID. There was no photograph on it. It was just like a Social Security card. There was a number. And so my father distinctly remembers, while growing up and riding in a car with his father, there was two factors that were always involved. One was that first off, his father never got over the concept that the automobile was not a slot car. To him, the line in the middle of the road was the slot, and the whole idea to him was to keep the car centered on the slot. And so when my father came home from war, he said he had far more stress riding in that car with his father than he ever did in the ship during combat. That he was sitting next to his father, and there were literally just cars on either side passing by them, just paper thin space, 18-wheeler trucks, paper thin space between them, and they're coming straight towards his father, with the drivers, of course, sticking their heads and fists out the window, screaming at him, shouting at him, "You old son of a bitch," whatever, as they drove by, and just him sitting next to his dad and just screaming his lungs out, just in terror, while this madman is maintaining, the car centered on the divider line. And so at one point, of course, a policeman stopped them during one of these rides. And when the policeman asked for his driver's license, then the policeman just was astonished. He said, "My God," he said, "you have one of the original driver's licenses." He said, "This is like number 7 or number 14. It was something like that." He said, "You have one of the first driver's licenses ever issued in the United States." And he just let him go after that. But it was like no photo. In those days, once they were issued as permanent lifetime cards, by the way, back in those days, it was like, this is a lifetime driver's license, and they just passed them out when you said, "Oh, I'm going to buy a car," or even if you just asked for one. And so, but this is like that horrific experience. But in terms of something.
Totally relate to that, like not giving any other relation or condolences to that gentleman, but I can completely understand about like the PTSD and like the lines and the cars coming too close to you. Like we need to do psychological exams or something for people on the road, because that's for real.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. There are people who do that still, I'm sure. I call it slot car psychosis or something. It's, you kind of see that in certain people. Oh God. Oh, Noreen Helpan. Shout out unto her. Aww. I was talking to her one time on the cell phone where she was driving and she blacked out, and this happens to her. And, I would bet even odds she probably doesn't even remember it, or if she does, she doesn't remember it the same way I did, which is
you said something about that. That was on air or something, wasn't that?
Yes, you remember? Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God.
She wound up on the Divider Island, one of those islands with all the coconuts on them and shit they put in the middle of, major roadways in Los Angeles and shit. And so, by the way, Los Angeles is like, that's another horror experience of driving, was my being next to Lori and Ann Fenton. By the way, for those of you who don't know, just a brief intro, Lori and Ann Fenton is what Judith Gay Yeager called a beast woman, just a bipedal elephant that just this horrible human being in every single way. There are people who may be overweight, but they're good people, and you see that in them, hopefully.
I thought she was Java.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, well, that was like that was a term we reserved for Stephen Outram. Was Jabba the Kiwi. You remember?
Okay. My bad.
Yeah, so Lori and Ann Fenton was kind of like the female Jabba. Yeah, and she was like, the two of them could have gotten together and 2 tons of no fun. And but she had, just so people understand this, she had cataracts. Which she refused to have operated on, and so she was slowly going blind, and she was driving, and so she would be at night, all she would see was every street light was like a birthday cake sparkler to her. That's all she saw, was lines of sparklers. And I was in the car with her one time at night, and we wound up driving all over San Francisco, which is very small in area, but very congested, and nothing but hills. So it's a roller coaster ride. And imagine spending half the night next to a lunatic fat bitch who can't see and is just, just driving blind, literally driving blind, and cannot get you home. There were several misadventures affiliated with her like that, when this one poor lady who became my adult supervision for a year, when the judge awarded me SSDI, and I had to have a responsible adult who was tax paying and shit accept the check for me and then turn it over to me for a year. Judith, it was Esther Fishman, and she took one ride with myself in a car with Lori and Ann Fenton, and she literally was sick, physically sick. She was so terrified. She was deeply offended that this woman was even alive. And literally, when she got out of the car, she like slammed the door and then turned around and both hit and kicked that door to show Lori and Ann Fenton how angry she was, because Lori and Ann Fenton took her on this terror ride, this horror ride of where she wasn't looking at anything because she couldn't see anything, and was just almost hitting everything. And then so there you have that. But aside from that, a thing I do want to bring up before I go to the image that I did, because I've received some questions about the image. I should have brought that up while everyone was here at the beginning of the transmission, when Solomon and our man Peter Moon were here. But we still got actually Jameson and Amanda, who actually can probably appreciate it more. But what happened with the term that Our Lady Amanda was bringing up up. I just want to get this out of the way first because I will be covering this in monologue. Basically, so people understand the term white, as she said, was a term that you really didn't hear, and she used the term modern. The correct term would be postmodern. Throughout the modern age, the 19th through the 20th centuries, white people were so much the majority in the United States that the term white was a non-issue. It didn't matter because most people were white, so that, or what we today would consider white. But as she said, nobody in America thought that way. In America, the only people who really considered themselves white were of basically the gene pool of H.P. Lovecraft. You're talking about pinch-faced New Englanders. White Anglo-Saxon Protestants considered themselves white. And to them, originally the founding fathers, Benjamin Franklin and George Washington, they looked at German immigrants the way we in the 20th century, and by we I just mean generic Americans, not myself, the way Americans in the 20th century would look at Italians. It's basically WOPs, quote unquote, or WOGs, which is another word for Mediterranean darkies. To give you an example of this, for those of you who can't understand this, can't grok this because you're young kids and you have never had experience with this level of stupidity, because to you, white people are just white, and that includes people who are white, think that way. In the old days, they conflated Italians with Latin Americans, and you had stupid songs that you can look up like Mambo Italiano. For those of you who don't know, Mambo is a Latin American dance routine or style, Mambo, and then they combine that with Italiano, which is like, it's like fusion food or something. That's like, let's mix some, sauerkraut with our sushi. It's like, it's something that is experimental. But the Americans put that song together, Mambo Italiano, because to them, Italians and Latin Americans south of the border were just all, just this side of niggers. So to them, that was a charming song. Now, of course, Amanda is much younger than I am, but she's old enough to remember and probably learned from her father. This must strike some memory chords. But so there you have that. They had gradations of who is white and who is not. And to the founding fathers, incoming German emigres were considered the way 20th century people would consider Italians. In other words, purveyors of crime, basically a kind of Euro nigger. And so the term, the identification of who was Caucasian became gradually expanded. And so then eventually what happened was there was enough of an influx of immigration. There was enough of a forced integration of black Americans, where in the end the whites began to identify as, well, whoever's not darker than I don't know, a paper bag or cracker. There's some subtle nuance here, but whoever's not darker than a cracker is basically, white. And so at that point, white became identified by the skin tone as opposed to the ethnos or the culture. And at that point, you develop the term white. And that's when white came into the public consciousness. In other words, there was white and then there was everybody else in America. That's where that came in. So it's that hopefully puts that in some perspective. You understand what I'm saying, right, Amanda? Does that make that more coherent?
Sure, that the elite had to get some way to band together people. And, if you're sitting high on the hog and you realize that the peasants outnumber you, you have to do something to either get them on your side or to fight against them amongst each other. And this is old school, way back in the day, warfare, warlord, rulership ideals.
I think what you have is, okay, go on.
Oh, so I was just going to say, you had a bunch of Western white European descendants peoples who had natural, or not natural, I would say existing prejudices against each other that the elite had to figure out some way to band them together.
Okay.
and
Right.
calling them white and them against us and making a group, and like you said, the Italiano, the Mambo Italiano. I love that song. I love Dean Martin. That totally is like, I remember that growing up, and that definitely comes from mob infiltrating Central America, and turning Desi Arnaz. He was brought up and brought over to exploit his musical talent, and the poor man was had all sorts of horrific racial prejudices,
heaped upon him. Yes.
Bad things against the guy, when at the same time the system was making money off of him, and the mob was exploiting Central America. And you could get into Honduras and Chile and Bay of the Pigs and Cuba and Fidel Castro and blah 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 and the mob, and then you get into Kennedy, and something had to happen to make white people join together, where naturally they were not banded together, and they didn't associate
with
white
each other.
as culture.
Thank you. In other words, you were Polish, you were Norwegian, you were Irish, you were Italian. They had all of their own tribes, and then, but I think you give them too much credit. You have this class war consciousness that is something that I don't think is really all that.
It's underlined and it's there. It is not the
dominant. Yeah, it's not as dominant as in England. Yeah,
but it's just one of those where you have to put a ping on it, where there is a place of it.
Yeah,
it is a factor.
I think it's I hear what you're saying. I think it's more organic, and the when you're looking at, for instance, when you're talking about this divide and rule and this, it's all very class warfare conscious. And I appreciate that, but it's not really applicable to America. When people think about that would be
only because originally we did have elite nobles invest in here.
Oh yeah. I mean,
and stock in here. And so when you look at Rockefeller families and other families and this and that, you kind of have like the off-breed stepchild,
No, I hear you. I hear you. The
offshoot of it. And I do believe that it's the ruling class and the dominant of the world.
Right.
But if you look at it in American culture, like you had, in the Revolution War, half the slave owners of North America in the colonies, like Jefferson, like Washington, they fled to the Caribbean. Yeah. And were fully running the slave trade when we had outlawed it in America, and the Civil War was done and sealed. It's just facts of where money was and where people's mentality was, and in those family traits that we passed down.
Yes.
Kind of like the Trump family.
Yeah.
He wants to infiltrate himself into hierarchy families. And, when you saw him dancing with, I don't know, was it the Saudis when he was doing that famous sword dance and stuff?
Oh, I don't even remember, but I'm sure everything he does is so stupid that
it was coming out where it passed out of leaked knowledge that they were making fun of him because he just doesn't understand the wealth and the power and the real heritage.
No, of course not.
It's kind of like the old family who they struggle for their titles and their nobility and their namesakes, when in actuality it doesn't mean shit. It doesn't actually play for power. But unfortunately it is handed down into our institutions. And so our elite, I only mean as like people that can pay to put their kids and there are other
right. No, that's very important. That's very important. So this is the way I would. I've done this before, so I don't want to overdwell on it now, and I'm certainly not dismissing you in any way, shape, or form. But just to put this into some perspective, so that people understand the nuances of this, class is very definitely a phenomenon in terms of a class warfare kind of. It's just the mistake to be made is in taking that as too predominant in America. What I'm not saying. I'm not saying that America is a classless society, and I'm not saying that America is somehow a meritocracy where those who are capable somehow rise to the top. I mean, none of that is true. I mean, this is a land ruled by incompetence, as was demonstrably evident with the apex of incompetence of Donald Trump. The fact that someone that incompetent could rise to that position of power. It shows you this is the antithesis of a meritocracy. Merit is not rewarded, incompetence is. But in terms of class, yes, we have an old riche, and I've made this distinction before. And the old riche are very different from the nouveau riche. And Donald Trump is still, even though it was several generations of wealth, he's still nouveau riche. That he's not part of the old school descended from the old slave owners like Washington or Jefferson or any of these people, or the real old robber barons who pay not to be listed on the Forbes or Fortune 500. So these people, they are there. I don't want people to cleave to the worldwide cabal of the rich ruling the world. It doesn't really work that way. But the one thing that I do want them to understand is that, yeah, there is that elitism. There is the old riche. They do not mix with the nouveau riche. They want nothing to do with the nouveau riche. But that's why the whole class thing really falls apart. So what really happened more organically was that it was simply that immigration happened. And America is very dependent on immigration. Nothing we have innovative would be here without immigration. And so what happened was that immigration and the assimilation of blacks into civil society ultimately resulted in the various tribes, the Norwegians, the Irish, the Italians, and the Germans, etc., just becoming threatened enough where then organically on all sides the term white developed. There was, for the rest of the colored people in America, was they're white, we're not. And for the whites it was we're white, they're not. So that more organically developed. So it's postmodern. It is a postmodern phenomena. The modern age is over. We're entering a new dark age. The distinctions that people used to have of old riche and nouveau riche and the tribes are very much kind of all blended now into the white side identity movement. And that is something that people have heard me speak to. And so when someone like Ryszard Burjostek, who I believe is resident in Poland, hears me talk about that, he may think that I'm talking about whites in general because he's not hearing the whole of the narrative. And obviously I disambiguate whites in America from Europeans completely. And I also disambiguate the Euro trash that wind up in America, like Pavel Edward, from Europeans that are in Europe. I mean, because these people don't consider themselves European. People like Pavel Edward claim they're Canadian or whatnot as their identity. But the first thing you'll notice is that with Pavel Edward, he's this person who had this comical accent, who was from Czech. I mean, this is what makes it so offensive. I mean, he grew up here, and the guy sounded like he was a cartoon character from, as Justin White said, what was it, from Bullwinkle Moose? He called them Boris and Natasha. Boris and Natasha from Bullwinkle Moose. He sounded like a caricature of a European accent, and yet no one is like shitting all over him because of it. Whereas if I spoke with a heavy Asian accent, no one would listen to me. So there is the white privilege. That is white privilege. And in terms of that needs to be faced up to. And but now I don't know how familiar you are with my hospitalization and what happened with my being in the hospital, Amanda, but I think you know enough. And when I was outlining what had happened, here is part of the mystery, and I'm going to do my best to keep certain names out of it because Selena Khan says she'll kill me. Okay, but aside from that, now everybody knows. Let me make certain I'm not going to give too many more details than that, but let's just put it this way. What happened was recently I was hospitalized. The reason that we have the image that is embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight, is there was some skepticism from some people about my hospitalization. Certain names have already been given and they will not be given again. And there is reason for that. Here is something strange that happened, aside from everything else about the story that's strange. But to reiterate, what of the story of my hospitalization do you know, honey? I know Jameson knows everything, but you tell me. What do you...
I remember you speaking about how you had a recent therapy session.
Mm-hmm.
You were given a warning.
Mm-hmm.
You were, or a heads up. I don't want to say warning as in a threat. I know those two get mixed up, so I want to be very clear on that. The person talking to you was not warning you as a threat.
Understood.
Yes. And I believe it was the same person that you've been saying to for a very long time. Not V, your hairstylist, but her name escapes me.
Oh, Dr. Tao Tran, my... Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
No
I never forget her name. I have heard you speak about her since the beginning of when I first ever heard you telling your personal story on radio. And then you were, I believe, on your way home, and then you were assaulted.
Yes.
You had to defend yourself.
Yes.
A few weeks later, you were you went into emergency services for medical attention.
Yeah.
You had a endoscopy and colonoscopy, I believe.
Yes.
Which
like a horrible cybernetic porno film, double penetration from both ends. Yes, go on.
I think I even messaged you saying I can so relate to what you're going through right now. Because I know that literally in one end and out the other. Then you were able to get exited from the hospital without normal protocol,
right?
Of having an adult supervision, because I remember relaying to you that I know I had to have my children's father sign off that he was my legal guardian.
Yeah, which is kind of like getting a, how do I say this? This is kind of like getting an alcoholic hobo off the fucking street and getting them in to sign themselves as your, care provider for a day or two. It's like, it's just, he was there. Let's just say that. Yeah.
He was there. My kids were better supervisors than he was.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, fuck, your dog Kronk was a better supervisor than he was, but go on.
He is old and lost a lot of teeth, but he's still damn protective of me and the kids.
Yes.
Yes. He's actually 11, and a 7-year-old dog for a Great Dane is known to be a senior.
Oh, yes.
So he's lived well beyond his age. So he is my guardian protector.
Yes. He's wonderful.
But I remember that you sustained massive injuries, and they released you as they should not.
well, actually, I mean, in all fairness, just so people understand this. The internal injuries that I suffered were some pretty massive internal bleeding, to the point where, as I suspected, I was in denial, very much hoping this would resolve, as it has at different times in the past. And it did, essentially. But by the time it did, there was a phase already that I was going through where my body was digesting my own blood. So a lot of my own blood that I was bleeding out was being digested by my body. And that was, by April 1st, it came to a culmination, bizarrely enough, on All Fool's Day, on April Fool's Day. So when we had the April Fool's Day episode, I let people know that I was passing black and tarry stool just before the transmission. So I was going to, yes, and Jameson points out I'm still bruised. That's the point of the image. Yes, that's the point of the image. And so when I basically called the ambulance and turned myself into the hospital, as I explained, for people who have never had an ambulance ride before, and this is astonishing to me, but there are such people, maybe even in the majority, there's plenty of people who have never ridden in an ambulance. But the first thing they do is they take blood, and They take all these samples that they can, your statistics, your oxygen level. They take several blood samples, and they have that ready to turn in the moment they show up at the hospital. And so the hospital at that point, just based upon the blood that was drawn, confirmed I was in need of a blood transfusion. And so as they kept me waiting while they found the proper blood type and took some more blood samples to confirm that, because even though it's in the system, trust me, they do not trust what's in their own systems. And there's reason for that, that all the mistakes that have been made in the past, you would not believe just the fucking mistakes they make. It's just incredible. So I'm certain what they did was they took some samples for the sake of ascertaining blood type. And then what happened at that point was, oh shit, by the way, I'm just lost the Skype screen there for a second. Then what happened at that point was they resolved that I did not need a blood transfusion, because with the various tests they took, they found that my blood had replenished itself. And so then at that point, they said, well, we've got to do an endoscopy and a colonoscopy for obvious reasons. They actually did them separately. Believe it or not, they were trying to get them done simultaneously, which apparently is a thing for them. They think that that's efficient or something, but they were unable to get the specialist scheduled to do the endoscopy and colonoscopy simultaneously. And that's not what was done to you either, was it, honey? They were done separately with you as well, right?
They were separately, but I'm more than sure that's the insurance wanting to charge.
Okay, understood.
For it, because they did it multiple times. So
Okay, yeah. So in my case, when they took the endoscopy, they confirmed internal injuries. They said there are 2 internal injuries with the tube that went down the throat with the camera. And at that point, they said, well, we want to do the colonoscopy so we can get a better handle on this. They took a biopsy to make certain there wasn't an ulcer, which came out clean. So just so people understand this, I have the paperwork to prove the endoscopy's biopsy came out clean. The reason that that's an important factor is that that indicates I did not have an ulcer, or I was not ulcerating. In other words, this was due to external pressure, external, shall we say, inflicted damage, impacting ultimately myself internally. As I said, when I had exited the psychiatrist's office, as is the norm, I was wearing 2 vests, the bulletproof vest and the basically the blade vest, which is not, as amateurs or ignorant people, and I don't say that to be insulting, just people who don't know anything about modern day combat and security measures, you don't wear plate armor. Plate armor is worn when you're on duty, believe it or not. For those of you who don't know that, there are pockets on the ballistic vest, the Kevlar vest, which is kind of more soft and pliable material. The bulletproof vests have pockets that you put plate armor in. And then you cover that plate armor with further amounts of ballistic vesting or padding, so that the bullets don't ricochet. So there's different things most people would know nothing about. And you wear a specific kind of t-shirt underneath all this armor, because otherwise you'll sweat and just ruin the armor. You'll ruin the armor because all of your sweat will seep through and just, ultimately molder it. Causes it to mold, etc. So you wear specific t-shirts that are ribbed, that create enough airspace between your body and the armor so your body can breathe. But on top of that, then you put a blade vest, which is, again, pliable material, but this kind basically deflect blade attacks and ice pick attacks and needle attacks. Your bulletproof armor does not do that. So that is what prevented me from being killed by these modified baseball bats when I was attacked. Now, when I brought up the attack, suffice to say, when I related this, and then that wound up with the internal injuries after I had taken on the assailants and escaped home, even running home with one of their baseball bats, which is embedded in the image in one of my previous transmissions recently. You can see the modification to these baseball bats. And what prevented me from being sliced open or gutted like a fish was the fact that I had all of this armor on, which absorbed the blows and turned them into basically much more internally damaging blows. In other words, had I not been wearing armor, the body would have taken the blows as cuts because of the modifications done to these baseball bats because they were bladed. They were bladed bats. And that would mean that I would be gutted open. And but there would not be that same kind of internal damage. This may be hard for people to understand who don't understand trauma. Physiological trauma or the science of forensics. But in other words, the body surface would have taken the cuts and the damage would have been bleeding out by external hemorrhaging. But because all of the cuts were prevented by the layered vesting, then what happens is the blows themselves are creating damage internally. This is what happens when you're shot and you're wearing a ballistic vest. You may be prevented from being shot to death in the sense that the bullet would not be creating an open wound and an exit wound in your body, but it will be absorbed by your body and create internal bruising that can still endanger you with internal bleeding. That's essentially what happened to me. So when I went into the hospital, it all began to miraculously heal. Not so miraculously when you understand my background and the blood transfusion that was performed on myself by Dr. John Henry Hagman, whose name you can look up. And Dr. John Henry Hagman is infamous for having performed illegal and inhumane medical experiments on countless victims. So this son of a bitch, what he did to me, saved my life. Yes, there's nothing to be grateful for. He literally killed me, clinically murdered me. I was flatlining for at least a day. I'm told close to 2 at the time that he did this to me when I was around, it was either 14 to 17 years of age. Honestly, I'd have to look back and search some records or even my memory. I've done a lot to try and forget all of this. But in terms of the nanoplasma transfusion that he performed upon myself and told my parents, oh, we've got this new experimental serum that we can use on your son, artificial plasma, because at that point the blood market had crashed in the United States because of all of the blood being infected with AIDS and every sexually transmitted disease imaginable, because they used to take blood, and Amanda, you can back me up on this, she's old enough to remember, they used to give homeless hobos or prostitutes or drug addicts, they'd give them $20 and a donut whenever they donated a pint of blood. Was that not the case, Amanda?
If they were lucky.
Yeah, if they were lucky. Yeah, there you go. But people would line up. It would be blood donation day once a week or whatever. That time of the week, people would be like, you remember this shit, right, Amanda?
Yep.
Yeah.
If you were drunk, if you were obviously inebriated, if you were, it should be tested for this and that. Nope, didn't matter.
Yeah. They just took blood, and ultimately the blood market crashed for what should at this point be obvious reasons, and there was no blood to give me, so I was given this new artificial experimental plasma the Army had developed, and they convinced my parents I was going to die without it. Well, it works, and so then when I was in the hospital, by the time they took the colonoscopy, by the time they got me to download all that crap, which made me basically crap my brains out until it was coming out crystal clear, and I gave all the gory details of that in past transmissions recently. Then they shoved the tube with the camera up my ass, and nothing was there. And at that point, they just said, okay, you can go. Now, none of this was rude or anything to complain about. My stay at Kaiser Hospital was the best hospital stay I've ever had, the most professional hospital stay I've ever experienced until that point of discharge, which I wasn't complaining about because I was fine. I was fine, and I didn't need escort, but they had protocol that they totally abandoned. And so they just sent me home, gave me a pat on the ass. Okay, you can leave, walk right out the door, which never is supposed to happen. You have to have someone drive you home to your door, walk you to your door, escort you, or they call an ambulance and you pay for it, and they have the ambulance take you to your door in a stretcher. I mean, literally, that's how it's supposed to be done. None of that with me. So I didn't complain because I honestly am happy with what happened, and everything was fine. So here's the strange part. Now, some people, I'm not going to name any names, people should know who they are. Pac-1 Morales among them. Now, I can name him easily. Jameson Reese among them. And Brendan Zoget among them. Team Dietrich got together, and I suspect Amanda Yu was probably consulted, and they were all talking to each other about, okay, what hospital is he in? Let's contact him. Right? Okay, so I'm told by the person who did all the calling that when I gave them the information of where I was at, because they did wind up contacting me on my cell phone, and I gave them the room number, I gave them the address, I gave them the building. Okay, they called the hospital, and the hospital said, no one here by that name. And by the way, Chris Collins reminds me, hello, Douglas. I believe in the past you said age 14 or 15. You're right. It was 14 or 15. That's correct. It had to be around that time. Thank you, Chris. I love you. And again, prayers for Chris, because he's still getting over Danielle. If he's like me, he may spend the next 5 to 10 years getting over Danielle. But let's hope he finds someone else. Prayers he finds someone. And but Danielle left him. But in the end, it's for the best, because she was a heroin addict, and so he didn't need that. But in terms of so the people who were calling around, they did reach the hospital I was at, and I am told that that Kaiser Hospital told them there was no one there by that name. Now, there's two ways we can imagine how this came about. There's only two ways I can imagine. One is that Sugar Daddy, the man whom my surrogate son is married to, arranged for that as a security measure so that I would be safe, because his son came to visit me and he wouldn't want any assassination attempt going down that might endanger his husband, his wife, really. My son is basically his wife. And so that it makes perfect sense. The other would be that the enemy, the nemesis, the name Peter Levinda came up at one time, and he may have arranged for that so that a assassination could have been carried out more effectively, though that makes less sense. And so I'm not sure which, if it is through my son's husband's side, I'm not going to question it. But apparently that's what happened. Now, interestingly enough, so this same individual who was checking into me asked for so my discharge papers. And so I said, sure. And I had this whole file folder full of papers that they gave me, and I assumed conventional discharge papers were in them. It's all crap. It's all a bunch of papers about meds that I'm on, which are like my nasal sprays, my painkillers, like what to change. They don't want me taking any pills that cause bleeding, so I had to get rid of the ibuprofen type painkiller like naproxen, and stick exclusively with Tylenol and baclofen, which I'm happy to say I'm not in much pain, and I haven't been in much pain in a long time. Not the kind of pain I used to have, chronic and muscular and systemic, etc., even neurological to a degree. And the headaches that I used to have every once in a while too, I just don't have any of that anymore to that degree that I used to. So at any rate, when it comes to the papers that I was given, it was all about crap like that. And there was some sign-off sheet that I had for the endoscopy, something else involving the colonoscopy, that is incredibly, as a matter of fact, let me read the term here, because I, as I said, have the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism, but of course there's still some comprehensive terms that are, it takes an actual MD to really say with any grace. And, there's this one sheet that I've got here which talks about some kind of test that I underwent. That is, the word is so long and unwieldy. Let me see if I can find this thing. But other than that, there is no conventional discharge sheet. And so, yes, here's what I have agreed to: the following operation. esophagogastroduodenoscopy. Holy fucking shit. Whatever that was, I was through. That was some shit. Esophagogastroduodenoscopy. What is that? That's got to be the double throat and ass double penetration, the cybernetic porno job. So there you go. So I've got a sheet that mentions that, but there's nothing really here. So then I was sending them screenshots of what papers I had, including, well, look, I got a patient's valuables record of deposit, etc. But it's there's a lot of skepticism on the part of the person who received this information, and this is probably due to Brendan Zoget, who was insisting that I was faking all of this so I could go party, which of course is ridiculous because, of course, why everybody knows I go fucking party. Why would I need to fake an excuse to go party? But anyhow, so isn't that bizarre? So I just thought I'd show that, and so obviously the bruises are there. Didn't get that for no fucking partying, and it's what happened, and yes, I'm getting it incoming. Jameson is saying, of course, it's infuriating. I need to prove this to anyone. I understand where the person's coming from, and in terms of that, it's not that I need to prove it for anything. The truth is, it's all covered by insurance, so the insurance covered all of it.
I just say that because having listened to you as long as I have, I can, there's no doubts anymore.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. For what it's worth, Peter Moon can't believe that the attack happened. He can't believe somebody survived 3 people attacking. And that's, people don't need to believe everything. It's in the end, when you've been through what I've been through, you realize my life is unbelievable enough where it's amazing people accept what they do. And there's plenty of people who are just going to have some kind of line that their mind cannot cross. And for your average person, yes, that would have been impossible for them to survive. Understand, though, that I'm a combat professional and that, of course, I am armored in a way that most people are not when I'm in situations like that where I expect something might happen, which I always do when I was visiting my psychiatrist, etc. And when it comes simply because of the nature of everything she's done with me. And not in a negative sense, but in terms of what she's done professionally with others as well, her background with the government, etc. But we are talking about, here's the irony of what happened with Peter Moon. Peter Moon, of course, for those of you who don't remember, and Amanda Ute, you can understand, here's where things get really whacked. Basically, for those of you who might remember, Peter Moon is married to a much younger wife. They were in Romania, and as he himself has admitted, the circumstances of their marriage were such that many people think it was an arranged marriage, quote unquote. Obviously, she said, and this was, and I've met Paula personally here in San Francisco, very nice human being, and but suddenly she wanted to see cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., so he and she went down to Washington, D.C. At the time, I was undergoing a physical assault, and then, it was afterwards, but I had wanted to talk to him about it. As a matter of fact, I remember now, and I distinctly brought this up with him, I wanted to talk to him about what had happened with my psychiatrist, and then at the time that I entered hospitalization was the time they went down to Washington, D.C., because it took that long for my body to process the damage. And then as it was beginning to process it, it was basically healing at an incredible rate where the doctors could observe it to the point where, as I said in the transmission, I was relating what had happened, that they possibly suspected this was some kind of hoax, that I had somehow come into the hospital under false pretenses, that maybe they had gotten a false blood sample, but by the time I had healed so well, it was as if they considered me to have never suffered anything and just told me to leave without following protocol. Now, there's a kind of twisted logic to that. And so the insurance, of course, paid for everything, so they weren't complaining. And their treatment of me was completely fine, and the best treatment I've ever had in a hospital. And so when I, which again, you know, who knows, Sugar Daddy might have something to do with that. But yeah, and there we go. And Jameson's providing some input here. So what happened was that Amanda, if you'll hear this, here goes Paula, you know, Peter Moon's wife says, hey, let's go see cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C. And so he goes down there during the weekend. I'm hospitalized. And then when they come back is when I'm getting out of the hospital. And then when I spoke to him, and everybody knows this is on record, I was on the episode where I was relating what had happened and what resulted in my hospitalization, because I came back in time to transmit a broadcast. And so when I came back in time to digitally transmit an episode, and I was explaining what had happened to Peter Moon, he had just come back from Washington, D.C., where, for all we know, they could have taken him into Langley, Virginia and scrambled his brains. He came back and he listened to everything I said on that episode. And he said he couldn't understand a word I was saying. He told me that nothing I said made any sense. He said it sounded like I was high out of my mind. He said that that honestly, he thought that I was saying that it was all repressed memory that happened 10 years ago or 20 years ago that my psychiatrist had drawn out of my memory. And I said to him, when he told me all this, I said, why would I need to be physically hospitalized for a repressed memory being brought out? And it was like, there seems to be a certain disconnect here. There was obviously some kind of miscommunication, but then what was really disturbing was, for those of you who remember, I was on an episode with Peter Moon and Crystal River, not the one I got deathly sick on, in which Crystal River was there when I was bringing up Dr. Tao Tran and my repressed, and basically my alter personality, which she has suppressed and gone through a great deal of effort and hypnotic methods to basically make certain that that would not overtake me at some point, or that Michael Aquino, who was still alive at that time, would not have that option of bringing forth my alter and thereby gaining control of myself. So she had installed that very alter in my person years beforehand. And so there was an entire dossier for that alter that had been shown by Michael Aquino to Christine Joanna Hart, who believed that that was the factual Douglas Dietrich. She thinks I'm 10 years older than I am, and she believes that I served in Vietnam with Michael Aquino. That is the alter's dossier she was looking at. So when I had brought all this up with Crystal River and Peter Moon, it was on an episode that other people like Sammy Romero distinctly remember and said, I remember you said that. And so he was there when I had first broached the subject. He claimed he'd never heard it before. He said, I've never heard you ever bring up an alter before. If you've got that, it makes me really seriously reconsider working with you, because your alter could take over at any minute. He said he didn't even remember what I had said about the alter. So he didn't remember that. He didn't remember Dr. Tao Tran. He had no memory of Dr. Tao Tran. He had no memory of, any of this. So none of this made sense to him in that regard. He was saying this was the first time he had ever heard of Dr. Tao Tran. So there we are with that. So all of that was disturbing. And then that combined with, the person making inquiries on behalf of Team Dietrich, in other words, on behalf of Brendan Zoget and Amanda Ute and the Jameson Reese and Paquan Morales, calls were being made. And then when the call was made to the hospital where I was at, and they said I wasn't there, and then I don't have actual discharge papers. I've got a bunch of other crap, but it's, circumstantial evidence. It certainly indicates I was there, but it's not definitive that I was discharged. So isn't that interesting? So altogether, just sharing all of that. And so as part of just, shall we say, just to comfort myself, I present the bruises. And so there you have that. And that's why that image is installed, embedded in the thumbnail for tonight's live stream. And with that, Amanda, what do you make of all of that? Oh, Jameson already has his conclusions. What do you make of all of that, Amanda?
Well, just to say, I did have Kaiser insurance for quite a while, and even aside from that, I could produce a whole bunch of paperwork from procedures and doctor visits where I don't have a technical inpatient outpatient document.
Okay.
Give you is what they tested, what they're giving you, what tests or procedures they took. And when you do go in, especially with Kaiser, it's not like you're given a pink slip of like you're at school and you're being excused from a class or something. It doesn't say Amanda was discharged at this and this date. I really would, even from my last procedure, I really don't think I could produce a document that said I was discharged at a certain date and time. When you're a patient and you leave, they give you the information of what they did, what they're prescribing you, and it isn't exactly a check-in, check-out log.
Wow.
So that you don't exactly have paperwork that says Douglas Dietrich was submitted at this particular time and date, and Dietrich is being kicked out at this time and date is not abnormal. That's not regular input-output patient.
Okay. Thank you. No, deeply appreciate it. I also appreciate what Jameson Reese is entering into the chat box, talking about how most hospitals won't even tell you the tests unless you ask them as far as paperwork. So, I might get something printed out when I visit my doctor next. Of all things, believe it or not, I'm seeing him about a fingernail because I've developed this ridge, vertical ridge, growing from the cuticle towards the tip of the fingernail that is just unusual, and it's a pain in the ass. It sounds stupid or something incredibly bizarre to fixate on, but the nail splits when it grows out. That's the problem, and I'm used to having long nails, so this kind of prevents that. And so I'm seeing my MD about it, and I'll get him to yeah. What was that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I think I was kicked off the call and I was just chatting away.
Oh my God. So go back to chatting.
You guys were talking.
Oh my God. Oh, go back to chatting, honey. Go back to chatting. So you were talking about Kaiser, and tell us about, but what was your experience? Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry. I have no idea when it kicked me off.
Well, you were when you got kicked off was right after you said that the Kaiser really doesn't, your experience with Kaiser was that there really wasn't a clock out kind of card. There really was there was no real pink slip. Yeah.
Right. Including my normal insurance and the last procedure that I just did. As a patient, you're not exactly given this is when you're being released, and it's a time-stamped paperwork in your paperwork. You're given the medications, you're given the legal jargon with all of those medications, you're giving the BS of what they did and when they did it. But for discharge papers, quote unquote, that's something that you can request. Kind of like for a birth certificate, you have to request to get the exact date, time. Otherwise, you just get the generic date. I can, I'm not going to, but I could post reams of discharge paperwork that has nothing to do with official discharge paper. Amanda is being released at this date and time. That's not exactly what they give a patient when you're leaving.
Thank you. No, I deeply appreciate what you're saying. So I think it was at that moment that you had finished talking about that you got kicked off, but I'm glad you were able to get back on call. And oh my God, Yeah, all together, honey. You've been through the ringer, and up there, I never knew that the hospital you were involved in, where they finally did the surgery that saved your life, because of the efforts put in by men like James Kimbrough and others who I mobilized to write letters for you to your insurance company. Altogether, I'm proud of the fact we were able to save your life. But is that somehow affiliated with the Kaiser system? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because it's the Pacific Northwest, but I don't remember it being so. Right. So it was Kaiser Insurance? It was somehow, or was that Kaiser Insurance with different hospitals before?
Kaiser was what I had when my husband was with a specific construction company. They are here in Oregon and Washington. They were not, it's kind of funny. They were right at the end of my car accident. And when I switched over to a different insurance, and Oregon insurance, is when my car accident had happened. Okay. So when you describe about Kaiser, about how on one hand, fabulous the rooms are and how like accommodating and nice the people are, I can totally agree with that. And then on the other hand, like they're just crazy. And just like any other insurance,
Understood.
medical industry. But the hospitals that I ended up working through was the St. Vincent Catholic Community Hospital.
Right, which was just horribly impacted by their insurance. Their insurance is just horrific. Okay, we have no words to describe them. And feel free to cathart and vent about them all you wish. I mean,
the St. Vincent and the Catholic Community Services, they were the ones who were fighting with me. It was the Oregon State Health Insurance.
Okay.
The person in charge with my case, and whatever, I mean, I can't even describe why, but my case was at the very top of the OHP, Oregon Health Plan agency of declaration of no. Okay. And the St. Vincent hospitals here are top notch. We have we get medevac patients left and right. Not only is Portland obviously one of the biggest cities, obviously in Portland, but we definitely have top notch services here, and doctors and great people, and they were all on my side 100%. And it was this insurance company and these people who went all the way up to the top, who were, their answer was just no. At the same time, they were the same people who kept sending me to procedure after procedure after procedure to keep proving my problem, which the collective amounts of the first 2 or 3 procedures outdid the amount of cost for the procedure just to fix my stomach. Right. So this had nothing to do with money. I had quadrupled the price of the original surgery in endoscopies and CAT scans and colonoscopies and oh my God, I forget what that's called, but I had to have a tube go down my nose and into my stomach.
I forget what that's called too. Yeah, awful. Go on.
I don't know why, but I have some sort of, and this word, I don't know what else to use. I have some sort of PTSD of things going up my nose.
I don't blame you. No, this is a horror. Go on. Yeah.
It was of everything else. I could handle everything else, but the stuff in up my noses, in my nose, in my nostrils, going into my stomach, having to sit there with sensors for 3 to 7 days, I think was torture. I was obviously having massive repercussions and stuff, and it was just. But the insurance was telling the doctors, to get her surgery, you have to do this procedure. You have to do this procedure. You have to do this test. We want to confirm it. Okay, 6 months later, prove it's still like that or worse. And it was all of these professionals and top of the nation specialists were telling me, we don't know why they're saying we have to do this, but to get you the surgery, we have to do this. So they and me were both getting bullshit for a couple of years just for this surgery, and they easily quadrupled my surgery cost, which wouldn't have been as big as if they had fixed it when my stomach wasn't able to sit for a couple more years getting pulled up. So it just didn't make sense on a financial standpoint, let alone any other.
Right. Yeah, it was definitely, there were other powers manipulating towards your attempted death so they could steal your children. That was the ultimate objective, was to take your children. And oh my God.
They know they can't be with my children's father, and he has signed off on that, and it is fully in agreement with that to, only supervise visits. So it was only at that point in time where in documentation where it was that the kids could not be alone with them, and I was on, death's doorstep where suddenly like shit was being denied just for normalcy to function.
Yeah. Well, I'm so glad that we helped you pull through. And by the way, so Jameson Reese brings up the term nasogastric intubation. There we are. Nasogastric intubation is what you experienced.
Oh.
Yes. Horrible.
It's horrible. It's so horrible. Things are not meant to go up your nose, people.
No, they're not. So while the two of you are with me, let me take a look through the chat room and see what people have been saying that we might respond to. We'll see if we'll dignify with the response what people have been saying. I hope some of these ladies are still there who were trying to you communicated earlier. I'm sorry I missed you. We may not be able to go up that far, but let me see how far up we can go in terms of... oh gosh, it looks like I'm limited in terms of my ability to go much further up. I know that wonderful people like Veronica Barrera were there earlier saying hello. So buenas noches a todos, Senora Barrera. Mwah, love you dearly. And my hope is that whoever else said whatever they said, I'll review it later. I'll catch up on what was said in the chat room. I cannot scroll that far up now because I made the mistake of just kind of renewing the chat, resetting the page. And then after that, it kind of only goes up so far. So aside from that, Chris Collins was saying good riddance to Danielle. So I'm glad he's come to that conclusion, and that will help him in his healing. And Stro Show 22 says, well said, bro. And of course he was speaking to what I believe our man Salon Shake was alluding to. Amor Fadi was definitely saying quite a bit. Miguel Gonzalez had joined in, and aside from all of that, and nothing too much else. And whatever else has been said is, I just can't access it right now. So hopefully I'll access it later. What I'm going to do now is something I detest doing. It's like pulling teeth. I'll go into solicitation, and then I'll, what I might do is do the short solicitation for our man Ben Estenius. And Ben Estenius, of course, is someone I want people to maintain in their thoughts and prayers, because he was hospitalized recently, as far as I'm concerned, for something as serious, if not more so, than what I had. And it was, well, we don't know what he was hospitalized for. He doesn't know what he was hospitalized for. He essentially was probably hospitalized for a combination of exhaustion and just really abuse of energy drinks, which are quite dangerous. And he was drinking, even though they were spaced out throughout the day, he was drinking, from what I could understand, maybe half a dozen a day. So, yeah, maybe 4 or 5. Oh, I've just got no data showing on the transmission. Now it says excellent connection again, so probably no glitch. Sir Benjamin came on and said, tell us a spooky deep state story. Okay, that's cute. That's just this side of trolling. I'll ignore that completely. And if he says anything else which sounds weird or disturbing, just go ahead and block him as far as I'm concerned, Jameson. So thank you.
Gotcha.
But yeah, and it could be an entirely innocent, comment, but honestly, it's one of those things. It's just irritating, First
we'll
off,
wait and see.
yeah, we'll wait and see. But just as a clue to people, understand this may be organic in terms of how we talk, especially on nights like this. But when somebody comes on and kind of just says that, it can be cute. At the same time, some people say that, and it's almost like a demand, and it's it's just in poor taste. It's just in poor taste. It's kind of like a woman is in a burlesque show and she has a routine, and whatever she's following in terms of her routine, her rhythm, somebody shouts, "Take it off!" It's like that. It's like, okay, it's just not your place to do that. It's it's just disrespectful, really.
It actually seems quite sarcastic.
Yeah. I mean, we want to look at things in the most positive light possible. So we'll just give him, that and see what happens next. But at any rate, in terms of what we were discussing, Ben Estenius, he he works with his landscaping and has all these men who are working for him, but he still does a lot of work. And he's got to get used to delegating and really letting everybody else do the work. And he's got to learn to be a white man and just sit back and tell other people what to do.
Oh man, that was rich.
Yeah. Poor son of a bitch he just never understood what you're supposed to do as a white man. He just never got they didn't give him the message. He missed the memo. He missed the memo that was being passed around, and kept participating in the work and shit. So there you go with that.
You know what I learned though from Mexican immigrants, like massively. I've worked with more Mexicans in the landscaping than anything else. If you don't work with them, they have no respect for you. You are that white slave driver, and you will be taken advantage of, and you will be shit talked, and you will not have loyal people. And at the same time, if you work alongside with them, then not only are you saving money and you're busting your ass for your business, which you need to do, that's the only way to actually be like, and I don't mean respect as in bow down to me, but
no, I get it.
This is cultural about, if you're not willing to do the work alongside them, then you're a fucking jefe. Then you are a white boy, and you will be taken advantage of, and you are just a dickhead. So
and I want to also emphasize that there was probably that element that he intuitively understood, plus in many cases it actually keeps a man healthy. The problem is he's at this point, God, he's older, all right, and he's just
right.
I think they can understand that. They can understand that
for sure.
After a certain period, it's just got to stop. And so I think
that's when also culturally, like, if you don't step down, kind of like my grandpa, nobody's going to have the balls to take your license.
Yeah.
But you have to take yourself down, and they will respect and take up the position that they need to.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes, and so
maybe the man just enjoys his work.
True.
I think he just doesn't know what else to do with himself. He has these hobbies, and which is like the criminology and whatnot, that he really wanted to transition into these guided tours, which I still promote for him. But obviously, that's really not happening in COVID time. But in terms of the how would I say it? What he's really has to deal with is he's just involved in this, and that this does pay, and this is during COVID time exploding. His work, I will say this, his work, as Amanda will attest, everybody's stuck home, so they just want to fix their property up because they're stuck looking at it all day. So yeah, so he's getting all kinds of work. And the interesting thing is, he has never worn a mask. His Mexican laborers never wear masks. And he has not gotten vaccinated. He's never come down with COVID. He certainly was not hospitalized for COVID. He was hospitalized for, they said his heart was working perfectly. It had to be the energy drink. So he has given up on those.
Yeah, it was probably tachycardia or a combination of things. Those things can even crush your kidneys.
Yeah.
Liver damage, etc., etc.
Now my yeah, and so Amanda sounds like we know our man Jameson's experiences. So, but Amanda, you sound like you have known someone this happened to. What are your stories about this? What can...
I guess I just know from like I do research food and nutrition, and those energy drinks are just no good. I mean, you just need to be safe with them if you're going to take them. Just like if you're going to go through McDonald's, you're consuming crap, admit that you're doing it and just be careful with it. And you cannot live off of them. And the supplements that they do add to them have massive effects with caffeine and other synthetic things that they're putting with them. A lot of the vitamins and supplements that they put in there are good for you, but the way that these drinks are put together on top of the sugar, the refined sugar, it's a problem.
Well, they're also synthesized.
Exactly. Right. These are not from a natural source. So if you were taking these through other supplement ways or through other food or smoothie additives, the refined sugar, the synthetic things that they're putting in and the combinations that they're putting in. I mean, there were stories like when these were coming out, the big Red Bull and Monster craze of like college students ending up in hospitals and dead. And it was, going through, their stuff and finding out it were these energy drinks. Yes. So they're not safe. They're not, especially for older people, or if your health is compromised or just taking more than one. You might be better off taking a bump of Coke, even though I'm not like, advocating that. but I mean, chewing on a Coke leaf has nothing to do with taking some of these energy drinks. So synthetic marijuana compared to natural marijuana, a glass of wine compared to like, beer bonging or butt bonging a bunch of beer, like, there's a world of a difference.
Oh yes, honey, thank you. And my medical cosmetologist, she knew a weightlifter once who at the gym was found the next morning paralyzed. He was just sitting in the chair all night waiting for someone to come in and help him. He couldn't move because the energy drinks had damaged him neurologically. So sad.
Yep, that's it does. These supplements and these synthetic supplements, they interact with your neurological capacity in your synapses. So, I mean, you're talking about your heart, your breathing, and like you're saying, paralysis. Like it just, God, ew. Don't take them. Like I and again, I'm not advocating it, but steroids are safer than chugging these things. So just ew.
Thank you. I mean, thank you. So what I'll do now is let me go into promoting Ben Estenius, and again, everybody maintain him in your thoughts and prayers, and then I'll go into monologue. We basically have about 4 hours left of transmission time, a little over that, but I'll use that for promoting Benestanius. I may not even do my own promotion tonight. I mean, that's how much I hate that shit. But we'll see. We'll see. In the interim, I'd best get started. I love you both dearly, who have been with me throughout the night. Amanda Ute and Jameson Reese. Derek Talley, I suspect, is asleep at this point. I'm sorry that we didn't get a chance for him to. Amanda says, I'll be back soon. Thank you, honey. I love you. And yeah, our man Derek, he's welcome to say goodnight to the audience if he's here. Otherwise, don't worry about it. He'll be back, and he won't be back till next Sunday, but he'll be back unless something happens on Wednesday where he just happens to come home early or the like. I might ask our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, to hold the stage for me for a few minutes again while I just do. Get some of these. I've been drinking a lot of liquid. Just let me refresh myself and come back. And I'm sure you can handle it, right, Jameson?
Yo,
Okay.
your man's on the mic.
Yes. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you. I'll go mute.
yeah, that totally doesn't sound good coming from me, and it should because I'm black. Well, anyway, all right, folks. Let's see what we can scoop up. All right. Certainly I'm not going to just, say throughout the rest of the night, but it does seem that there does seem to be a desire for them to bring back the whole nuclear standoff thing that we had during the Cold War. There's an article that says why U.S. bombers might have to go back on nuclear alert. The head of the U.S. Strategic Command will ask bombers to go back on nuclear alert status if the Pentagon doesn't replace the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile. Yeah, of course, because those things, they won't even take off. I mean, they'll just explode and it'll just be a mess. Administrator Charles Richard made the comments during a discussion of the nuclear force structure in a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing on Tuesday, according to the Defense News. President Joe Biden's administration is preparing to assess the U.S.'s strategic nuclear arsenal, while the Pentagon is preparing to order the development. Oh, they're preparing for the fake alien invasion that was warned of. Which, it's so weird how the same people who claim that, who say that, Werner von Braun said that, which he did say that, are believing that there's real aliens. Well, anyway, back to the story. President Joe Biden's administration is preparing to assess the U.S.'s strategic nuclear arsenal, while the Pentagon is preparing to order the development of ground-based strategic deterrent missile to replace the aging Minuteman III. The U.S.'s strategic nuclear weapons are divided among three groups: Minuteman III, ICBMs, Ohio-class submarines armed with Trident D5 submarine-launched ballistic missiles, and B-2 and B-52 strategic bombers. Not to mention, we also have those orbital weapons that can drop those rods that are uranium-tipped, which can just fall. Well, yeah. Well, of course, those things are like probably gazillion dollars to freaking operate. Each arm of the triad is known for specific advantages. ICBMs, for example, are fast, responsive, always ready for action, and capable of hitting their targets within 20 to 30 minutes. Missiles, submarines, meanwhile, are invulnerable to surprise attack, providing an ace in the hole that ensures hundreds of U.S. nukes would survive a bolt from the blue, ready to devastate the aggressor. Gee, I mean, by then you won't even have a planet left. Groovy. Finally, bombers are known for their ability to be retargeted in mid-flight or be recalled back to the base in the event of a misunderstanding or ceasefire. Richard's point is that today's nuclear triad is actually a dyad in peacetime, as the bomber doesn't keep bombers fueled up and armed with thermonuclear weapons as it did in Cold War, because why would it? That stuff is super expensive. Do you have any idea how much it costs to fuel a bomber? Not only that, we can also assume that most of the arms that we have, it's funny how all the nukes are here at home, and like everything else that we would have as far as bullets and live ammunition, it's all overseas. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what they did there. Anyway, in the 1960s, the Air Force's Strategic Air Command kept up to 12 fully armed bombers in the air at all times, where they couldn't be destroyed by a sudden nuclear attack. During the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, the number surged to 75 planes per day. Damn.
I just got back to hear you say that. So what are we talking about? That missile that they tried to keep in orbit around the Earth, or?
Well, no. This is Popular Mechanics is describing why U.S. bombers might have to go back on nuclear alert. And so far, they're just talking about like the history of this stuff. They're not telling us why they have to go back.
By the way, just what Jameson Reese is alluding to is a horrible form of journalism that developed decades ago called storytelling journalism, which has overtaken what we used to have if you look at old papers, you'll see they just tell you the facts up front. It's just literally, hey, this is what happened. Americans bomb nuclear power plants in North Korea or facilities. Literally, these were headlines, and that's an actual headline, by the way, from the time of the Korean War. And that's in our book, The Roswell Deception.
That's why I like straightforward facts.
Yes,
and
we
this
don't get
is why
them.
this is why this sucks, because they never go into why they're even bringing up the need.
Thank you, but we know the need.
These things.
You and I know the need. So let me explain this to people. I did need to say this. Basically, the good news is this. Vladimir Putin knows that if he goes to war against Ukraine all out, that Turkey has promised all of their assistance to Ukraine, and he will be wiped off the fucking map, so he's back down. So he was basically under the pressure from Navalny, trying to distract his population, which even at the height of mobilization for war in the Ukraine, his population, the younger Russians, were protesting against his keeping Navalny under duress. To the point of death. Navalny, of course, is going through a kind of a hunger strike. Well, not a kind of he's not eating. And so they have...
He's not eating because they're going to freaking poison his damn food.
Yes.
And kill him.
Thank you. They transferred him to a hospital under international pressure, which I was surprised that they succumbed to. But it's that combination of that and their own people in revolt. This is, by the way, courageous on the part of the Russian protesters. They are dealing with a maniacal tyrant who could easily machine gun them down, like the junta in Myanmar is doing. So in Myanmar, for those of you who don't know, formerly Burma, the junta is how would I say it? They have no concept of international relations. They just basically are killing their own people. This has been going on for quite some time. But in Russia, it could turn out like that if Putin just snaps at some moment. So, but the combination of pressure of his own people, who were not distracted or deterred by his trying to go to mobilize towards total war or a state of total war alert, they didn't buy it. They didn't buy into it. And so because of that, he didn't have the people behind him. And you can't fight a war without the people behind you. That, and plus the fact that he knew the Turks were just generations ahead of him in terms of warfare, as was proven by the war in Armenia. For those of you who don't understand where I'm coming from, the Armenian-Azerbaijani war was just a practice run for a Russo-Turkish war. So just as in the early days before what you know of as World War II, the Soviets and the Japanese collided multiple times, and they used their client states as their sponsored combatants at first. This was Mongolia, was communist under the Russian influence, and the Manchurians were imperial under the Japanese influence, and Mongolia and Manchuria went to war. This was actually Japan and Russia fighting in proxy, and ultimately it turned into all-out war between the Japanese and the Soviets in the 1936, 37, 38, 39 period. When it came to Ukraine and, Azerbaijan and Armenia, this was Russia and Turkey fighting each other, and Turkey won decisively in that proxy war. So Putin knows what's going to happen militarily. He didn't have the public behind him to even get it started, so he's back down. He's drawing down the troops, and so he knows that much. Where he goes from here, who knows? But it's a situation that is just, we'll see what happens. But it looked very bad there. And it was happening simultaneously with what the Chinese are doing in the South China Sea. And trying to ramp up their provocations about Taiwan, my homeland.
Oh, yeah. Now things are getting heated. This is where things get interesting, folks.
Yes, thank you. And hopefully it won't go to the point where it turns into a hot war, but we'll see what happens. Honestly, this would involve, if they take on Taiwan, this might very well involve the Philippines, because at the same time they're invading Filipino space, and probably due to a threat of a military junta, Duterte is finally standing up to the communist Chinese, whereas before he was ready to turn the Philippines into a proxy state of communist China. That has changed, and thank God for that. So we'll see what happens. The situation is still in flux. I'll talk about the geopolitics of that sometime. But, the truth is, a lot of people don't like it when I go in that direction, because most people just don't get it. I mean, they're just not into geopolitics. It's not that they don't get it. It's just that they're not into geopolitics. Most people just really don't care.
That's where all the entertaining stuff is. I can kind of understand why you love that topic.
Yes, thank you. It is truly my passion, and if I had my choice, I would be talking geopolitics all the time. Of course, I'd be the least popular person on earth. But so what we need to do is we'll cover tonight some very important American topics. I'd best get into promoting that. By the way, is Amanda you with us? Just curious. Did she come back? Let's see if she responds. She has that wonderful voice. Anyhow, it looks like she's not anywhere near the microphone. And so there we have that. What was I going to bring up as well? She might have come back. I was going to say something else that I had thought of. I could always bring it up next time. But sometimes she's with us, sometimes she's not. It's kind of like the ferryologist, Crystal River. She's there and then she flies away. Okay, let's see what we can do. Get myself into the zone. And so I love you dearly, Jameson, my son, and say goodnight to the audience for now. Hang around, of course. I may need you. But, otherwise...
I'll do my best not to sleep. And I also have another energy drink here to...
yeah, just bring yourself to paralysis. Oh, my God. Yes, please.
No. In my case, it's not paralysis. In my case, for some reason, it seems to have a...
Oh, twitch. The twitch. Right? Your muscles start disintegrating by twitching themselves into liquid or something.
Yeah. They start to overheat. everything starts to overheat, and yeah, it doesn't go well. My body has to be like a freaking fridge all the time. Cold. It's so cold that even when they use those temperature things on my forehead, it's just cold.
Wow. Yeah, well, there you go. That's cute. And so, love you dearly. Say goodnight to the listeners, and I'll try and take it from here.
All right, Zombie Man signing off.
Okay, and thank you, sir. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet unpublished book, The Unfinished Man, and scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the Tucson Murders, how do I say this again? The TucsonMurders.com. Honestly, I have to look at this every time. All the times I've been saying it, it never seeps into my memory. So for tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell it Tucson, Tucson. That's how you spell Tucson. And put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. And telephone Ben Astenius, alternatively, at 1-520-423-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. And you'll know you're on the right YouTube channel when you see the young white girl with blonde hair and a nice set of pins and her racks holding up the green t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. Once you're there and you know you're in the right place, as soon as you can take your eye off her, you can rest your eyes upon, you can regale yourself with the vision of Ben Astenius in his one piece as he's racing his sprint car. Yes, he was an actual sprint car racer with his own trading card across the AstroTurf, the lawn you never have to water or mow and is therefore evergreen. And he's promoting the services of the Man of the Soil landscape builders who have been providing 45 years at least of landscape service. And with the men he brings, the men in brown, from over that great invisible Trump wall, he brings to you in the middle of lockdown while you're under quarantine and staring desultorily out at your property, front, back, and side yards. He brings you the greatest show on dirt. The services they offer are landscape design, consulting, paver, travertine, which I've never bothered to look up, flagstone patios, artificial grass, decorative rock, driveways, walkways, lighting, and drip irrigation Altogether, Ben Estenius can bring you all of this, and you only need to call him at, well, you can look him up at manofthesoil.com, or you can call him personally to get to work on your world, remodeling your world, at 1-520/544-7743. That's 1520 544 7743. And aside from all of that, regale yourself on the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Well, actually treat yourself to the aerial drone footage of samples of his landscape architecture, and you'll know what you're paying for. So, okay, to move on to the more immediate topics at hand. Try and get myself into the zone in what time we have remaining, and honestly, it's, a lot of subjects to go into. None of them are necessarily very pleasant. We have even some touchy historical topics that require our attention, and one of them is the fact that today is Confederate Memorial Day, and so let me go a little bit into that and provide some perspective. I'm going to check the live stream first and see how much time we have remaining, and it's exactly 4 hours. So I'll cover what I can during that period of time. I should have started a lot earlier, but then again, what are you going to do? So that people understand, today is actually an official state holiday in South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and Tennessee. And that's if they haven't managed to get the holiday suppressed. There are certainly going to be protests, but it is Confederate Heroes Day, is one way that it's referenced. And it commemorates the surrender of the last major Confederate field army at Bennett Place, North Carolina, on Wednesday, April 26th in 1865. Now, this holiday was first observed 154 years agone, I believe, on April 26th, 1866. And because I'm a bit of a stickler for detail, let me try and see if I've got the math on that correctly. And it is, of course, 2021 and minus 1866. And that would be 155 years gone by this year, by today. And so the actual date for the holiday was selected by Elizabeth Rutherford Ellis. She chose April 26th as the first anniversary at the time that she was doing this in 1866, 155 years ago. It was then the first anniversary of Confederate General Johnston's surrender to Union Major General Sherman at Bennett Place, Bennett Place, not Palace. And for many in the Confederacy, that date in 1865 marked the end of the Civil War. Now, in the spring of 1866, the Ladies' Memorial Association of Columbus, Georgia, passed a resolution to set aside one day annually to memorialize the Confederate war dead. And Mary Ann Williams, the association secretary, was directed to pen a letter inviting ladies' associations in every former Confederate state to join them in the observance. Their invitation was written in March of 1866 and sent to all of the principal cities in the former Confederacy. Now, bringing us back to this year, when you think of what people are asking for when you have this hyper-reactionary so-called conservative movement, then you have a desire for less government always being one of the calling cards that they use, one of the canards that they constantly promote. What they're trying to return to is not 1950s America. As I've pointed out before, that was an era of super government, of government as big as you can get, government that was all encompassing. What they want to return to is the America before the Civil War. So that would be the thing to emphasize today on Confederate Memorial Day. We have, of course, an idiot who earlier asked, what does this show have to do with Confederate Memorial Day? It doesn't have to do anything with it, but because I'm a professional historian, I am obligated to bring you something about it. So let me provide my analysis. There's basically two historical events that define the United States in the collective memory of its people: the American Revolution and the American Civil War between the states. The American Revolution would be the War of Independence, and the American Civil War would be what what the people of the South would call the War of Northern Aggression. A more detached way of presenting it would be the War for Southern Independence. Now, even in the television-rotted brains of semi-literates, some vague remnants circulate of Washington crossing the Delaware in the original War of Independence, or the blue and the gray clashing at Gettysburg in the Second War of Independence. And for once, in either case, folk myth is in accord with historical truth. These two events were crucial, not only to the United States, but to the entire world. New histories of both conflicts are published every year. Both are favorite subjects for historical fiction, and both have long exercised a fascination for amateurs who, shall we say, long to be historians, or armchair generals, as you will. Our world might be much the same if the Paraguayan War of the 1870s had never been fought. It might even be quite similar if the Taiping Rebellion had overthrown the Manchu dynasty in the 1860s. But a history in which the 13 colonies remained part of the British Empire would be inconceivably different from our own. And given a little better leadership on the part of the English, such might well have occurred. The consequences: perhaps the French Revolution would have been aborted as well. Most likely would have been, because it was the American chant heard around the world that prompted it in the first. The American example giving powerful impetus to Republican sentiment throughout Europe, and the financial burdens of the Revolutionary War were what drove the French monarchy to call the Estates Generales. A divine right monarchy might prevail across all Europe today had the dynasties not fallen. The Civil War itself lends itself even better to such speculation. It is much closer in time. Only a few decades have passed since the death of the last Civil War veteran, and particularly in the states of the old Confederacy, it remains the war, much more so than even World War II. The 4 years between 1860 and 1865 killed over 600,000 Americans in combat alone, more than the grand total of all United States fatalities in all other conflicts since the Revolution for Independence. Not even Tarawa or Guadalcanal saw fighting as bitter or as bloody as Antietam and Chancellorsville. No other American war saw anything approaching the rage, the hate, the mass ferocity that gripped the people of the two completely separate ethno-religious cultures. As I mentioned, this was a race war, as outlined in my interview with Salon Shake. Not tonight, but the one yesternight, where you can listen to that after you listen to this transmission tonight. The Confederate Memorial Day interview conducted by Salon Shake with myself. It was a race war among the whites. A race war amongst those who were Anglo-Teutonic in descent from the north and those who were Gallo-Celtic in their genetics and their heritage in the south. A continuity of the Anglo-Saxon attempt to exterminate the Celtic fringe that went on in the British Isles against the Welsh, the Scots, and the Irish for hundreds of years, simply carried across this side of the Atlantic. Now in the South, fully 1/4, 25% of the free adult males were lost in that war. And many areas of the lower South, the proportion reached 50% or more. Fatalities like these exceed the losses that gutted France for 2 generations after World War I, and equal those inflicted on Germany during the 30 Years' War. That was their great conflict that left damage lasting in Europe to this day. The war and the occupation and social upheavals which followed gave the continental United States its only taste of the impoverishment and humiliation that follow defeat in a major war. And the effects on the North were less painful, but nearly as drastic. Before the American Civil War between the states, the United States government had only a few thousand civil servants, mainly in the post office. It levied practically no direct taxes and had little impact on the economy apart from land sales. Between the War of 1812 and the election of Abraham Lincoln, an American might live his or her entire life without any contact with the central government. The state governments were more important, far more important, in everyday affairs, something that President Trump tried to return us to. And local county authorities were far more crucial than either. Immigration had brought in many Irish and Germans, but outside the coastal cities, virtually everybody was what we would call a WASP, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. America north of the slave states was as ethnically homogeneous as England. North, or how would I say this? Not only were they ethnically homogeneous, they were far more racially conscious in the North than England, France, or Germany. But if you traveled to the northern states, far more so than in the South, you would be struck in those days before the Southern War for Independence by how much everyone looked alike. As kind of inbred looking as you'll find people looking to a degree in the European Balkans, where if you went to places like certain areas of Moldavia or Bohemia, or today it would be Armenia, you could tell the people by their looks because they all look like a giant family. You would have that impression in the north of these United States, more so than you would have if you were in England, France, or Germany. And contrary to myth, the antebellum North was not a land of any industry. There were a growing number of factories, but the overwhelming majority of the people lived on the land, or in small market towns and villages. And throughout most of the North, and much of the South for that matter, a solid majority of the population consisted of independent, property-owning farmers and their families. Most of the rest were equally self-sufficient craftsmen, small traders, and professionals serving the farm population. Those who worked for wages were but a small minority, and most Northerners, Republicans most particularly, regarded financial independence as an essential characteristic of a free citizen. And this was the classic America that the MAGA cultists long for. The America of Emerson and Thoreau, of Mark Twain's Mississippi and the Currier and Ives print, an America that lives now only in myth. That America died at Fort Sumter, as surely as the Old South. By the end of the conflict, both sides had become centralized bureaucratic states, complete with conscription, heavy taxation, massive deficit spending, and government intervention in the economy. The protective tariffs of the late 19th century heavy industry boom were legacies of that war, as was the transcontinental railroad. And within a generation of Appomattox, the United States had its first mass proletariat, whose near insurrection in the great strikes and riots of 1877 raised genuine fears of revolution that lasted into the 1930s. The road to the urban industrial state and great power status had been taken. Many of the most crucial technological innovations of the period, particularly in mass production, were American. The unusual combination of huge resources and high per capita incomes made the United States economy high. Well, I would say that they made the American economy a unique pioneer for the entire industrializing world. By 1914, the European states could no longer ignore the United States in their calculations of power. The sheer size and productivity of the American economy and population made it the decisive factor. Without American intervention, Germany would most certainly have emerged as unquestioned victor in the world wars of the 20th century, with incalculable consequences. And that united, uniquely powerful America was the product of the American Civil War. Hardly anyone who studies the conflict can avoid a tantalizing or frightening, as you would, sense that the outcome might have been different. As William Faulkner had said, since 1865, no generation of Southerners has gone by without daydreams of redoing Pickett's charge and succeeding. Literally dozens of books have dealt with that very issue. Science fiction novels like Ward Moore's classic Bring the Jubilee were like the Tumble Down South, but one set where it was the North that experienced the defeat and impoverishment. Now, there was only one alternative history I would recommend. A man named Poyet, his surname Poyett, wrote a science fiction novel titled The Shiloh Project, which was set in a World War I era world where the Confederacy and the United States were locked in a Cold War. And we can, therefrom, skipping over the anti-Nazi propaganda of Harry Turtledove, which is just franchise crap meant to fed off white supremacist fantasies while providing a Jewish author with all the money he'll ever need, basically making a living off neo-Confederates, a Jewish author, Harry Turtledove, making a living off neo-Confederates with Civil War alternative history novels is sickening on the face of it. Let's skip that phenomena for discussion another time as to the pathology that represents on all sides. And imagine for a moment that the Confederate offensives of 1863 had succeeded, and that North America was divided between the United States and Confederate states, are occupied in totality up to the Canadian border by, as Spike Lee propositioned in his film on the Confederate States. And immediately, all subsequent history becomes twisted out of recognition. To name only one example, the Confederates were by no means the passive, put-upon romantics of a lost cause at all. As they propagandize themselves today, they were not devoted to localism and states' rights. That's a MAGA fantasy. All of their later apologists have promoted the Trump trope that has nothing to do with reality. Even before 1860, the Solid South had been pressing on their neighbors to the south of themselves. The Mexican-American War had been largely a Southern enterprise, and the proximate political cause of secession was an attempt to exclude the South from the territories seized from Mexico. Now, private expeditions to conquer Cuban or Central American territory were a staple of the 1850s, Organizations such as the Knights of the Golden Horseshoe or the Knights of the Golden Circle agitated for the conquest of all Latin America and the reopening of the African slave trade, envisaging a gigantic slave empire stretching from Kansas to Cape Horn. By 1863, the Confederacy had the means to accomplish those ambitions. The war had given it a formidable army, a strong central government, and considerable forced draft industrialization, largely with slave manpower under government control. An independent Confederate States of America would have been militantly expansionist, conquering southward into Mexico and the Caribbean, and unlikely to meet any strong resistance either from the weak Latin American states or from the European powers. The war had also strengthened the hand of the pro-slavery ideologues, with men such as George Fitzhugh, whose work entitled Sociology for the South had given the Republicans invaluable propaganda by advocating the enslavement of all dependent laborers, regardless of race. So an aggressive and militarist aristocratic republic, deeply hostile to 19th century liberalism, dominating most of the Western Hemisphere. An isolationist, anti-immigrant, free-trading rump United States without the continental resources which powered its expansion, the world they inhabited would be unrecognizably alien by the 1990s. So, think of that every Confederate Heroes Memorial Day, this time of year. And understand that I myself predict that we will be faced with that very situation in the future in a way you will not recognize at first, but then will become all too recognizable by the time we're in that world. In other words, the old ideologies of communism and capitalism have proven themselves irrelevant economically, politically, socially, but most of all, simply workably. They're unworkable. When it comes to the reality that we're faced with, the original suspicions that we would return to the era of religious wars, of Christianity versus Islam, if we manage to avoid that level of backsliding into a new dark age, what will evolve will be the practical economies of the apocalypse. The practical economies of the apocalypse will be fascism, which will be antithetical to a return to an aristocratic chattel slavery. You'll see that reemerge not this side of the Pacific, but in Australia, with the population to be interred in chattel status, the Philippines. There you'll see a rebirth of the antebellum South, the Confederate ideology, even the raising of what historically here is considered the rebel flag or the Confederate battle standard. That is where we'll see the Cold War of the future between the rest of the world and those whose lives cannot exist without the exploitation of a subservient or servitor population. The tragedy here is that the Philippines is rife for that kind of exploitation because many of the Filipinos have never learned to live without it. That their economy is based at this point so heavily on a colonial sponsorship that the people would rather serve a white master race than try to venture forth into the world on their own. With that need for a sense of security, it overwhelms any sense of a need for freedom. There will be those, of course, who would resist and will form a kind of underground railroad of their own into the Pacific and receive their support from the overseas Filipino diaspora, particularly in Hawaii. All of these geopolitics are for another time to be articulated. In the meantime, today was another day aside from Confederate Memorial Day. It was the day of the Academy Awards. Now, I haven't had a chance to review them yet, but I know which films were up for judgment. And after a hyper-politicized year, a crop of this year's nominees for the Best Picture at the Academy Awards on Sunday resonate with conflicts and divides that define modern American life. None of the nominees directly address the Donald Trump era, but the American film industry is clearly grappling with societal fault lines that the ex-president widened during his time in power. The movies take on race, violence, a corrupt and discriminatory justice system, democracy under attack, immigration, Great Recession, economic dislocation, workers' struggles in low-wage jobs, and the nature of political resistance. It should all sound too familiar. Take this line in the movie Mank, a biopic of the alcoholic screenwriter of Citizen Kane. If you keep telling people something untrue loud and long enough, they're apt to believe it. It's impossible not to think of the alternative reality that Trump imposed on America for 4 years, and in which his millions of supporters still live, or rather subsist. You couldn't dignify that by calling it living. Uproar over race, policing, and the United States criminal justice system is mirrored in Judas and the Black Messiah, about the FBI's infiltration of the radical Black Panther movement. It's also a subplot in the trial of the Chicago 7, which portrays democracy under siege in 1968 from malignant leaders. Two of the movies are classic meditations on the seductive promise, myth, and ambivalent reality of the American dream. Economic deprivation and the loss of identity it brings animate Nomadland, a film about an itinerant worker who journeys between temporary jobs across a haunting American West landscape while living out of her van. In Minari, a South Korean immigrant couple struggled to put down roots, literal and metaphorical, for their young family in the tough soil of Arkansas. So this year's picks underscore a recent movement in the Academy to feature greater racial and social diversity, and in a reflection of America's broader polarization. Reactionaries argue that Hollywood is hostage to politically correct liberal propaganda. But these nominees don't ring with tokenism. They're all serious and patient, and most are quite subtle. Each in a way is like a single act of a grand political tragedy unfolding in America from the 1930s to the all-too-recent past. A past we can only hope to escape without a second American Civil War. Now, in terms of the time we have remaining, 3.5 hours. But let me decide on which angle to take in terms of the subjects where we need to go, and I'll do my best to do them justice. Now, where we're at today, we're entering next month within, let me take a look at the calendar. Holy shit. It'll be May 1st on Saturday. I'll have one more transmission before we enter the next menses, or month. And I think it's important to emphasize, in light of what we sprakathon in my being interviewed by Salon Shake, and in my interviewing him in turn, I should emphasize the fact that the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month begins this week in a year that's seen your AAPI, your Asian American Pacific Islander neighbors, under tremendous stress. Asian Americans are still under attack. But there are easy ways you can help support them, starting right now. The first thing you can do is visit AsianPacificHeritage.gov. AsianPacificHeritage.gov. And I will relate in far more detail what they only imply on the homepage thereon. Because across the United States, Asian Americans are under attack, as I was under attack. As we've always been under attack, verbally, economically, and physically. An elderly man on his daily walk was ambushed, shoved to the ground, and killed. An Asian woman was kicked in the face repeatedly as bystanders watched and refused to intervene. A business owner's restaurant was spray painted with Kung Flu. Go back to, as in the numeric numeral to go back to China, and hope you die with a single capital U. Anti-Asian hate crimes have more than doubled during the pandemic, as proven by the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism at California State University in San Bernardino. But there are easy ways people of all backgrounds can help to stop the vitriol and violence. Stop racist remarks whenever you see or hear them. Stop them then, stop them there. If you see a friend joke about the China virus or Kung Flu on social media, reach out and explain why that's neither funny nor harmless. Words have consequences. Many Asian Americans have been spat upon, attacked, or erroneously blamed for the China virus, Chinese virus, or simply Kung Flu. Those terms were popularized by the president himself early in the pandemic, and researchers found that people who used the hashtag Chinese virus on Twitter were more than twice as likely to demonstrate anti-Asian sentiment than those who used the hashtag COVID-19. Even Asian Americans who have never been to China have been accused and assaulted, and hate crimes against Asian Americans have increased 150% throughout this pandemic. You can take a free bystander intervention course, which will train you to become an upstander. Bystander intervention courses arm you with the training needed to stop harassment and possibly prevent violence by becoming an upstander. The anti-harassment group I've sprakathon before. Hollaback with an exclamation mark. HOLLABACK exclamation mark. Hollaback has teamed up with Asian Americans Advancing Justice under the acronym AAJC, Asian Americans Advancing Justice. And the AAJC Hollaback partnership together offer a free 1-hour online training course. You can spare a single hour to help you safely diffuse xenophobia in action. The registration website quite clearly says, we'll start by talking about the types of disrespect that Asian and Asian American folks are facing right now, from microaggressions to violence. We'll talk through 5 strategies for intervention that I've outlined before for you, initially based with the people I worked with on my 3 initials, Douglas, Dwayne, Dietrich, turned into the mnemonic, meaning the memory acronym: distract, delegate, document, to which 2 have since been added: delay and direct. So reading from the website, we'll talk through 5 strategies for intervention: distract, delegate, document, delay, and direct, and how to prioritize your own safety while intervening. And you'll leave feeling more confident intervening the next time you see anti-Asian American harassment online or in person. Your other strategy for intervention is to support your local Asian American businesses. While many businesses have struggled over the past year, Asian American businesses have been hit disproportionately hard, fueled by discrimination and xenophobia. According to the Pew Research Center, 44% of Americans surveyed said they or someone in their household suffered either a job loss or pay cut since February of 2020. But among Asian Americans, that number rose to 54%. The financial blow can be doubly devastating for immigrant families who don't have strong financial safety nets or don't yet have the language skills to compete for other jobs. Researchers from my own San Francisco State University, where I majored in political ideology, and the UCLA, the University of California at Los Angeles, Luskin School of Public Affairs, have both coordinated in conclusion that unemployment severely impacted the more disadvantaged Asian Americans. In California, for example, 83% of the Asian American labor force with a high school education or less filed for unemployment claims in the first few months of the pandemic. That means as the pandemic overwhelmed America, 83% of Asian Americans working in my own Golden, California were terminated, compared to but 37% of the rest of the California labor force with the same level of education. A high school education level or less. We've seen how quickly racist vitriol can spread across social media. One way to counter that is to spread support instead of hate. Facebook offers many frames to fit around your profile photo, including Stand Against Racism, Stop Asian Hate, and Stop AAPI Hate. Now, such messages may seem trivial, but they offer much needed solidarity with Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, many of whom feel like they have targets on their backs. They can also help reduce the popularity of anti-Asian sentiment. Another easy strategy is to donate to victims' families, if you have any to spare yourself. in terms of resources. The recent Atlanta area spa shootings killed 8 people, including 6 women of Asian descent. For some of the families, grief is now compounded by financial uncertainty. One victim was a single mother and the sole caretaker for 2 sons who have no other family in the United States. And at least 2 families are suffering extreme financial difficulty. I consulted Charlie Yoon Kim, the president of the Korean American Association of Greater Atlanta, who said that they were worried about rents and utility fees and other practical costs, including the funeral process. GoFundMe has verified 8 accounts that will directly benefit some of the families of those killed or injured in the March 16th attacks. Soon Chung Park, Park's widower, said he is too overcome with grief to work. And Guangho Lee, the widower in question, wrote, "I am raising money to pay for my living expenses, including rent and bills, because I am currently unable to work due to the trauma I have experienced from this attack and from the death of my wife. I would be very grateful for any support that will allow me to get back on my feet after this terrible loss." Suncha Kim. Her family, in written statement, expressed that, like many Asian immigrants, she spoke very little English and worked 2 to 3 jobs. This took immense courage, and my grandmother was a fighter. As an immigrant, all my grandmother ever wanted in life was to grow old with my grandfather and watch her children and grandchildren live the life she never got to live. In the case of Xiao Jie Tan, Tan and her daughter Ying Xiaomi immigrated to these United States by themselves. The GoFundMe page benefiting her daughter states, "Xiao Jie loved her life in these United States and worked really hard to provide for her family. She was financially supporting her sister and mother in China. In the wake of this tragedy, Xiaomi is separated from her Chinese relatives, both by distance and by the pandemic." In the case of Yong A. Yue, her youngest son wrote, "Mom was an amazing woman who loved to introduce our family and friends to her home-cooked Korean food and Korean karaoke. The world will throw you trials and tribulations to test you, but this test feels so unfair. We are still in shock over the violent murder of our mother." In the case of Hyun Jung Grant, her son wrote, "She was a single mother who dedicated her whole life to providing for my brother and I. It is only my brother and I in these United States. The rest of my family is in South Korea and are unable to come." In the case of Paul Michaels, he's survived by a wife of 30 years. I learned this from her restaurant manager. And that same manager started an account for that family, saying that if anyone is willing to help, it would be greatly appreciated. Anything will help. Keep in mind this could have been you or one of your family members, so please help. In the case of Delana Ashley Yaun, a white woman with a name that sounds vaguely Oriental but was nowhere ethnically Chinese or Asian at all by any genetic standard, she was the mother of 2 children, including an 8-month-old girl. Yaun and her husband were both getting a couple's massage, when gunfire erupted. Her sister said she was a good person. She didn't deserve that. Nobody deserved that. And her husband, Elcayas Hernandez Ortiz. His wife wrote that he was shot in the forehead down to his lungs and into his stomach. He will be needing facial surgery. Please help me and my family raise money to cover for my husband's medical bills. Please pray for my family and the families that were affected by this shooting. As a matter of fact, just to clarify, I didn't really ever pay attention to the couples receiving the couples massage. It was Paul Michaels that was the husband of Delana Ashley Yaun, who was killed along with her. And Alcaias Hernandez Ortiz was individual who was one of the clients who was almost fatally injured. Now, GoFundMe has said that no verified account has been set up yet for the family of the remaining victim, Dao Yu Feng, who was killed in the attacks. Her family is probably afraid of deportation. But there are support groups that are fighting for change, and you can support them, and they will indirectly perhaps help her. Over the past year, more than 3,700 cases of discrimination, harassment, or violence against Asian Americans have been reported. As, of course, sources from the advocacy group Stop AAPI Hate, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund works to protect and promote the civil rights of Asian Americans. It's fueled by donations and volunteer attorneys and law students. The surge in violence against Asian Americans is a reminder that America's present reality reflects its exclusionary past. And that brings us to the forgotten history of the purging of Chinese in particular from America. Now, I want to give a shout out to Michaela Nastasia before I go there. Wonderful individual. I'll go a little bit further into a subject she brought up with myself in the next episode, perhaps. But for tonight, I really need to concentrate on these immediate and emergent priorities for my people in America. Now, when you think to how Chinese in particular thought of North America across the Pacific, they thought of Gumshan, Gold Mountain, from which San Francisco derived its very identity. That was what the people in Guangdong province called the faraway land through which San Francisco served as the Golden Gate thereunto, where the native population had red hair and blue eyes, and it was rumored that gold nuggets could be plucked from the ground. And according to an account in the San Francisco Chronicle, a merchant visiting from Canton, the provincial capital, likely soon after the discovery of gold at Sutter Creek in 1848, wrote to a friend back home about the riches that he had found in the mountains of California. The friend told others and set off across the Pacific Ocean himself. And whether from that merchant's letter or from ships arriving in Hong Kong, news of California's gold rush swept through southern China. Men began scraping together funds, often using their family's land as collateral for loans, and crowding aboard vessels that took as long as 3 months to reach America. And they eventually arrived in the thousands. Some came in search of gold. Others were attracted by the lucrative wages that they could earn working for the railroad companies laying down tracks to join the eastern and western halves of the United States. And still others worked in factories making cigars, slippers, and woolens, or found other opportunities in the American West. They were mostly peasants, oftentimes traveling in large groups from the same village. They wore the traditional male hairstyle of the Qing dynasty, shaved pate in the front and a braid, what's called a quay, down to the waist in the back. They were all escaping a homeland beset by violent rebellions and economic privation. and they all came seeking the vast open spaces of the American frontier where they believed freedom and opportunity awaited. As the Chinese presence grew, however, it began to stir the anxieties of white Americans. And violence, often shocking in its brutality, always followed. America, in the middle of the 19th century, was engaged in an epic struggle over race. The Civil War, by the latest estimates, left 750,000 immediately dead before the plagues thereafter swallowed even more. In the turbulent years of Reconstruction that followed, at least 2,000 black people were lynched immediately. Largely forgotten in this defining period of American history, however, is the virulent racism that Chinese immigrants endured on the other side of the country. According to a book that I purchased, published in 2018, entitled "The Chinese Must Go," which is a detailed examination by Beth Lou Williams, a professor of history at Princeton. In the mid-1880s, during probably the peak of vigilantism, at least 168 communities forced their Chinese residents to leave. In one particularly horrific episode, in 1885, white miners in Rock Springs in the Wyoming Territory massacred at least 28 Chinese miners and drove out several hundred others. Today, there are more than 22 million people of Asian descent in these United States, and Asians are projected to be the largest legal immigrant group in this nation by 2055. Asian Americans have been stereotyped as the model minority, yet no other ethnic or racial group experiences greater income inequality, or perhaps feels more invisible. Then came the presidency of Donald Trump. His racist sneers about Kung Flu and the China virus, and the wave of anti-Asian attacks that has swept the country ever since. These attacks have produced a remarkable outpouring of emotion and energy from the Asian American community and beyond. But it is unclear what will become of the fervor once the sense of emergency dissipates. Asian Americans do not fit easily into the narrative of race in America. Evaluating gradations of victimhood, and where a persistent sense of otherness ends and structural barriers begin, is complicated. But the surge in violence against Asian Americans is a reminder that America's present reality reflects its exclusionary past. That reminder turns the work of making legible a history that has long been overlooked into a search for a more inclusive future. The vast majority of Chinese in America in the 19th century arrived in mine own Golden Gated San Francisco on the Barbary Coast, which has been a settlement of several hundred people before the gold rush, but ballooned into a chaotic metropolis of nearly 350,000 by the end of the century, a city far larger, 20 times the size of Los Angeles, for generations, until the advent of Hollywood prior to the Second World War. In the work entitled "The Ghosts of Gold Mountain," released the year before yesteryear. Gordon H. Chang, who's a history professor at Stanford University in my Golden, California, writes that, at least initially, many were generally welcoming toward the Chinese. The Daily Alta California, which was our state's leading newspaper at that time of the Western frontier, published word in 1852 that they are among the most industrious, quiet, patient people among us. Perhaps the citizens of no nation except the Germans are more quiet and valuable. Railroad officials were pleased by their work ethic. One executive wrote that the Chinese prove nearly equal to white men in the amount of labor they perform and are far, far more reliable. White workers, however, began to see the Chinese as competition, first for gold and later for scarce jobs. Many perceived the Chinese to be a heathen race, unassimilable and alien to the American way of life. In April of 1852, with the numbers of arriving Chinese growing, Governor John Bigler urged the California state legislature to check this tide of Asiatic immigration. Now, Bigler, being a Democrat who had elected the state's third governor the previous year, been elected such, he explicitly differentiated Asiatics from white European immigrants. He argued that the Chinese, unlike their Western counterparts, had not come seeking America as the asylum for the oppressed of all nations, but only to acquire a certain amount of precious metals and then return to their native country. The legislature enacted a series of measures to drive out the Mongolian and Asiatic races, including by imposing a $50 fee, $100 in those days being the equivalent to $500,000 today, on every arriving immigrant who was ineligible to become a citizen. At the time, naturalization procedures were governed by a 1790 law that restricted citizenship to free white persons alone. In 1853, the same Daily Alta I've already cited published an editorial on the question of whether the Chinese should even be permitted to ever become citizens. It conceded that many of them, it is true, are nearly as white as Europeans because of their pale, even shiny porcelain skin. Far more fair than many ruddy Europeans who tan, as a matter of fact, where the Chinese did not. But it claimed they are not white persons in the sense of the law. That article characterized Chinese Americans as morally a far worse class to have among us than the Negro, and described their disposition as cunning and deceitful, at least crediting them with a higher IQ, albeit bent towards crime, than the stereotype of the simple, soulful Negro. Even though the Chinese had certain redeeming qualities, as characterized in that very circular, of craft, industry, and economy, it says they are not of that kind that Americans can ever associate or sympathize with. The column concludes, they are not of our people and never will be. And so, in remote mining communities, where vigilante justice oftentimes prevailed, white miners drove the Chinese off their claims. In 1859, miners gathered at a general store in Northern California's Shasta County and voted to expel the Chinese. Now, there's a comprehensive account of anti-Chinese violence that's writ by Jean Faelzer, surname spelled Pfaelzer, who's a professor of English and Asian Studies at the University of Delaware. It's entitled Driven Out. It was published in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, George Dietrich, died. And within that, it's proven that an armed mob of 200 white miners charged through an encampment of Chinese at the mouth of Rock Creek who had refused to leave, and they captured about 75 Chinese miners and marched them through the town of Shasta, where people pelted them with stones. The county's young sheriff, Clay Stockton, and his deputies managed to disperse the mob and free those captives. But in the following days, gangs of white miners rampaged through Chinese camps in the surrounding towns as Stockton and his men struggled to bring the violence under control. These skirmishes between the law and white supremacists came to be called the Shasta Wars. Eventually, the governor dispatched an emergency shipment of 113 rifles by steamer, and a posse of men assembled by Stockton himself was able to restore order. The rioters were put on trial, but were quickly acquitted by the white public. An article in the local newspaper, the Placer Herald, wrote that quiet once more reigns in the Republic of Shasta, which was an independent republic unto itself at that time, separate from California and the United States. It concluded that, "May the fierce alarums of war never more call her faithful sons to arms." This was one of those pocket republics out of history you've never heard of. One in which men who represented law and order stood against white supremacists to defend a foreign people who had legally staked claim to the gold of California. On October 24th of 1871, racial tensions exploded in Los Angeles' Chinatown on a narrow street lined with shops and residences called Calle de los Negros, or Negro Alley, Alley of the Blacks. Many details are murky, but the journalist Iris Chang, who before she was murdered by her white trash husband, wrote a book entitled The Chinese in America, released in the year 2003. She is, of course, the authoress of The Rape of Nanjing, but should always be remembered for her far more important work, The Trail of the Silkworm, about a Chinese American scientist who was persecuted so relentlessly as a Chinese American that he defected to communist China and perfected for them the Silkworm missile system, which can sink American aircraft carriers. The weapon that'll wipe the U.S. Navy off the waves of the sea come a war with communist China. An enemy created by the Americans themselves that they never needed to have. That they never would have had they but accepted that Chinese man as American, instead of always telling him that no matter how hard he worked for the Department of Defense, he would never be anything but an enemy alien. Yes, that Iris Chang, who wrote that book, wrote that in her work. She writes of that work entitled The Chinese in America, published 2003. She writes that a white police officer investigating the sound of gunfire was himself shot. A white man who rushed to help was killed. An angry mob of several hundred white men had gathered. One later recalled from out of the crowd, American blood had been shed. There was, too, that sense of shock that Chinese had dared fire on whites and kill with recklessness outside their own color set. We all moved in, shouting in anger and, as some noticed, in delight at all the excitement. The street itself was ransacked and looted, and there were shouts of, "Hang them! Hang them!" By night's end, roughly 20 Chinese were dead, most of them hanged, their bodies left dangling in the moonlight. One of them was a 14-year-old boy. I now recall it was definitely the age of 14 that I myself received a transfusion of nanoplasma that literally killed me. But the incident I'm reciting vis-a-vis the murdered authoress Iris Cheng, killed by her white trash husband, so he could move on to marry a white woman. That incident she describes remains one of the worst instances of mass lynching in American history. A prolonged economic slump in the mid-1870s fanned even more white resentment. The 1870s, mind you, not the 1970s and 80s, when Americans would come to hate Japan. Here it was the Chinese that were the scapegoat when factories on the East Coast shuttered and unemployed workers migrated west searching for work. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad also left many laborers in need of jobs. An Irish immigrant named Dennis Kearney, who ran a business in San Francisco hauling dry goods, began to deliver fiery speeches in a vacant sandlot near City Hall. Kearney's audience eventually grew to thousands of embittered workers. Much of his ire was directed at railroad robbers, lecherous bondholders, and political thieves, but he reserved his worst vitriol for the Chinaman. He ended his speeches with the acclamation, "The Chinese must go." In 1877, thousands of frustrated laborers in California formed the Working Men's Party of California and elected Kearney its president. After which he said, "California must be all American or all Chinese. We are resolved that it shall be American and are prepared to make it so." In Central California, white workers began burning down Chinese homes with entire families inside. In San Francisco, members of an anti-Chinese club disrupted an evening labor meeting in front of City Hall and clamored for them to denounce the Chinese as an enemy alien insurgency. A crowd marched to Chinatown and set buildings ablaze and shot people in the streets as they ran from burning buildings. Days of looting and assaults did follow. It took several thousand volunteers, armed with pick handles and backed by police and federal troops and gunboats offshore, to finally bring the riots under control after 3 days, by which time 4 people were dead and 14 were critically injured to point of loss of life. Now, our man George Knight says he can come on for 5 minutes. Let's bring him on just to say hello. And let me see if I remember how to do this. And type in George Knight. I guess I press the add button. And so hopefully he hears the ring. Okay, let me tell him that we're calling. And see if he comes on. Let's hear it for George. There we
Oh,
are.
Douglas,
Yes.
thank you for bringing me on. Oh, God.
Yes, so glad to have you. Tell us what's up. And I understand you listened to the whole interview that I had with Salon Shake, but there must be other reasons you want to come on too. Is everything all right?
Oh, yes. No, everything's going well, Douglas. I just wanted to come on just to say hello to you and everyone else. And, God, what's been happening? Yeah, I did listen to, unfortunately, I've only listened to about half an hour of that interview. It was just remarkable, though. The amount of information that you two talk about is just incredible. And so, yeah, it's very important. I think people need to listen to that interview with you and Salon Shake. It was just fantastic. Yeah. Oh God, I don't even know what to say, Douglas. I'm just glad to come on with you. And I'm sorry if I've interrupted your transmission in any way.
No worries. Honestly, we love to have you on. And of course, Maria Michaela Grigorich has always referenced you as such a gentleman. And so, of course, I know now not to reference too much. I always like to ask about people's families and the like. We're going to keep his background secret from this point forward as much as possible.
Douglas. Do you know what? In an ideal world, I would prefer it if Sarah could. Yeah, I've mentioned her name. Beg your pardon.
Can't help it. Yes.
It's just naturally just to say her name. Yeah, she's just shot off to the gym, so I've got 5 minutes to myself, which is nice. Until everyone else comes home. So I thought it was a good opportunity to come on. But yeah, it's in an ideal world, I wish she was here with me just to listen, and to talk. I would love it if she could come on, talk, and just to reassure her there's nothing to worry about. There really isn't. But we're across the Atlantic. We're in a different nation, so there's nothing really to worry about. But it's just I do understand her concerns, and I know you completely understand, Douglas.
Yes.
And so it's much appreciated, and I would love to talk more about things. But certainly, when we talk in private, I can go on and on with you just to talk about things with you. Yeah, just how things are going. But yeah, no. Other than that, God,
that's wonderful.
It was, yeah. And anything you wanted to ask me, Douglas, at all? Anything you wanted me to talk about, or anything at all?
I want you to know that while I was talking to you last time, people can actually hear this on the audio. They can hear me kind of moving all over the place. And one of the reasons I was doing that is because, as Judith Gay Yeager, her full name, said, and God bless you, you were one of the people who could talk to her. And I'm sure that option is gone now, but if you can still reach her, by all means, you can tell her how I almost died, and she almost collected on my life insurance policy, and of which she's the sole beneficiary. She could at least enable me a final farewell. So honestly, I doubt you're able to reach her, but if you still are, then
I'll try to.
Yes.
I will try, Douglas. You know what? I think I can. Let me have a look at my Facebook messages right now. Let's see if I can. Judith Eggert.
She's probably off. I think she probably dismantled her timeline under her original name. No worries. One thing I wanted to tell you was while you were here with us last time, I was sorting about in what Judith Gay Yeager calls my deathbed, surrounded by books, which people have seen photographs of this before, my hoarder's crypt, and at one end of the home, very similar to the other, there is a bed that's established and just surrounded by books. But I did find the book I was looking for, which is the one that I would recommend. It was impossible to find in the days before the internet. Now in the days of the internet, it might be possible, and it is The Cosmic Pulse of Life. And so The Cosmic Pulse of Life is where is described these creatures in the sky or in space that are organic, but very similar to the photograph you provided myself in Messenger. And this was gifted to me by Holly Kaditis Kiefer, but I remembered this book from long ago and was looking for it for many years. She gifted it to me after I had brought it up with her. And it was written by a man named Trevor James Constable. And Trevor James Constable was a devotee of Wilhelm Reich. And so his subtitle for the book, The Cosmic Pulse of Life, is The Revolutionary Biological Power Behind UFOs. Now, if you just cut through all of the orgone terminology that is very Reichian in nature, then what you come to is he's speaking about the phenomenon and has much documentary evidence to basically contextualize it about these very gelatinous jellyfish-like or unicellular organisms that dwell in our skies, even photographic evidence thereof, though it's something that you really just have to see to understand. So there you have that, and that brought up a subject you had asked about, and so we can speak about that more in depth when you have more time. And aside from all of that, what else is going on with yourself in terms of some of your projects and some of your researches? God knows you've been finding out many things that are just astonishing to me, and I'm so glad that you've found photographs of Michael Aquino I never even knew existed, and you've uncovered various medals concerning Unterland. It's incredible what you've found in terms of your researches. I'm profoundly impressed.
Oh no, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Douglas, and that's what I just keep pursuing, almost on a daily basis. You know, when I have spare time, particularly when I go to work, I've got a lot of free time at work just because the situation here in England is still on restrictions, on COVID restrictions. So I've got plenty of time to do all this while I'm at work, and I do as much as I can in my free time at home. I just keep pursuing this, you know, all sorts of aspects, everything that you bring up, and I've you know learned from you over the years, and it's very much I try to get all the verification, because everything you say can be verified. Everything is very much documented, and so it's all out there. It's just getting it and, you know, collectivizing it, just really you know, grabbing all the documents and all the verificational evidence and compile them into an archived documentation. And I would love to be able to share my whole documents with you, Douglas. My whole archives that I've got dozens and dozens and dozens. Wonderful. All compiled together, which I should do on Facebook, like I did with the 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. I should do another album and make you a contributor to that.
Oh my God, I still have to acknowledge the other albums you've produced. I'm so sorry, I was so overwhelmed.
No, not at all. No, you're so overwhelmed with life yourself, Douglas. And there's so much I've got to find out with you. You know, I don't know, you know, with the attack on you, I still need to find out what actually happened. I've not spoken to you, and I've not been listening, you know, intensively over the last few months since having the little girl, and so it's hard for me to try and catch up. So I like to come on and speak to you directly, and then just to find out anything in the short space of time that we have. But yeah, it's just an ongoing thing that I'm keep doing, just keep pursuing this, and it's my compassion. It's just what I'm passionate about. Keep, you know, just spreading the truth. That's all it is. And I don't know if people are aware, because I've been doing it for a long time, actually, since 2005, when I watched this documentary on Google Video of the Twin Towers on 9/11, and you know, that was 2005. That's 4 years after 9/11 happened, and after realizing there was a conspiracy behind it, that's just changed me. And then I started to that's when I started investigating for a good 12 years, and I delved into all sorts of, oh my God, diving into, you know, all sorts of different, you know, when you become like a conspiracy theorist, you dive into all sorts of, I don't know, paradigms and, you know, perspectives and matrices, you know, with people given different narratives. And I was searching just for the truth. And it wasn't until I discovered Douglas, then everything made sense when you listen to Douglas. So this is one of those things. It's just a bit like what Salman was saying. Salon Shake, he goes, when he discovered Douglas, that was it. He can't switch off. You just have to listen to him, and you just continue, because you realize people soon are lying. They're you know, they're charlatans and they're shills and they're just propagandists and they're just spreading disinformation. But when you listen to Douglas, it's hard to turn off. You can't switch away, because you're just like, oh God, everything is just factual. It's just like, you can't. And that's why I keep doing what I'm doing. And it's just, I think the truth is just so much important. It's so important. But of course, it gets you into a lot of trouble. I've been in trouble many, many times from just speaking out. And then, you know, I get called all sorts of names. People who I've known for years, I've been called a Nazi. People go, you're a Nazi, just because I'm not even, you know, I'm not, I don't walk around wearing any swastikas or any hooker crosses, anything like that. I just, you know, articulate history just from what I've learned, and particularly from Douglas. And so, you know, about the ongoing legal state of war. And so it's just incredible. It's a real, the journey changed all of a sudden when I started, you know, learning from Douglas. That's when people started really trying to. That's when people started getting really hostile towards me, particularly friends and stuff, you know. And I don't even talk to them about it, only when they ask questions. And so it's remarkable, just like how fracturing it is, damaging it is to people's paradigms. Isn't it?
And what you're dealing with is these people ask you, they broach the topic, they ask you about it, and the moment you inform them of what they're asking about, they turn on you and they hate you for it. Yes.
Yeah. It's just incredible. People I've known for years, and people I haven't spoke to since school, where you have on Facebook, and then, you know, I'm posting what I post. Yeah. And then they're becoming hostile. They're asking questions, and they're trying to question the source. Yeah. You know, they're trying to say, "Oh yeah, who is Douglas, and who are you? What are you? Are you part of some form of cult?" No. And I tell them, no. The term cultivated means you seclude information. That's not what we're doing. We're spreading information.
Yes.
It's just incredible. People, you know, how they take things, and it gets warped. Everything gets warped and twisted, and you know, it's interpreted in a different way than what it's presented. It's just it's like with how many people that believe in extraterrestrial life, you know, sentience existence in other cosmoses, other, you know, out there in the universe, and they say there's so many star systems, there's an infinite number of stars, so there's got to be infinite numbers of life. And they say we're being visited, and so it's just remarkable how you know. The recent post I put on the UFO page, this page on Facebook was about Bob Lazar, Douglas, and I just I realised what he called the sports model. Yes. It was the real one type. It was the Third Reich's real one prototype aircraft. Thank you. It was exactly the same model. Yeah. But yet people say, "Oh no, this bends time and space. It bends around the clock, and it can interstellar travel through space and time, without going at the speed of light, going hyperspeed going faster than beyond the speed of light." And so it's just
yes, people impose their own fantasies upon upon what is being exposed. And Bob Lazar, it is important to understand that Bob Lazar is very much a real person. He is coming from a very honest angle when he says there's so much he doesn't remember. His memory has been wiped to a great degree, and the man has basically they've wiped out his records at many of the universities he attended. He actually has certificates from universities that now deny he was there. I experienced something similar with another doctor at one point, Dr. James Cook Brown, who was the inspiration for the that a childhood kind of character that used to be available in America called Encyclopedia Brown. He was kind of like a sleuth, teenage sleuth kind of figure. Was inspired by Dr. James Cook Brown, and he was the man who designed the game known as Careers, which was a very popular Parker Brothers game for many generations. That was Dr. James Cook Brown, and he basically became reviled and basically denied in terms of existence by the University of San Diego, where he originally made his career. A very tragic situation. I'll outline it again at some point in the future. I've racketed it in the past. Our man, Mr. George Knight, might remember some aspects of the case, but don't worry about it if you don't. So I know what you're speaking of, and and so please go on. And we don't want you to get caught by your wife. But
no, do you know what? Yeah, Douglas, and I have to apologise, especially to people who listen to me, because I play this back, like particularly on the day I talk to you on here, and I listen back, and I hate the way I talk. And I do understand, like, I sound really incoherent. I don't sound like I'm making any sense.
Oh, you're fine.
And I seem to go off on tangents. I go off on tangents. So it's just because I'm anxious. I'm anxious being on here, talking to you, Douglas. I do still get nervous when I do speak to you. I don't know why. It's just, because you're my hero. So it's sort of like I'm trying to impress you all the time. I'm like,
you're an angel. You're just someone.
Yeah, and also, I'm like, oh God, who's listening? Oh my God, am I going to get caught talking?
Yes, of course, your wife kind of imposes that on you, so you become hyper cautious. Yes.
Yeah, and do you know what? She even got my mum also to, She even said about her concerns about me talking to you, to my mum. And even my mum said, you might have to sever ties with Douglas. I know you've been talking to him for years. And, I've even played you to her. And, when you've mentioned me, but she goes, it's just for Sarah's sake, because she said, mum's never stopped me or anything. But she said, you might want to now. Think about, I'm like, there's nothing going to happen to me. And if anything, it's good that I'm on the show and I'm around people all the time. Like with my job, I'm dealing with dozens of people on a daily basis. So if anything happens to me, they're going to know something's wrong and they're going to know why something's happened to me.
Yes.
So it's all these factors that, of my own security. So I know nothing's going to happen. I'm not scared to talk out and to speak out because I know everything I say is in the public domain. No one can prosecute me. I'm not, conducting, what's called defamation against anyone because it's all in the public domain. Nobody can, sue me for anything.
Thank you. It's so true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And, oh, God, one thing I've remembered, it's on the top of my head, Douglas, that I keep forgetting to mention when I come on, is I actually told with David Attenborough, he's done all these documentaries on what's it called, like Blue Planet, and
yes.
He's done a recent one on Netflix that talks about in 80 years' time about what the world will be like because of the global, with the health crisis, with global warming, and it's a global crisis emergency that is going on.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I've got to go, Douglas. Sorry, 2 seconds.
Yeah, just love you dearly.
Love you dearly.
Yes, that was wonderful. So that was George Knight. He brought to our attention a new George Attenborough series, which is talking about the world in a fairly short amount of time, the near future. And so we now have that to look into. And I will try to give that a review. This is on Netflix, of course. I'll be unable to see it myself, but I'll look around for bits and pieces of it on YouTube. I'm sure bits and pieces of it will be smuggled out. A shout out to Veronica Barrera, who, the lovely lady who heard me speaking of her earlier, I presume, and she came back, Senora Barrera did, to say hello, and so glad that she did. Always love to see her, and I look forward to checking into other things that were written by her further up the column, so to speak, in thread of the chat room throughout tonight. We now have about, we've been on for 9.5 hours. We now have, about 10 to 11, 11 to 12, say about 2.5 hours left, approximately. So I'll do my best to use that to good effect and just transfer from this to the subject of the white man in America. All of this is, of course, related toward that ultimate indictment. And so with that in mind, I just out of curiosity, if Amanda Ute or Jameson Reese is with us, they can say hello, just kind of check in there. Other than that, no worries. I'll return to monologue.
Hey.
Yes, there we are. You're there. Thank you so much. And thank you. And if there was anything that came to mind with what George Knight said, anything brought to your mind, or did that remind you of anything? Your family doesn't have access to Netflix, does it, or whatever that is?
Yeah, they do. But I used to have access. I used to have my own Netflix account, but I stopped. I stopped supporting them by giving them my money after that Cuties thing.
Oh yes, that's right.
Because honestly, that became very distasteful.
Give us could you explain to people just a short summary of what that was all about? Thank you.
Now, what happened was, this is I guess a movie that was made by a woman in Africa about these girls who want to become dancers. And they're like, they're relatively young girls. What happened was it became an issue because when they had decided to advertise for it,
right.
Netflix,
and these girls were all legally underage by American standards, right?
They were underage, yeah.
Go on.
Well, anyway, Netflix presented. If you look at the poster of what they have in Europe, it's completely different than what they were going to have here on Netflix. And so when Netflix picked it up, they literally photoshopped the girls' faces onto these women's bodies in like these very, I don't know, I guess you would say like, you know, hip hop dancey kind of, you know, as you know, as promiscuous as they can make it.
Yes.
And everyone was like, pedophilia, pedophilia. And of course, I came to the conclusion that they did this deliberately because they did it because they wanted to completely shut this woman down, which they successfully did.
Oh shit! No, that makes sense. And
they shut her down, and the reason why they shut her down is because, you know, twerking and all this and shaking your booty and all that stuff, it doesn't mean anything, you know, to our culture, black culture. You know, kids will shake their booty, they'll do whatever they do, you know, they'll do whatever all the time because dancing is part of being the black experience. Right. White people see it. And they're going to automatically interpret it. It's sexual because but you see the truth of the matter is it's sexual because they who are observing it are sexualizing it.
Yes.
They are attaching that connotation to it, whereas for my culture it doesn't exist. You know, if you could see boys and girls walking down the street shaking their booties and it doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
Yes.
But you know, the minute it's taken into white society, it's like, oh, it's promiscuous. Oh, and then you have the male rapist like, oh, well, what could I say? She was shaking her booty. She was asking for it.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, this is
the absurd. This is one of the reasons I think that it has cracked apart black culture and, you know, European culture for the longest time, because, you know, we can even go back to the Venus, what they called the what's her name, Barton, Sarah Barton.
Yes, thank you.
You know, in her culture, amongst her people, having large buttocks wouldn't be anything fascinating or out of the ordinary at all. It'd be like, okay, so everyone has a fat ass, big deal, you know. Whereas, you know, once the Europeans get their hands on it, it's like, oh my gosh, this I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop wanking to it. Oh my gosh, you know, and it just becomes this whole thing, you know, where it just doesn't. They don't have to take it there. And so this is why we have this clash in America, you know, and I will say that Europeans have matured quite a bit. Yes. Even though, you know, there are some places like Belgium, which can be nuclear blasted out of this out of freaking Europe for all I care, and they deserve it. Every last bit of it.
Oh God! All of those places outside of Germany, they have no real concept of how offensive they are when they put on things like blackface, and they think it's just innocent. I mean, you know, this is.
I mean, I can look at. There was actually something where a woman who was a very prominent writer in Africa, an African woman, had came on. And she was speaking in France, and some lady asked her a question. I can't remember the context of the question, but but whatever she asked was something that seemed very racially inappropriate. Mm-hmm. And so what the writer did was the writer called her out on it. Mm-hmm. And it was so funny how, watching the woman's body language, how she, like, her face sort of wrinkled up and she started to, like, turn away from the woman out of discomfort. And she had a point, you know. I think it was something where she was being, where the woman was saying that she was addressing her as if she represents all black writers in Africa. And she's like, no, I represent my own work. If I was someone who was white, you wouldn't say they represent all of you, whatever.
Right.
You know, so and that was one of the reasons why I, you know, when I was interested in becoming an artist, I was like, you know, I don't want to call myself an African American artist, you know,
Thank you.
Because I'm not African. I don't even want to be called an American artist. Fuck that. I want to be called. I want to be called James. I want to be called Jameson, because that's what I am.
Yes, no, I agree. I agree. I think that that's very important. My biological father, Adolf Hitler, was once asked, how would you like to be remembered? And when he was asked this question, it was in the context of what kind of profession would you want to be remembered as in an artist or a soldier or a politician? And he said, I simply want to be remembered as Adolf Hitler. And
I like that,
Thank you.
because you see, the problem is our traditional European Western mindset is to associate you with some kind of symbol of status.
Yes.
Whereas you're not a symbol of status, you're an individual. And me being someone who's an artist, I'm always going to be an iconoclast. I'm always going to be speaking out of left field. I'm always going to challenge, you know, authority. But that's because I'm looking at it from an individual standpoint, and societies, by what they represent, are not individualistic. And the problem is the individualism that we do have in America. It's not the proper individual. It's not a self-built individualism.
No.
It's a prepackaged. Well, everyone else is me for myself, so we all have to be me for myself.
Well, beyond that, it's really weaponized to destroy everyone. Everyone is taught that they need to be self-sufficient, and the reality is, no man is an island. We need to be, for lack of a better term, we need to be socialist. Hence the term National Socialist. That's the whole point.
I see more individualism when I read Japanese manga.
Thank you.
Because each character is unique. You know, it doesn't matter if you're always going to have your archetype of, you know, the black-haired dude with the brown eyes or whatever. You know, it doesn't make a difference, because there's a sort of respect that you see going on between the character interactions, where they respect this person for being them. And I look at everything that we have artistically in American culture, and there's not that mindset. There's not a respect for being a individual. You'll have individual personalities, but everyone will only have respect for being part of the herd.
Yes. In other words, now, of course, there is something that we need to understand. I don't mean you and I, but I just mean that obviously when it comes to
now, I'm differentiating being a part of a herd as in because everyone else is doing it, I'm doing it. I'm not looking at it. I'm not stating this from the standpoint of we all contribute to something.
Right. Yes.
Which is sadly what we don't do here in America.
Yes. Thank you.
Whereas in Japan, they do that. They're able to keep their individuality while contributing to the whole, and seeing that you have to contribute to the greater good.
Well, beyond that, we have to remember that, as I said, individuality is weaponized, and it simply it drives people into trying to be independent, and no man can be that, and not in today's society. It's simply too complex.
This is why you have people who decide, you know, well, since my family is my own island, I might as well just keep my sexual interest in my family. and this is the reason why we have so much, you know, horrible. I would guess that we're second to India when it comes to the amount of incest, rape, and stuff that goes on.
Yeah. Well, the reason for that is, of course, based on the atomization of American culture, where that truly began to really express itself and manifest itself And believe me, if anyone would be similar to this, it would also be Russia. It's simply because there's just nothing going on in their society, and these people have no way forward, and they're basically stuck with each other. There's no real ability to move and locate. In America, it was more the case of suburbanism. What happened was the suburban isolation, where people expanded into suburbia, and each house was, quote unquote, a man's home is his castle. Each house was separate from each other by a picket fence or whatever property division. They may as well, each separate house may as well have been on a different planet. These people are not really keeping track of each other. The other family's business was its own. And so you have horrible things that can happen in an environment like that. There's a film that I'm not going to name. I don't want people to see it. I truly have bleached, actually, the title of the film from my own consciousness. But there's a film out there that should not exist. And it's not, well, it can only be malevolent in the sense that watching it is an exercise in suffering and torture. It's basically about a family whose daughter is abducted by the neighbors. And the neighbors keep her prisoner and torture her to death without her being able to even inform her family where she's at next door. And a nationwide...
I'm familiar with that movie. It's a whole community, because the one of the girls, the girlfriend of the guy who introduced me to DXM, was talking to me about that movie. When I heard about it, I was so appalled. And when I had actually Googled it, and
it's based on a true story. It's based on,
and I found out that it was a real case that occurred. Yes, I was even more like, oh my freaking gosh, the human race has to go.
Yeah, this is suburban America, and this is the kind of isolation, the atomization of this community. This has got to stop. I mean, we cannot afford this kind of privacy.
This goes to show you what, when Alex Jones is saying, we have a security state, they're watching everything you do, they're watching everything you do. They're watching everything you do because, one, everything you're doing is wrong.
Yes, thank you. Honestly,
they need to watch everything. They need to watch what you do.
Thank you. It is as the Reich's propaganda minister, Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, said, was that you have nothing to fear if you have nothing to hide. The reason Americans are so afraid of surveillance is because they all have something to hide. They're all a bunch of incestuous rapists. This is what they project when they see these black kids shaking their booties, and then they project their sexuality onto what is free motion and expression to that individual. And
exactly, and that's what they did. And not only that, for them, again, it's a cultural taboo for that level of free expression. Coming from youth, I mean, you go to Africa, there are places where the women won't cover their breasts, people won't do, people will walk around naked in some places, for goodness sake, and there's no problem with rape and all this other crap.
Yes, that's quite true. As a matter of fact, when they go seek a husband, many women in Africa, to become more suggestive and seductive, will actually wrap clothing around themselves, because that is far more, more sexually... Yeah,
and there are tribes where there's actually a tribe where the men will don the makeup and they will make themselves out to be as beautiful as possible, and the women will select them, sort of like the way peacocks do things.
Yes, actually, quite so. And well, I love you dearly, Jameson. I'd best get back to monologue. I do want to, finish up the subject, which I want to conclude by taking this to the white man's territory. While making people aware of the history behind the Asian assaults today. And I hope what I've been saying so far is coherent and has a narrative people can follow. And I thank you for adding what you have to tonight. And as always, it's important. And honestly, you're one of the sanest among us in many ways. And So, again, say goodnight to the listeners for now.
All right, folks. I'll be in the background.
Thank you so much. Where you're always needed, and bless you. So, by 1880, the Chinese population in America exceeded 105,000. And on February 28th of 1882, Senator John Franklin Miller, a Republican from California, introduced a bill to bar all Chinese laborers from ever entering the United States, in which he said, per preface or introduction, "We ask of you to secure to us American Anglo-Saxon civilization without contamination or adulteration with any other. China for the Chinese, California for Americans, and those who will become Americans." Now, Southern Democrats were united in their opposition to Chinese immigration, as were Republicans in Western states. It would fall to a band of New England Republicans, all with histories of fighting for equal rights, to defend the Chinese. These New Englanders, by the way, were the same type of people as Republicans whose culture Howard Phillips Lovecraft grew up among. A day after John Franklin Miller's speech, his senatorial delivery, Senator George Frisbee Hoar, surname spelled H-O-A-R, of Massachusetts, accused supporters of his bill of being motivated by the old race prejudice which has so often played its hateful and bloody part in history. Now, George Frisbee Hoar, again the surname spelled H-O-A-R, as in Hoarfrost, who had been active in the abolitionist movement, compared the plight of the Chinese to that of enslaved black Americans. Indeed, a quote, or rather to quote him, he said, "What argument can be urged against the Chinese which was not heard against the Negro within living memory?" Let me read that again. Have to get the right page in this book. "What argument can be urged against the Chinese which was not heard against the Negro within living memory?" Now, despite Hoar's entreaties, the bill passed Congress easily. And on May 6th of 1882, President Chester Arthur signed into law what later became known as the Chinese Exclusion Act. It banned Chinese laborers from entering the United States for 10 years and prohibited Chinese immigrants already here from ever becoming citizens. That law was renewed in 1892 and made permanent in 1904, the year of the Russo-Japanese War, in which the Japanese defeated the Russian Empire and set in motion the path to imperial destiny and victory over the United States. Now, our man is asking if he can come back on. That's George Knight. And let me see if I can call him again for a few minutes and bring him back on. And let's see if this works again. He can actually jump back on, really, once he's been called. I think George Knight joined. There we are. So, George.
Hello, Doug.
Yes, what happened? How much?
I'm so sorry. Well, what happened was the daughter came home, and I thought, oh God, I've got to quickly come off because otherwise, my partner will find out that I've been talking. But what I'm doing now, I'm out in the greenhouse, and it's connected, so it's fine.
Okay.
And so I can talk. I can talk in enclosure. Can you still hear me all right?
Oh, perfectly. No, we can hear you fine.
Perfect.
Of
that's
course,
brilliant.
yeah, I do have to return to narrative soon because I do want to
Oh,
kind of
beg your
complete some
pardon.
topics at night. So no worries. But we certainly can spare a few minutes for you any night. What was it that you wanted in particular to bring to our attention? And when it comes to all of this, I think it's important that you explain some of these experiences you've been having with losing friends and losing, and your family's worried about you. I mean, it's as if you literally are part of some kind of resistance movement. It was as if you were Irish and you were somehow involved with the Irish Republican Army. This is what it's like. It's very strange, and this is how they're taking it. The people around you are taking this as if you're literally part of a resistance movement for which there will be repercussions. It's very strange.
It is, Douglas. Yeah, and obviously it's quite sensitive, the subjects that that I bring forth. Only from what I've learned, and particularly, what you already know yourself as a DoD, as a former DoD librarian for, working at the Presidio for, and it was just what you said in that interview that you used to write the thesis for the non-commissioned officers so they get promoted to general. You're an
commissioned
expert
officers. But go on. Yeah.
Was it commissioned officers?
Yeah, commissioned officers.
And thank you. No, and oh god, very important. And it's just incredible. And the information is just so sensitive. It's like what I was going to allude to, just before I had to leave abruptly, was I was going to talk about the crisis with the global, this global health.
David Attenborough.
Climate change.
Yes.
With what's the concern is particularly like a lot of youngsters, because this is what my partner's daughter was bringing up about what's going to happen in the next 80 years, because David Attenborough's documentary reveals that with the temperature of the earth rising and continents being uninhabitable, people will start to migrate and move to different continents. So it's going to be a huge issue in the future. But I brought up immediately to my partner, and she's gone off and she's told many people about this. What I had to say to her, I said, what the government's biggest concern and problem is they have two solutions to global crisis of global, climate change, the climate emergency crisis. I said they got two solutions. They can either, actually, the third one would be to counteract it, slow it down. But they only have two options left, which are to either relocate off this planet, which will cost an enormous amount of resources, even to immigrate only a small number of people. I mean, they could barely get rockets off the ground. With SpaceX and NASA, they can barely do anything.
It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. It's just a big masturbation erection for wealthy dilettantes. But go.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. Thank you. And I said, but the only other option, which is what they're most concerned about, is the only other option is to do whenever there's an extinction period that happens, like the Permian extinction, which cost the lives. It lasted for 25 million years. The Permian extinction took over around 95% of the Earth's population. Anything that was living at the time went extinct. 95% of the Earth's planet was uninhabitable, and so. The ones that survived immigrated underground. And so this is what the only option the government has to do with. It's the last resort, is to go underground. And then when they move underground, they have the biggest problem, which is the Third Reich in exile.
Yes.
And that just took her back. And she goes, oh, this is what you've been talking about all this long. I said, yes. And she goes, where are they? I said, they're literally underneath the Earth's mantle. They're literally in the inner Earth. This is where they relocated to. And I said, this is why you've got all these phenomena with the mechanical phenomena. And I said, this is the biggest problem that the government is facing. This is why they're acting on it, because they don't want to go head to head in a conflict with the 1,000-year Reich in exile. And this is, they're an advanced breakaway civilization with, far advanced in physics than anyone on the surface world is. So they have a huge problem on their hand. This is why they don't want to go head to head with them, but they will ultimately have to. It's inevitable if it comes to that. So I said, that's the biggest problem. And this is the thing. This is why people, they have two feelings towards this. What I talk about with the Third Reich is they either become very hostile and angry over what I have to present, or they become very sad and they don't know how to handle it. Yes. Whereas myself, I've accepted it and I've learned, and to be honest with you, I find it as a positive. I'm glad I'm glad they exist in exile. And you know, they're not threatening us in any sort of way, but the problem is it's a struggle, and they will respond if anyone on the surface becomes hostile towards them. They will respond like they did in Operation High Jump, which most people are familiar with, but they just don't know the context of it. They don't know what happened afterwards and you know, prior. Yeah. And so this is what people's emotions are towards it. They either become, and what my partner did, she told her best friend, and she said, oh my God, that makes me really sad. Makes her really, really sad to hear that there is, they still exist and they're in exile, and they're very much, you know, they are acknowledged, but they're not recognized. No government recognizes them on the surface. Even the United Nations doesn't recognize them. Like Taiwan is not recognized. Right. So this is the condition. This is why people don't understand. They think the government's hiding something with the ufological phenomena, but the thing is, it's unrecognized because of who they are. They're not a recognized government, so they can't come out and just say who they are. And plus, with the ongoing state of war with them, they can't do that. But this is why they have to pump propaganda, and why we have to be, you know, presented with such, you know, anti-Nazi propaganda on a day, yes,
on a daily basis.
Yes, on a daily basis. So we're trained to fight them, and that's why people play first-person shooter video games. This is why we have this, and this is why you're not fighting anyone else. You're not playing video games where you're exterminating Muslims or Jews. It's the Nazis, not Germans, but Nazis. It's always the enemy.
Well, actually, it extends to a kind of Teutophobia or Germanophobia by extension, but they always just rationalize it as anti-Nazi. The reality is, of course, these are predominantly Germanic, but what they tend to ignore is, of course, the amount of Ukrainians in particular that went down into the hollow earth, shall we say, the inner earth. And again, the reason that I used the term hollow was because I was just recently overwhelmed with the spectacular emptiness of King Kong versus Godzilla, where that term just was knocked into my fucking head. But
thank you.
Yes, to explain to people the term mantle, so that they understand what we want to emphasize is that what George Knight is referencing is primarily really the crust more than the lithosphere beneath it. The mantle, of course, can be taken as many parts of the layers within the earth, but what we don't want people to mistake this for is that bulk of the earth. There is a enormous bulk of the earth before the core that is mantle. So it is basically, first off, the crust may not seem very thick. It's about 35 kilometers or so, approximately 70 kilometers. But it is, of course, much thicker than people imagine, in the sense that just like the ocean, as deep as the ocean is, and it's much deeper than you might think, it's still just on the surface of the globe of the earth, to the point where it's like comparable to, compared to the rest of the mass of the earth, the ocean is just like a puddle on the surface of the earth. So the crust is similar to that, but a little deeper, and it's to us, this is miles and miles of space. So these caverns within that crust are monumental in the space that they offer for the Reich civilization to grow, and they're connected by channels that are also equally massive. We're talking Grand Canyon size. So this is why the indoctrination to hate Nazis is to ultimately annihilate them and take their place within the crust of the earth, should we bring upon this new Permian style extinction, this new Permian level of extinction. So please take it from there for a few minutes. Thank you.
Oh, yes, of course, Douglas. Yes, that's so important. And I'm glad you've emphasized that for people to understand that. Also, the about the crust, and that, yes, the oceans on the surface, which cover 70% of the globe, are merely just a puddle on the surface. And then water's corrosive, and it's eroded cavern-sized, Grand Canyon-sized caverns.
Yes.
Beg your pardon if there's a lot of noise. There's an airplane flying above me.
Cool. Yeah, of course, if you were paranoid enough, you'd say, there they are, monitoring, they're coming.
Yes, that's it. Where's my tin foil?
Yes.
Oh God, yeah, Douglas. Oh God, it's and going back to what you said earlier with people, whenever I've mentioned this, including about the bombs, I had a really close friend. He only lives just down the road, but he was always going on about the bombs, the 2 atomic bombs, and he said, "Oh, about Vietnam, what they should have done is drop a bomb on the Vietnamese and took them all, the northern Vietnamese."
As if they didn't drop thousands and thousands of
yes,
bombs. Yes, go on.
I know exactly. There was more bombs dropped, more incendiaries than World War II entirely combined.
Yes,
during the Vietnam conflict. So, and it was just, that's how insane people are. And I said to him, those bombs never worked. He got so angry over that when I said those 2 bombs didn't do anything to affect the war machine, didn't affect anything against the Japanese Imperial Army. It did nothing to them. It killed women and children. That was it. And seniors in their beds. And that's what I told him. And so that's why, George is a conspiracy theorist. Because this is what I mean. This is insanity. And this is just, and do you know what? At my workplace, because I worked with him, this is where I worked with him. I was a really good friend with him. I knew him prior before he came to work with me. And he would just go around telling everyone, "Oh, George is a conspiracy theorist." And then whenever I said anything about history, they'll go, "Oh, is this your conspiracy theories again? Is this your conspiracy theories?" It's not, World War II is not a conspiracy theory. Yeah. Jesus Christ. It's just unbelievable.
Wasn't there an American you were talking to in the bar who was going,
Yes.
Yeah, we blew them up.
Yes. I know exactly. It's insane. It's insane. And do you know what? He was there with the friend who, I'm mentioning, referencing. He was there at the bar. And he said, "You've got to come now, George. We've got to go. We've got to leave." He was one that said, "We've got to leave now."
Oh, my God. So, in other words, at that point, he was, in a sense, shall we say, in his own perverse way, looking out for you because he was afraid this American was going to get violent or cause.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
oh my God. That American would have to be one stupid son of a bitch to try and start a brawl in an English bar across the Atlantic. I mean, a place that's not even his home territory.
Douglas, Americans are that stupid. They
Yes.
would do that.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Jameson. Yeah.
Yes, it's true. That's true. Yes. Oh my God.
Absolutely.
When it, but obviously, I myself advise some caution, but honestly, I think you're handling it well. You're handling it quite well.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah. And,
much appreciated, Douglas. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. And honestly, you're really doing your part to educate, and it's going to take relentless repetition, but now that the book is out, at least that can be tossed around as a reference so that people could at least look at it. And so
I'm going to buy several copies just to hand out to people. I'm literally going to just buy them and pay for it and then hand them out to people.
Oh God,
to read that.
You're so wonderful. Yes.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on, Douglas. I will try again Wednesday morning.
Yeah, please.
I'll come on again. Or Thursday morning. So it's Thursday here in England. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'll come on Thursday. I'll try to. If not, I'll come out and do what I'm doing now. I'm just in the greenhouse pretending I'm watering all the plants, which I've done anyway.
I think that's great. I mean, honestly, and you know what's so ironic about this? What makes it so cute, so to speak? It was like what Lena Shea would do. She was out in the shed, when she used to call in. So it's kind of like just like that.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, but yes, this is what's so funny. It's kind of like before everybody's eyes, we've got this kind of covert movement going that is everybody is, by their very environment, everyone's forced to act as if they're part of some kind of rebel army, and all we're doing is we're exposing history, but that in itself is perceived by people as potentially a crime. This is Orwellian dystopia. This is Orwellian dystopia, the prison of the mind. This is the prison of the mind. So, love you dearly, beyond expression.
Love you, Douglas. Yeah. Yes. Many thanks. Thank you for having me on, Douglas. Thank you. And you take care. And I'll speak to you soon. And bye-bye, Jameson. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. God bless you. And that was George Knight, wonderful human being. And thank you, Jameson, for participating there. Now, I was speaking, of course, about the Chinese Exclusion Act, and that law was renewed in 1892. It was made permanent in 1904, the year of the Japanese victory over the Russian Empire, which automatically represented Japan in the eyes of the West as a great power. And it marked the first time in American history that a federal law restricted a group from entering this country solely on the basis of race. And by 1924, the year after my late and sainted Cyrus, Diana Dietrich, my mother, was born, the United States had taken steps to shut down nearly all immigration from Asia and to enact a quota system that severely restricted immigration from Eastern and Southern Europe. By the way, our man Jameson says his other laptop just crashed. Was that you do play video games simultaneous to producing, right? Right. Jameson could tell us that perhaps, unless he's been.
Yeah. But that game was not taking that much RAM up. Okay. I do not know what the hell just happened. Oh, great! Now the sound is gone again for this computer. It's like something happened where I don't know. Just continue on.
Okay.
I'm not going to ramble.
All right. Well, thank you for letting us know. It's important to know developments that are ongoing with your TechnoNet over there, with your technological web, because obviously we depend on your infrastructure. So it's good to know what's happening. Right now, of course, tonight we're riding on Derek Talley's phone. So everybody knows, Derek Talley's phone is carrying the call. So all credit to Derek Talley in that regard. So again, simultaneous to locking out immigration from Asia, the United States considered Eastern and Southern Europe to be the realm of dark races and people unworthy of assimilating with the Anglo-Saxon ethnos that they identified as quote-unquote American. And after the initial passage of the Asian Exclusion Act, efforts to drive out the Chinese intensified. And on November 3rd, in 1885, at 9:30 a.m. in the morning, whistles sounded across the city of Tacoma, Washington. This is, of course, the territory in area, the Pacific Northwest, of Our Lady Amanda Ute. And white vigilantes had set a deadline for November 1st for the city's several hundred Chinese residents to leave. And a mob of men bearing pistols and clubs marched through the streets, rounding up the large contingent who remained. A merchant later testified, "My wife refused to go, and some of the white persons dragged her out of the house. From the excitement, the fright, and the losses we sustained through the riot, she lost her reason and has ever since been hopelessly insane." Now, in a driving rain, vigilantes on horseback herded about 200 Chinese on a muddy march to the train station. These were long before Japanese were rounded up and interned in stables before being transferred to concentration camps. According to Failser's recounting in his work entitled Driven Out, the book whose pages I'm turning along with these other books I'm referencing, such as The Chinese Must Go, only some in that group had enough money to pay the fare for a passenger train to the neighboring town of Portland, where Our Lady Amanda lives, about 140 miles away. Others clambered into boxcars aboard a passing freight train, and still others simply started walking and could be seen for days along the tracks. Up and down the West Coast, the Tacoma method became the model, the national model for ridding all American communities of the Chinese. And still, the Chinese have clung to their place in America. Some turned to the court system for help. In 1898, the Supreme Court finally ruled in favor of a man in his early 20s, whose anniversary of his victory I honored in an episode dedicated to him named Wong Kim Ark. the anniversary of his victory being not too long ago, who was born in San Francisco and was denied re-entry to this country after visiting family in China. The decision in that case, securing the right of birthright citizenship for all non-whites under the 14th Amendment. The only reason blacks are citizens in the United States is because of a Chinese man named Wong Kim Ark. Once his citizenship was recognized simply by right of being born here, then it was thereafter extended to blacks in the United States who until that point in time were not citizens. America's doors, however, would be largely closed to Chinese immigration until 1943. 1943, in the midst of the Second World War, when the Exclusion Acts were finally repealed. It was not any wartime stirring of the American conscience that led to the change, but a shift in geopolitics, because China was the first nation on Earth to fight against the Axis, and the United States had finally joined it in its war against Japan. And even then, only a tiny number of Chinese immigrants were ever allowed in. The quota system, enacted the year after my mother was born, circa 1924, that favored arrivals from Northern and Western Europe alone, was not fully lifted until the passage of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. In effect, the year before I myself was born, which prioritized immigrants with specialized skills, along with relatives of U.S. citizens and permanent residents. Its advocates insisted that the changes would not have much effect on the nation's ethnic makeup. In fact, they unleashed a tide of immigration from Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and set in motion a demographic transformation of the United States that is still unfolding today. About a quarter, 25% of all immigrants to these United States since 1965, the year before I myself first suffered to lay my eyes upon this vale of tears, have been Asian. And that number is only expected to rise. I owe my own American story to the opening of America's gates. Of course, my father was an American serviceman, but always recall that he had his own story that is shared in the dramatization, the cinematic release, the movie that starred Marlon Brando, that talked all about war brides and the American military men who wanted to marry them but were not allowed to do so. When it comes to that film, I'm having trouble even remembering its title at this point, but it's the movie about the Korean War, so let's look that up and see if we can find the film that he was in. And of course, I'm finding Shashin Littlefeather, who was basically speaking on his behalf. And it's interesting that I was churned from what I saw to something completely different. Google totally eliminated all of the hashtag words that I entered, and I find that really offensive and absolutely bizarre. Marlon Brando movie Korean War. Why did I get this shit? It's absolutely, it's motherfucking doesn't even make any sense. But in terms of what we got going, I'm not getting the title of the film, and let's take a look at War Brides and see if that brings something up in terms of the film about the officers wanting to marry their Japanese lovers. And I used to reference that film quite a bit in the early days to talk about my parents' background, and it's not coming up. So let's add the word Japanese, see if we can find any reference to that. And it's incredible. There's nothing coming up on the fucking search engine. It's like it's been scrubbed from the goddamn internet. So, which wouldn't surprise me. It's here we are. Let's see now. The title is simply Sayonara. That's why I couldn't remember it. I mean, the fucking thing was so long ago. This should never have taken me this long to reach that film. This is like impossible. There's obviously a concerted effort to scrub this from the fucking search engine. It took me something like 17 tag words to get here. That's not supposed to be the way it works. The search engine is never that ineffective. Anyhow, Sayonara is a 1957 American Technicolor drama film starring Marlon Brando in what they used to call Technorama. And it tells the story of an American Air Force fighter pilot during the Korean War who falls in love with a famous Japanese dancer. Now, in terms of the movie Sayonara, what it was a dramatization of was the very real situation which my father found himself in, along with thousands of American GIs who wanted to marry a Japanese woman or Chinese woman or Taiwanese woman or Okinawan woman in the wake of the Second World War, or rather while this war was still on. And it was only with the settlement of the Japanese-American Peace Treaty that this was enabled, because it provided opportunity for the U.S. Supreme Court to then act in peacetime to overrule the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, as unconstitutional. And what the Uniform Code of Military Justice stated was that if an American serviceman were to marry any Asian Pacific Islander American female, or any Asian Pacific Islander female, they wouldn't be American at that point, of course, they were considered traitors. The Americans would be considered traitors because all Asian Pacific Islanders were considered enemy aliens. The so-called rationalization, or the rationalization that had some measure of anti-logic behind it, a racist logic, was that none of these women could be told apart. You couldn't tell a Korean from a Vietnamese, from an Okinawan, from a Japanese, if you were the average American. You had no idea who was who, so they were all blanket, composited, subsumed under the title enemy alien for purposes of national security. And as a result, any American who married any of them in the military was considered a traitor during wartime. Remember that even though America was at peace with Japan come 1952, it was actively at war with communist China and North Korea. So all the American servicemen who were stationed in Okinawa, Japan, Taiwan, China even, who were enamored of Asian women that they wanted to marry, they all got together in a class action lawsuit, which my father was a part of, to sue the U.S. military so that the Supreme Court could ultimately overturn the UCMJ, or the Uniform Code of Military Justice, as unconstitutional. This is what enabled my father to marry my mother. And you see this dramatized, not that it was based on his personal story. The story that is portrayed by Marlon Brando is portraying the story of all servicemen overseas in Asia who desired to marry an Asian woman. It portrays their collective story. That is the story of my coming to the United States in the ultimate result. And what does it mean then that our existence as Amerasians, not Eurasians, but Amerasians, American Asians in America, still feels completely conditional? Once we begin to understand what anti-Asian racism has looked like throughout American history, the contradictions start to become less perplexing. Now, 24 out of 29 racially motivated crimes against Asians in New York City had a coronavirus motivation. Among its deadly properties, COVID-19 appears perfectly engineered to destroy the houses of sand built by populist leaders. Back in January, Narendra Modi, the dictator of Asian India, poured scorn on experts and scientists who warned his country faced a tsunami of infection. Now the Asian Indian Prime Minister is being harshly criticized himself for premature triumphalism amid a terrible surge that has people literally dying in the streets. Asian coverage exposes the grim story of COVID-19 in India, which is struggling with a catastrophic second wave. Until March, India was recording barely 13,000 new COVID-19 cases a day, fewer than United Germany or France, and a drop in the ocean for a nation of 1.4 billion people. By late last month, however, it was rocketing. On April 21st, India clocked 315,000 new positive tests, that's above even the biggest daily rise recorded in America, the only other country to ever report such highs. A return of the virus was inevitable, but the government's distraction and complacency have amplified the surge. Narendra Modi is only the latest politician or populist crusader and demagogue, really, to come unstuck. Former United States President Donald John Trump's denialism has cost tens of thousands of lives at the very least. Brazilian dictator Jair Bolsonaro, the Trump of the tropics, fueled a disaster by rejecting COVID-19 countermeasures in favor of crank cures. The United Kingdom Prime Minister Boris Johnson, whom I call Bojo the Clown, paid a heavy personal and political price for ignoring the threat of the pandemic early on, though he has since become more cautious. COVID-19 doesn't have political preferences. Even some leaders praised for their scientific approach have seen their standing consumed by this virus. The United German Chancellor Angela Merkel's final months in power, for instance, are being tarnished by a wave of infections, worsened by Europe's slow vaccine their improbably slow vaccine rollout, in the sense that she decided to roll out for all of Europe rather than Germany alone, and her people are paying the price. She's trying too hard to think like a European instead of like a German. And her party will pay the price. But India's COVID is a catastrophe. The pandemic is guaranteed to expose leaders who undermine truth, create alternative realities, ostracize experts and scientists, and refuse to take precautions to keep the public safe. Earlier this month, for instance, Narendra Modi of Asian India boasted a huge rally, and he bragged of these huge rally crowds ahead of elections in West Bengal. His hubris in the face of the virus recalls Donald Trump's refusal to give up any rallies last year, at which he boasted the virus was being driven out, even as his crowds contributed to a building wave of lethal infections that winter. But India's crisis is global, with numbers of new infections hitting daily records in the hundreds of thousands and a breakdown of their healthcare system. The situation is dire and certainly uncontainable. Travel bans are being imposed on Asian Indians, with the 20 million strong diaspora, their worldwide population, becoming increasingly isolated. Having their negligence exposed may not deter the truth-twisting populist dictators inspired by Donald Trump, who's already spoiling for a comeback. Populism, rather populist-personated elitism, will find fertile soil in the economic and social detritus left in this pandemic's wake. But when leaders prioritize their political image over public health, millions of people die. And many millions more, orders of magnitude beyond that, suffer their loss. My own Golden, California's coronavirus case rate is now the lowest in the continental United States. California's latest 7-day new case rate, 40.3 per 100,000 people, is dramatically lower than the nationwide rate of 135.3 over that same period. All of this is because the one thing we've done in what was once the most racist and genocidal republic in North America, what used to be known as murder state in the days of anti-Chinese and anti-Native American genocide, is now the most liberal, progressive, blue state in North America. And so, sourcing here from out of California, I can tell you with all the facts behind me that the racist replacement theory has it all backward. Far-right radicalized white supremacist groups, the ultra-conservative reactionary media personalities, in fact now all Republicans in Congress, are trying to inflame nativist feelings among conservative whites by warning that liberals want immigrants to replace native-born Americans in the nation's culture and electorate. This is an extension of the Asian exclusion laws taken to all colors across the spectrum. But that racist replacement theory inverts the real consequence of immigration for its target audience of whites uneasy about social and racial change. Many of the whites most drawn to the far-right argument that new arrivals are displacing real Americans are among those with the most to lose if the nation reduces, much less eliminates, immigration in the decades ahead. With or without immigration, the white share of the population will decline in the coming decades, as all census projections show. But if immigration is reduced or eliminated, America will grow older, with many fewer working-age adults available to support an exploding number of white retirees. And that would not only slow overall economic growth, multiple projections have all concurred, but also would increase pressure for cuts in the Social Security and Medicare benefits that do provide a lifeline to the older whites most drawn to the right's anti-immigrant arguments. Without immigrants, there's no one to pay to upkeep the old white races, and they all die all the sooner. William Frey, a demographer at the Brookings Institution's Metropolitan Policy Program, has said that the projections prove we are going to be dealing with lower population growth and an aging population, and the only way we are going to be able to keep our labor force growing and vital is through immigration. It's a matter of math. I never understood why people who are anti-immigration can never understand the math of the whole thing, because it's all quite simple. Already, in nearly half the states, the number of working-age adults, defined as those aged 18 to 64 years, declined from 2010 through 2019. That's according to the recent analyses conducted by William Frey himself. Without immigration, that squeeze will only tighten in the years ahead, forcing Washington to either cut benefits for retirees or to raise the payroll taxes that fund Social Security and Medicare to an unprecedented level on the shrinking number of workers. If the nation severely restricts immigration, the fiscal impact will be to, as Dowell Myers, a demographer at the University of Southern California's Sol Price School of Public Policy, has proven, double the load on working-age people of all those seniors. Now, replacement theory, which is sometimes called the Great Replacement, gestated in the swampy waters of far-right white supremacist groups, but in the Donald Trump era, it has migrated closer to the radicalized reactionary right-wing Republican mainstream, which means the Russo collaborationist Republican Party itself. This is their new credo. Fox News Channel host Tucker Carlson, who oftentimes spreads xenophobic arguments, has ardently embraced the charge that Democrats are trying to replace the current electorate, the voters now casting ballots, with new people, more obedient voters from the third world, in his words. Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin and Republican, the Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania, both Republicans, have echoed Tucker Carlson in recent public statements. The far-right Republican House members, including Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who floated plans for a Trump-like America First caucus before being forced to scrap them, declared in a recruiting document disclosed last week by the Punchbowl website that large-scale immigration threatens, in her words, the long-term existential future of America as a unique country with a unique culture and a unique identity. Yeah, it's called white supremacy. The white population share is declining either way. Immigrants have indeed steadily increased as a share of America's population since 1965, when Congress rewrote the immigration laws that made my presence possible on your soil, which had, until that point, severely restricted, until the year before I was born, immigration since 1924, the year after my mother was born. Immigrants now compose just under 14% of the U.S. population, still almost triple their share in 1970, and approaching the all-time high of around 15% in the melting pot era, around the turn of the 20th century. But new immigration is no longer the primary driver of the growing racial, ethnic, and religious diversity that unnerves so much of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican coalition. In a recent paper, the demographer Frey explored Census Bureau projections that examined The racial composition of American society through to the year 2060 under scenarios that anticipated 4 different levels of future immigration. And under all 4 scenarios, the white share of the population significantly declined and the minority share rose. Today, whites make up about 60% of our population. At the immigration levels America experienced during the first half of the past decade, a little over 1 million new entrants per year, that would decline by 2060 to 44%. With immigration levels reduced to about half that, roughly as the Trump administration and most congressional Republicans proposed in 2018 legislation that ultimately failed, the number still shrinks to 46%. Even if the United States shut off all immigration in the coming decades, whites would still decline to just over 51% of the population, as all census projections conclude. At an accelerated level of immigration, the white share falls to 42%. So under all 4 scenarios, the total number of blacks, Hispanics, and mixed race Americans like myself increase over the coming decades, as do Asian Americans in each scenario, except the extreme case of entirely shutting off immigration completely. But in all 4 census projections, even the one that completely eliminates all future immigration, the total number of whites declines. The reason is straightforward. As a group, whites are aging and producing fewer children. Those children that they do produce are mostly from old white men fucking as many young colored girls as they can while the old white women are unable to squeeze out any more puppies. Not only is the white share of the youth population steadily declining, but so are the absolute number of white kids. From 2010 through 2019, Frey calculates in another recent paper that I'm sourcing that the number of whites under 18 years of age fell by 3.2 million nationwide. In a striking 44 states in Union, there were fewer white children in 2019 than in 2010. The number of black kids also slightly fell nationwide over the past decade. Asian Americans, mixed race, as myself, and above all, Latinos, added more children over the past decade, but not enough to completely offset those declines. After growing substantially in the 1990s, and modestly in the year 2000 and the decade of the aughts, the zeros, the 2000s to 2010, the total number of American kids fell from 2010 through 2019 in an ominous milestone of demographics. And while that number is expected to shift back slightly into positive territory over this decade, fewer children today establishes an unmistakable implication for tomorrow. Fewer adults available as consumers, as workers, and most importantly, as taxpayers. Just as the Census Bureau forecasts growing racial diversity under any future level of immigration, it likewise projects ominously slow growth in America's working-age population without more immigration. Under the immigration levels of the early 2010s, America's population aged 18 through 64 years of age will rise by only about 4% through 2035, a historically slow increase, a glacial pace of population growth. At the reduced level Republicans seek, it would remain virtually stagnant, and with no immigration, it will actually shrink by 4%. Only in high immigration scenarios does the workforce experience significant growth, about 8%. Working with the economics department at George Mason University, an institution whose work conservatives often cite, the pro-immigration group Forward.us, FWD, all uppercase, .us in the lowercase, issued a recent paper that looked out further, projecting the size of the workforce through mid-century, through 2050. Those forecasts likewise showed that the number of workers increases only very slightly through the next 3 decades under a lower level of immigration, similar to what Trump and the Russo collaborationist Republican cult sought, and contracts severely with 17 million fewer workers than now if immigration is entirely shut off. Like the Census Bureau, the study finds that only with accelerated immigration does the working age population experience significant growth. Because our senior population is rising fast. These forecasts don't map just some hazy, distant future. The total American population may have increased more slowly over the past 10 years than in any other decade in American history, as proven by all census projections. In 23 states, the working age population already declined from 2010 through to 2019 as calculated by the demographer Frey, who is my primary source for materials that I'm citing tonight. Topping those numbers are West Virginia, down almost 9%, Vermont, down 5%, Maine, down 4%, and Illinois and Wyoming between 3 and 4%. All the white trash sewers of shit have less turds to float. In the years ahead, more states are certain to join that list, especially those that cannot attract either immigrants from abroad or domestic migrants from other states. You've got tons of baby boomers who are retiring, and there are simply not enough white workforce on TRÄNCK to match the outflow. Because population growth is an essential component of economic growth, these numbers would be foreboding enough under any circumstances, but demographers, they are especially troubling because the working age population is stagnating exactly as the nation's senior population is exploding into a white wave of gray-haired fuckers and suckers on life support. Fuckers who are sucking our resources with the retirement of the huge baby boom generation born between 1946 and 1964. In every state, Frey's demographic calculations prove the senior population grew far faster over the past decade than those of working age. In fact, the senior population grew faster in every state than the working age cohort did in any state. That dynamic will only accelerate in the coming years. The Census Bureau's projections prove that under any immigration scenario, the number of seniors in America will grow by about 40% through 2035. An increasing number of seniors, coupled with a stalled-out working-age population, means a deteriorating balance in what demographers call the dependency ratio, or senior suck ratio. That is, the number of seniors who must be funded in retirement to suck the blood from each working age adult available to pay the taxes that support them. Today, America has about 27 white seniors for every 100 working age adults of color. That itself represents an increase driven by the retirement of the first baby boomers around 2010 from levels that had remained fairly constant at just under 20 seniors per 100 working age adults during the final quarter of the 20th century. But that growth represents only the first tremors of the coming age quake. FWD.US says we are going to see that ratio really ramp up quickly in the years ahead. Even at the relatively higher levels of immigration common in the first half of the past decade, the number of seniors per 100 workers would rise to 37 by 2050, as proven by the Forward Data study. At the lower levels of immigration Republicans sought under Donald Trump, or no immigration at all, it would soar to 40 or more. Another study released in February by the National Immigration Forum reached identical conclusions. Such numbers would leave the American empire facing dependency ratios now common in European countries like United Germany, France, and Spain, where there be about 33 seniors for every 100 working age adults whose aging profiles have been a headwind against any economic growth. The American empire, in those scenarios, would even approach the dependency ratio evident in the Japanese Empire, a society deeply resistant to immigration, which today has nearly 100 seniors for every 100 workers, and is therefore turning towards supermassive robotics as a revolution to build a robotopia for an aged society in which youth is the exception, until the Japanese turn towards more universal or universalized cloning, which, as I said, has already been pioneered in the empire, but will someday become pervasive. And even projections based on the 18 to 64 ratio population might understate the problem, because they include young adults in their late teens and early 20s, many of whom will be in school, not the workforce. That's why the share of seniors to actual workers in practice will roughly double over the coming decades, also leaving the American empire with only about 2 workers for every retiree, the unenviable position the Japanese empire confronts today. But they have technology to buffer their culture and will build a robotopia, whereas in America, we have nothing. We've never had this number before. You might think you deserve all your entitlements and you earned it, but someone else has got to carry the load, and it's the working age people. In America, so tilted toward seniors, is simply top-heavy, producing a burden for supporting seniors that will be crushing on the constricted number of workers. We do not have a robot revolution to buffer us this side of the Pacific. It becomes not just a race war, not just a class war, but an age war. A battle of generations between the brown and the gray. The gray will no longer represent the southern Dixieland, but rather the aged behind the gates. Indeed, the Forward Data study proved that if immigration is reduced to roughly the lower level that Republican cultists pursued under Trump, Social Security, to maintain current benefits, will need to pay out 400 billion fucking United States dollars more in 2050 than the system is projected to raise in revenue. With no immigration, the shortfall will rise to nearly 450 billion United States dollars. Deficits that large will require either big tax increases on the working age population or benefit cuts for retirees, who will remain nigh completely bleach, fish belly white for decades to come because of the extremely limited immigration between 1924 and 1965 imposed by your lunatic laws. Low, much less no, future immigration is certainly not sustainable in terms of keeping what you have today in federal retirement benefits for the elderly. One of the great ironies of 21st century America is that the older whites, who are often the most receptive to anti-immigrant arguments like the replacement theory, will be relying on an increasingly non-white workforce to fund their retirement through the payroll taxes they pay. In that way, the fates of what I've called the brown and the gray, the mostly diverse younger and preponderantly white older generations, are linked. There is no financial security for the gray without greater economic opportunity for the brown. But few of the reactionary whites at the core of the Republican cult coalition have the mental capacity to see that connection. In polling by the nonpartisan Public Religion Research Institute, about 3/5 of Republicans in both 2019 and 2020 agreed with the harshly worded statement that immigrants are invading our country and replacing our cultural and ethnic background. Among radicalized whites who described themselves as very favorable toward Trump, more than 3/4 in each year endorsed that insane idea, according to all detailed results provided by the PRRI, the Public Religion Research Institute. In 2019, nearly half of all whites, 50 years of age and older, agreed with that insane statement, which echoes the language of the replacement theory conspiracy. That number declined somewhat in 2020, but few opinion analysts would be surprised if it rises again with Trump out of office and reactionary media machinery like Fox News incessantly fanning alarms over undocumented immigration and unaccompanied minors at the southern border. Already, the Public Religion Research Institute polling proves that Republican cultists who receive most of their information from Fox News are more likely than others in the Republican cult to embrace the invasion argument. The economic realities facing the nation suggest that the replacement theory has the equation exactly backwards. All of the demographers I cite Carlson, Johnson, and other proponents of the racist theory. Tucker Carlson, Ron Johnson. These are what I will call the demi-demographers, the propagandists of falsehood, are telling their audience, centered on older and working class whites, that they should fear being replaced by immigrants. Hence the call at Charlottesville, where a young breeding-age white woman was sacrificed in the name of the anti-gods. You will not replace us. But the real threat to those constituencies, as more of them step into retirement, is that they won't be replaced by immigrants in the workforce and the tax base, much to their own detriment. Without more immigrants, those culturally anxious old whites face the virtual certainty of more financial pressure on their federal retirement benefits and slower economic growth for American society overall. When it comes to the demographers I source as the real thing, they all concur. You talk about replacement, well, they need to be replaced in the workforce. That's the fucking issue. Growing the younger age groups, and particularly the younger workforce age groups, is essential for us all to not get into a situation of accentuated age dependency. It's far from the first time, but in pushing the racist replacement theory, the voices of the populist-personated elitist white right are stirring cultural anxieties to mobilize their blue-collar and older white constituencies behind economic policies that not only harm their own interests but will lead to their early deaths en masse in a jaricide where no one needs to seek them out to kill them, but only needs to stop paying the taxes, and it's their own white children who will pull the plug on their life support, that they might have some oxygen left in the air around them to even breathe. A self-destructive mass suicide in the oyster barrel, if ever there was one. A racial self-extermination. My, what an ironic end to white power in the American empire. It's reflected in that look in Derek Chauvin's eyes. Something worse than hate. Images and sound bites from the Derek Chauvin trial will linger in people's memories for years. But there's one heart-wrenching image that stands above the rest. It was the look of indifference in Chauvin's eyes on May 25th of yesteryear, as he casually drained the life out of George Floyd beneath his knee. That was, in and of itself, as chilling as his knee on Floyd's neck. And what it represents could pose the biggest challenge to any broader police reforms ahead. That look was freeze-framed in what the prosecution dryly called Exhibit 17. It shows Chauvin, the white Minneapolis police officer who was found guilty on all 3 counts in Floyd's death, glancing at a crowd, an ever-amassing crowd of growing numbers of onlookers, while bearing down on an unconscious Floyd who is handcuffed and pinned face first to the pavement. The look on Chauvин's face is one of bored disinterest. His sunglasses are perched on his head, and his hands rest in his pocket. He doesn't seem to notice Floyd beneath him at all. The only flicker of emotion on his face is his annoyance at the crowds that have gathered to plead for Floyd's life. That will go down as one of the defining images of our era, because it tells a story about racism that many people don't want to hear. When we talk about racism, we often focus on spectacular acts of cruelty. The ghoulish photo of Emmett Till's face in an open coffin. The lynching postcards that white Americans used to mail to one another. The snarling faces of white students who surrounded a young black woman who tried to integrate in Arkansas high school. But the look of disinterest in Chauvin's eyes is a reminder that indifference, not just hate, is a critical part of how racism works. Now, the late Holocaust survivor and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Elie Wiesel once said, "The opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference." Wiesel observed that to the indifferent person, his or her neighbor are of no consequence. Their hidden or even visible anguish is of no interest. Indifference reduces the other to an abstraction. So you see, indifference can be more harmful than hatred. There is a peculiar pain to being ignored, to not even being seen, that I've tried to get you to understand how all we Asians feel. Most black people have also experienced this. That's why if you talk about racism to some of them in unguarded moments, you'll hear something strange. Some find it easier to deal with the open hatred of overt racists when compared to those white people who don't even see them at all. As writ of in Harlan Ellison's book titled The Invisible Man. At least the racists recognize that they exist. They see them, even if their vision is clouded by hate. To not be seen is another far more insidious variant of racism that is far more infuriating. And perhaps that's why one of the best novels about racism by a black author is titled Invisible Man. And that's why it's no accident that it was white indifference, not hatred, that seemed to anger the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself the most. The Right Reverend Dr. King didn't write his epic Letter from Birmingham Jail in the year my late sister was born, circa 1963, in response to the hateful actions of white segregationists. He addressed it to a group of white moderates whom he saw were indifferent to the suffering of black people living under segregation, and who were more devoted to order than to justice. Racism needs indifference like a plant needs water and sunlight. White indifference is why slavery and Jim Crow lasted so long. White indifference to police brutality is why so many black men continue to die like George Floyd. White indifference is why it's harder for black and brown people to vote in some states than for whites. It's white indifference that allows so many black and brown students to attend racially segregated public schools with fewer resources. It's white indifference that allows so many people in the medical profession to believe that black people literally do not feel physical pain like human beings. Indifference maketh black pain invisible, just as it did with George Floyd. Violent acts of white racism grab the headlines, but the most pervasive forms of racism takest root when white judges, white cops, white politicians, and ordinary white people look the other way to not see what is happening right in front of their faces. Prosecutors used Derek Chauvin's indifference against him. It's hard, however, to dramatize white indifference. Photos of indifference don't go viral. But then Derek Chauvin came along, and the prosecutors at his trial recognized that it was his indifference, not just his cruelty, that was a big part of why George Floyd died. And so, they cleverly focused relentlessly on Derek Chauvin's casual body language during his arrest of George Floyd and the complete lack of concern on his face as he pinned George Floyd to the ground. They told jurors Derek Chauvin showed indifference to George Floyd's pleas for help. They emphasized Derek Chauvin and other officers on site at the scene talked about the smell of Floyd's feet and idly picked stones from a vehicle's tire while George Floyd died in front of them. The prosecutors built a case where they forced the jury to see George Floyd as a human being and not as an abstraction. Prosecutor Steve Slyka so said in his closing arguments, "There was no superhuman strength that day. There was no superhuman strength because there is no such thing as a superhuman. Just a human, just a man lying on the pavement being pressed upon, desperately crying out, a grown man crying out for his mother." There was one moment, however, when Derek Chauvin's look of indifference broke. It came at the end of his trial, when the judge read the guilty verdict. I saw Derek Chauvin's eyes dart about in panic. I saw Derek Chauvin's eyes widen in disbelief. And maybe in that moment, as he was handcuffed and led away, Derek Chauvin got a glimpse of the terror that so many black and brown men have felt forever. Yet still, this indifference poses a challenge for our future. As activists use momentum from the Floyd verdict to press for more police reforms, this wall of indifference poses their biggest challenge. There be plenty of complicated proposals to reform policing. A federal ban on chokeholds and no-knock warrants, challenging authorities' immunity from civil suits, and stopping the militarization of local police. Much of the progress on police reform, however, will boil down to this. Will enough lawmakers and judges see black and brown people who are being brutalized by the justice system as fellow human beings? Or will some of them continue to see them forever as thugs, predators, or superhuman? As a professional historian, I can attest that history itself suggests that this will be a nigh insurmountable challenge, because the resiliency of white indifference is always underestimated. Its strength is in its anonymity. It doesn't typically call attention to itself, and its perpetrators are always unaware that they see certain people as the other. In his book entitled Race in the Mind of America, subtitled Breaking the Vicious Circle Between Blacks and Whites, the psychologist Paul L. Wachtell wrote that what is often called racism can be more precisely described as indifference. To quote from his book, perhaps no other feature of white attitudes is as cumulatively responsible for the pain and privation experienced by our nation's black minority at this point in our history as is indifference. And at the same time, perhaps no feature is as misunderstood or overlooked. Now, perhaps Exhibit 17 of the Derek Chauvin trial will change that. Many people cannot muster the strength to watch the entire Floyd video. It's just too painful. But plenty of people saw that image of Derek Chauvin looking bored as a black man's life ebbed away beneath his knee. As activists pressed for more changes in the wake of the verdict, Derek Chauvin's face could serve as a sober reminder. A reminder that indifference, not hate, may be the biggest obstacle to police reform. Now that's George Floyd's legacy. His daughter said, "My daddy changed the world." Well, he did, but not necessarily the way anyone immediately understands. For centuries, juries in the United States have consistently exonerated whites, especially police officers charged with murdering black Americans. Few cases were ever even brought to trial, and those that did rarely won convictions. In the 20th century, it seemed possible that new, horrifying graphic evidence might flip the script. Photographs and videos of attackers and those killed or mutilated began streaming into the national consciousness. But even in the civil rights era, when networks aired primetime footage of police beating black Americans with batons wrapped in barbed wire and sicking dogs on children, little seemed to change. Today, everyone has not only a camera in hand, but the power to share their images with millions of people. The public is beginning to interpret these incidents not as aberrations, but as the normal violent reality for most black Americans. Now, Rashawn Ray, a professor of sociology at the University of Maryland, has observed that in the trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, the jury seems to have believed what they saw with their own eyes. The murder of George Floyd was captured from every excruciating angle: body cams, security cameras, cell phones. Now, on Tuesday of this week last, Chauvin was convicted of murder. And in predicting heavy use of video from multiple sources will set the precedent going forward, Dr. Ray says that the overwhelming amount of video made the difference. Yet the notion of objective, unambiguous, or unbiased video is a myth, or so argue sociologists. Because social narratives dictate what we permit ourselves to see. Unlike a fleeting news broadcast, today's videos are now ubiquitous, shared, and amplified in our social media feeds. If you've ever liked a Black Lives Matter post on Facebook or retweeted a hashtag George Floyd tweet Algorithms will ensure you see more of them, and there be many more. Dr. Ray observes that black people are not lying about being brutalized on a regular basis. The public has begun to see numerous videos of black people being brutalized by police, and then, just as importantly, they see videos of white people doing the same things and not getting brutalized. This time, public awareness about the daily violence facing black Americans, often at the hands of police, has made it possible for justice to be done. And youth engagement is up, and that's bad for the Russell collaborationist Red Republican cult. Political engagement by young Americans has surged to a historically high level, and that's not good news for the Russian-sponsored Republican Party. And all the findings of the annual Harvard Youth Poll reinforce that. A dozen years agone after President Obama's election, 24% of Americans younger than 30 years of age reported themselves to be politically active. According to this poll I'm sourcing now, as conducted by the Harvard Kennedy School's Institute of Politics. At that time, the Obama campaign was widely credited with having energized young Americans. Today, that engaged number stands at 36%, maintaining an extraordinarily high level seen during last year's election. Young black Americans report the most political engagement, 41% as found by this survey, because they know their lives are on the line. Political engagement is highest among students in four-year college, who make up about 1 in 5 young people, and among those with college degrees, who are about 1 in 4 of Americans younger than 30. But even among the roughly half of young people who don't have a degree and are not enrolled in any four-year college, engagement has risen. John Della Volpe, the director of the polling at that institute I'm sourcing, who has supervised the youth survey since the year 2000, has confirmed that these figures prove the highest level of political engagement that we've ever seen in our poll. So this survey, which questioned 2,513 Americans from ages 18 through 29, and has a margin of error of 2.6 percentage points, also found striking optimism. 56% say they are more hopeful than fearful about America, a big rise from 4 years agone, when 31% said they were hopeful. The increase in hopefulness is particularly large among Black and Latino young people, with roughly 7 in 10 saying they are hopeful about the country, compared with about 2 in 10 Black youths and 3 in 10 Latino youths in 2017. This is a youth problem for Republicans. Along with those high levels of engagement and hopeful feelings about our country, the poll also found a striking level of alienation from the red Russophiliac Republican Party, and in particular, former President Donald Trump. Almost 2/3 of young people in the survey have an unfavorable view of Trump, with more than half saying their opinion is very unfavorable. Only 28% have a favorable view. When asked how history should view him, 30% say Trump should be seen as the worst president ever, with an additional 24% saying he should be viewed as bad or terrible. Only 26% say he should be seen as good or great. A majority, 53%, say they view the Republican Party itself as too extreme, compared with just 14% who reject that label. By contrast, 36% call the Democrats too extreme. Overall, 52% of the young Americans surveyed say they identify with the Democrats or lean toward them, compared with 28% who identify or lean toward the Republicans. That's strikingly at odds with the older generations, among whom the two parties have been roughly at parity over the last decade. The Democratic edge is largest among young people of color. But even among young white people, Republicans have fallen behind. As proven by these surveys I'm sourcing, the only sizable group of young Americans among whom Republicans have the edge are rural residents. The morbidly inbred hillbillies from the hills have eyes, who make up fewer than 1 in 5 young people. The distance between young Americans and the Republicans doesn't reflect any innate liberalism of youth. It's a man-made problem. In the year 2000, when he started surveying young people, Della Volpe noted that there was virtually no gulf, as in GULF, no space between them, no rift. Young people were as likely to vote for George Bush as for Al Gore. Even among college students, Gore had only about a 4-point edge that year. The gap began to open during Bush's tenure, widened during the Obama years, and then hardened under Trump. Now, Della Volpe, who polled for Biden last year, has gone on record to say that for Republicans to win a national campaign, they don't need to win this demographic, but they need to keep a Democrat in the mid-50s or so. Once a Democrat gets to 60% or more among young people, as President Biden did, it makes it very challenging for any Republican to win. The impact showed up clearly in 2018. When a surge of youth voting was key to Democrats' recapture of the majority in the House. Biden's large majority among younger voters also provided his margin in crucial states last November. For Republicans, solving that problem poses a difficult challenge. As the poll proves, the gap between young people and the Russo collaborationist Republican red cult involves both ideology and deep-seated values. Ideologically, young people have moved notably to the left over the last 5 years, with growing shares backing strong government action to stop climate change, reduce poverty, and provide health insurance to all Americans, among other issues, as this poll found. On each of those, Republicans and young Americans are completely out of step with each the other. Notably, young Republicans have significantly more liberal views than their elders. But the gap on values and identity may be even harder to bridge. The generation younger than 30 is the most ethnically and racially diverse in the American electorate. Whites make up a bare majority, 53%, as proven by these surveys. In the electorate as a whole, whites make up just under 70%. Young voters of color overwhelmingly say they do not feel included in Trump's America. This poll has proven that just about 1 in 6 say they feel included. Close to 60% say they do not. Even among white young people, more say they do not feel included, 41% to 35%. Overall, just 27% of Americans ages 18 through 29 say they feel included in Trump's America, while 48% say they do not, with 24% neutral. By contrast, 46% of young people say they feel included in Biden's America, while 24% do not and 28% are neutral. Among all major racial and ethnic categories, more young people feel included than excluded under Biden. That feeling of not belonging plays a role in another of the findings of the most important of these polls, the intensity of feeling about issues of race and about Trump himself. About 3/4 of the young people surveyed agree that we need more open-mindedness in politics, with just 4% disagreeing. Large majorities say they could be friends with a person who disagreed with them on hotly contested issues including abortion, climate, and guns. But issues of race relations and support for Trump himself provide notable exceptions. You can't be friends with a Trump cultist or a racist. Young Americans split closely on whether they could be friends with someone who disagreed with them on race relations. 54% said they could, 44% said no. Black youths feel especially strongly on that, with 57% saying such a disagreement would block friendship. They say, what they say is that, rather, let me phrase it this way. The share that says they could not be friends with someone who supported Donald Trump is quite large. About 1/3 said they could not be friends with a Trump cultist. And I think that's incredibly important. One hopeful note for Republicans comes, ironically, from the poll's findings about Biden. A year ago, the poll found that only about 1/3 of young people viewed Biden favorably, putting him far behind other political figures, notably his rival in the primaries, that old communist, Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. But now, Joe Biden's popularity has soared. His job approval stands at 59% among all young people. Among college voters, his approval is the highest the poll has ever recorded for an incumbent, 63%. And 40% expect their lives to improve as a result of his policies, compared with 19% who think their lives will get worse. By 54% to 37%, young people view Biden favorably, a slight edge over Commie Sanders. So Della Volpa concludes that the overarching thing is how much of a U-turn or pivot this is from where we were a year ago. During the campaign, Joe Biden took pains to understand young voters' concerns. So Republicans need to do what Joe Biden did. He simply listened. But can white men other than Joe Biden do that? The real point to be made about American whites in everything I've broached thus far is that white men, speaking of American WMs here, AMWs, American white men, they're broken. And it's high time that we acknowledge this fact in all of its brutal and complicated ugliness. Like many others, I was horrified when I read the news that a young white trash piece of shit had murdered 8 people in Atlanta, Georgia, the majority of them women of Asian descent. But I was even more horrified and angry to hear that he was framing his horrifying actions as some sort of effort to counteract his sex addiction, as if other lives were expendable so long as he was allowed to feel good about himself. And I was nearly incandescent when a member of the sheriff's office stated that he was pretty much fed up and kind of at the end of his rope. Yesterday was a really bad day for him, and this is what he did. A generous interpretation would suggest that this was a member of law enforcement caught flat-footed by the news cameras, but it is striking, as many have pointed out beside myself, how quick white police are to provide cover for white perpetrators of violent crime, when they are stubbornly unwilling to do so for any people of color ever. Of course, the Atlanta massacre didn't take place in any social vacuum. In fact, it seems like every day we get new evidence that there's something deeply, frustratingly, infuriatingly wrong with white men. Day after day, month after month, year after year, the evidence confronts us in all of its brutality and its ugliness. Dylan Roof's murder of black churchgoers in 2015, the Tree of Life synagogue shooting targeting Jewish attendees of their religious ceremonies, the El Paso shooting that targeted Hispanic and Latino Americans in 2019. The list goes on and on and on. Sometimes I'll be sitting on the couch next to my son, and something will come on the news about some recent atrocity committed by a young, or not so young, white trash piece of shit. Now, you know, we have a running joke between ourselves, he and I, because my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, for my own safety and for my ability to interact with this world, he tried his best to raise me so that I would be taken for white. And he said, it's just so you can live at all. Because he told me that if I were taken as otherwise, I would be killed. And so the joke among my son and myself was that I'm white. It's a running joke based on my father's desires to maintain my safety, my ability to survive, stranded among the white savages of North America. So when that sort of thing comes across the screen, another white trash piece of shit mass murdering others that he deems to be the other, then my son will say something along the lines of, fix your people. And I'll laugh along with him at the joke. It's true that I really do wish that there were something I could do to fix white people. I mean, other than neuter them, or at the very least to get them to acknowledge that there is something wrong, terribly wrong with white masculinity, a poison that threatens to destroy us all, including the men who imbibe, perpetrate, and perpetuate it. Part of the problem, I think, comes from the fact that even now, even after the growth of disciplines such as women's and gender studies, ethnic and race studies, etc., white men are still pathologically resistant to any sort of self-reflection. Anytime they're asked to do the bare minimum to acknowledge their own pathology or their participation, let alone their benefiting from systems of power and privilege, they respond with outrage and rebellion. And as the 2016 election showed, they respond by throwing their support behind an aspiring autocrat, one who promised to return them to their position of power and dominance. Of course, it doesn't help that so much of the media continues to fetishize white men, making them the very center of every conversation. Recall, for example, the blizzard of pieces that came out in the aftermath of 2016, including a cover story for Esquire magazine, shining supposedly much-needed light onto the plight of young white men. Let me hit the keyboard again and see if I can dredge up that incredibly offensive piece from Esquire magazine, which has been around forever, was really one of my first introductions to historical satire. Honestly, in terms of, here we are, Esquire magazine. See if that helps me out. Basically, I don't even know if it's worth looking for, but I'm just giving it a try. I'm becoming more and more frustrated that the search engines are not responding to my various hashtags. It really tells myself that there is a concerted effort to cover all of this, to basically render it impossible to source so that we are not able to confront these issues with any references. Now, I think I may be en route to digging this shit up. And here we are. The cover story was The Life of an American Boy at 17. This was written by some white cunt named Jennifer Percy. February 12th of 2019. Basically, Ryan Morgan is a was a high school senior from West Bend, Wisconsin. Like all 17-year-olds, he thinks a lot about what he wants to do with his life, because everyone keeps telling him he's supposed to have it figured out. He'd rather just talk about his girlfriend, or cool sneakers, or the Packers, but life is never that simple. This is part 1 in a series on growing up in America today, from the March issue of Esquire of that year. And, oh God, there we are. Esquire magazine, the cover story, shows a white trash piece of shit and says, "The American Man, age 10. Welcome to the world of pre-adolescent Blade Runners, where every little boy is a warrior, a lover, and a philosopher. A sneak preview of the 21st century man. What they really need to be showing is a white trash piece of shit with a fully automatic weapon, killing a bunch of women and children, and then you'll have that 21st century man figured out. There's nothing gonna come of these white trash pieces of shit than mass murder." There we are, Esquire magazine, in a multi-issue series, no less. This came out in 2016 as Trump was running for president, shining a supposedly much-needed light onto the plight of young white men. Never mind that it was men of color, trans folk, and other marginalized groups that continued to be the object of vilification and violence after Trump's victory. No, we had to continue fawning over white men, as if to reassure them that they were still the center of the universe, that no one would ever dare to dethrone them or steal from them their crown of creation. Nor are even gay men immune from this pathology. One need look no further than white gay men's pathological fascination with the toxic masculinity displayed by the likes of Madison Cawthorn and Jake Angeli, the QAnon shaman, who was one of those who stormed the Capitol itself on January 6th. Now, because of how I've come to know so much about the gay subculture simply per force of circumstance, having to spend so much time acclimating to the reality of San Francisco, I believe I can speak with confidence that, well, as I've spraketh else times, it's high time that white gay men do some soul searching about their own investments in and practicing of various types of toxic behavior. Some might like to accuse me of being the equivalent of a high school principal, but I continue to insist that it's important and necessary to examine why it is that white gay men find toxic and terrible men appealing. And contrary to what some commentators have said, I don't think this desire of mine is some form of subversive humor. White men have literally become a deadly force in America, not just for themselves, but for all of us. Even as I speak to you now, there's already a growing body of evidence that as many as 1 in 2 Republican men and fully 40% of white men without a college degree will refuse to take the COVID-19 vaccine. To be sure, some of this no doubt stems from Trump's constant downplaying of the severity of the pandemic, but it also seems pretty clear that it has a lot to do with the perception that getting it would be to sacrifice some essential element of one's male autonomy and rugged independence. The fact that refusing to do so could seriously jeopardize our national efforts to attain herd immunity and thus endanger even more lives obviously matters not a whit. But then, when you're repeatedly told that you're the center of the universe, when your every word is believed by default, why would you deign to think that anyone else's lives, or much less their perspectives, even matter? Now I can already hear the chorus of "Not all white men!" calling out to be recognized. And it's true that there be some. And I like to think that I am one of them, continuing the running joke between my son and I, that are able to think critically and judgmentally about their own complicity in and perpetuation of systems of oppression. Far, far too many, however, not only refuse to do so, but have begun to see themselves as the victims. One need look no further than the likes of Tucker Carlson of Fox News to see how their myopia is upheld and reinforced by those who have an outsized influence on popular discourse. So is it too late to fix white men? That's a question that I often ask myself, and I honestly don't have a simple answer. I've done a lot of reading that has helped me to see the depth of the problem. Most notably, Isabel Wilkerson's book entitled Caste, C-A-S-T-E, and Ijeoma Oluwa's book entitled Mediocre. You're going to have to spell that out to purchase by the author's name. The first name, Ijeoma, I-J-E-O-M-A, surname, Oluo, O-L-U-O. The book is mediocre. No, not the quality, that's the title. But those works don't get myself or anyone else any closer to the solution. Ultimately, it's going to require white men themselves, en masse, to acknowledge their brokenness and basically agree to sit down for a bit. Given their track record, however, I'm not convinced this is going to happen. But hey, hope springs eternal. And that hope is brought to the foreground by the fact that We're getting ready for the biggest divorce in American political history. For decades, the Republican Party in corporate America enjoyed a help me and help yourself relationship. But the ties showed visible signs of crack after the January 6th insurrection and devolved into a fracture after Georgia Governor Brian Kemp signed the controversial voting bill into law to suppress minority votes. As the simmering tension between the Republicans and corporate America edges closer to the point of no return, the United States political landscape is staring hard into the precipice with no option but to reconstruct. The alarm bells rang the loudest inside corporate boardrooms when the pro-business, committed free trade, anti-regulation party embraced populism and protectionism under Donald Trump. Under a single presidential term, the Russell collaborationist Red Republican cult went from upholding global security to questioning the motivation to tighten internal security. And though the party's de-evolution as a severe threat to Broadway performers may lull some into thinking that Republicans broadsize their fusillades, their salvos against CEOs as performative rather than substantive, the Republican cultists have plenty of seasoned reasoning to continue their current direction. Or misdirection, as it shall prove itself to be. Mitch McConnell transitioned from asking all Americans to stand up and unite in defense of the freedom to organize around the causes we believe in 2012 to warning corporations of consequences for political opinion in 2021. McConnell may have backpedaled on his warning since, but that has no bearing on his revisionist thought process. McConnell is not a hypocrite. He evolves faster than others because he understands political spending like no one else can. Election spending in the United States is, well, it more than doubled from $6 billion in 2016 to more than $14 billion in 2020. And that staggering increase buried another startling fact, that large individual donations and political action committees, the super PACs, a code name for corporate spending, declined by 11.24%. But small dollar donors covered for more than half that decline. Large individual donations remain the single most influential factor in American political spending, but they are not as powerful as they were in 2016. Now layer on top of this, the Republican cult has already delivered the single most significant promise they made to corporate America: tax cuts. How much lower can you go from a 21% corporate tax rate, not a cent, with 27 trillion United States dollars in debt and counting? Republicans delivered a 14% windfall to corporate America, bringing together an unpackable pack of senators, and in return, corporations slam a bill that secures the future of Republican candidates. The furor is palpable. When the media cried retaliation as Georgia lawmakers tried to kill the tax break offered to Delta Airlines, House Leader David Ralston poured his heart out and said, "You don't feed a dog that bites your hand. You got to keep that in mind sometimes." Corporate America turned its backs on the Russell collaborationist Republican insurgency after the cult poured its heart and soul towards their welfare. Nothing matters more than an election win for the Republican cult, and nothing matters more than bottom line profits for corporations. And as America steams towards a multi-ethnic majority society, The Red Republican cult's vision to win by turning out minority vote and stripping out majority vote does not align with the corporate priority to win as many customers as possible. White children, the subject of Esquire magazine's largesse of attention, are now a minority of Americans under the age of 17. So after delivering the tax cuts, the Republican Russian insurgency has nothing to offer corporate America. And the Red Republican cult is not as dependent on corporate America as it once was. Small dollar donations fueled Donald Trump's billion-dollar 2020 campaign. Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene was kicked out of congressional committees for her incendiary remarks, but raised $3.2 million United States dollars in the first quarter from racists in Red America. Josh Hawley and his raised fist may have left a bad taste or a bad aftertaste for many corporations that supported him in the past, which did nothing to reduce the $1.5 million US dollars Hawley raised from 28,000 small-time donors breeding with their family members in the Ozarks in just the first 2 months of this year. Corporate America wants to protect the bottom line by staying with the majority, while the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency wants to protect its future by fighting for the future minority. Neither partner is dependent on the other to move forward, and a divorce due to irreconcilable differences be inevitable. And it's high time to move on. As my son has married one of the corporazzi, I can retain confidence in the fact that the dystopian corporate future so portrayed in science fiction throughout the 80s and the 90s will be the corporate utopia of a multi-ethnic, multicultural America that the Republicans will not participate in. Capitalism has moved beyond republicanism, because the Republicans have no capital to offer economics. Now, Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. And that's where we be accepting contributions via PayPal holdings at douglasdietrich.com. Make certain, of course, to indicate myself, friends and family. There is no disambiguation between the twain. And that way, that other corporate faggot, the Trump cultist corporate faggot, Peter Thiel, will take money from your contribution and render it incomplete. I will receive it in whole, only through being indicated as friends and relations when you contribute via PayPal. We are all friends, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we're all relations within the extended electronic family. And you can do your part in the fight against total annihilation by spreading the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Could for a while there, a footnote on mine bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com by pressing the yellow donate button for PayPal, and you can thereafter find out the information about myself and my biological father, and then take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating themselves, myself, as friends and family.